Warning, this episode has a bunch of bad language. If you don't like bad language, don't listen to it. Listen to another episode. What percentage of tattoos that you've done do you think that are purely out of resentment against a parent?
Honestly, most. I think most of these people start getting tattooed and they're doing it to get a reaction of some kind or another out of their parent. Even if they got good relationships, because they all these younger people, they always say the same thing. My mom is going to kill me. My dad's going to kill me when he finds out.
Welcome to another episode of Two Dudes, One God Pod. Today, Pat and I are here with Derek Kastning, who has been in the Guinness Book of World Records. He's been on TV. He builds Star Wars droids. He's a tattooer. He was at the inauguration. He's a J6er. He didn't get locked up. He's on some no-fly lists. I mean, this guy, he's seen my wife topless because he tattooed her. It was super awkward. Oh, God, but like she had tape. That. There was tape.
Yeah, we taped her nipples up with Hydro stickers.
So like it was safe. Safe. He rides a Harley. He's on his second marriage, or
no, it's like my fifth.
He's on like his fifth marriage, but this one's good. This one's good. You know,
good.
Leanne's
this one
good.
Will stick.
A lot of learning.
I had to run through a couple.
And he's for sure in the last 5 to 10 years had some real life experience. So we hope to hear about some of that. And anyway, Derek's a great dude. He was like one of the people on the short list when Pat and I were like, we're going to start this podcast. It was like, I got a guy we have to bring on. Pat's like, what? He texted me today. He's like, who we have today? And I was like, Derek. And he's like, I'm like the tattoo guy, you know? He's like, okay. Yeah. He's like, he makes the droids? Yes. Yeah. So
I don't know that most of my stories are appropriate for this podcast.
Well, that's the whole point. You know, that's the whole point. You know, we've heard some pretty wild stories, and Pat and I in our first 2 episodes, if anybody cares to scroll 30 episodes back or so.
30 episodes?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You could listen to some of our stories, which are just as crazy or worse than yours probably.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I guess Pat was right. Yeah, to get kicked off, like, you know, the first question is, it's either an assumption or a question, but like, do you believe in God? And if so, like, how did you arrive at that belief? You know, like, where did God find you, or how did you get there?
That's kind of a tricky one, because it's I have a very scientific brain, so things are different for me than they are from the other people I go to church with.
Does Leanne,
way different than my wife.
Does your wife agree that you have a scientific brain?
Oh, it depends on what day you ask her.
Got it.
Some days. But she's a very, very, very devout believer in Jesus, and nobody dies for a lie.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have died over the past 2,000 some odd years. So obviously, and there's no archaeological evidence that disputes anything that's ever been in the Bible. In fact, everything they find always proves the stuff that happened. Now, maybe it's not the whole world that flooded, but it was the whole world that these people that were recording this stuff lived in flooded. We have the evidence of the flood. Mm-hmm. I don't know if a guy built the giant boat or not. I wouldn't see why he couldn't have. Yeah. I mean, obviously some people survived the flood because we're still here. Yeah. For me, lack of evidence is still evidence. Mm-hmm. You know, if you've got a ding on your truck, well, you know another car put it there. Just because the other car's not sitting there doesn't mean that that's not what happened. Yeah. So like you look back at everything that science has done, especially the stuff with the James Webb Telescope. It's just incredible. I mean, we're literally seeing light from the Big Bang. What triggered the Big Bang? Yeah. There's no proof that it wasn't God sitting there snapping his fingers going, all right, here's creation. Mm-hmm. You know, and then the Bible talks about, well, he did all this in 7 days and all that stuff. But it also tells you in the Bible that time is different for God. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So his 7 days could have been thousands or millions of years to what we would think. Yeah. So there's nothing that disproves it. Well, there's a lot of faith involved because, you know, to just flat out say, well, I believe in God, you do have to add some faith to that. You do have to say, okay, I do believe this is what's going on.
Yeah, but like you started out with, nobody dies for nothing. And the first generation church, the guys that wandered around with Jesus for 3 years, like they saw him resurrected,
and they all got killed.
Yeah.
They all got hunted down and killed. And you don't die for a lie.
Even the Pharisees of the time said that the tomb was empty.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, they even were like, oh, well, somebody came along and stole the body of Jesus, and that's what really happened. Even in the text, it says that. It's not even like from another text that says that. I mean, there's other texts that say.
I mean, and that's
things
what
like
you would
that.
think.
Yeah.
Like, dead bodies don't get up and walk around.
Yeah,
So you'd be like, oh, someone stole the body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then they've definitely proven scientifically that you would not have survived Roman crucifixion.
Absolutely.
Oh, no. No.
So there's the people that were like, oh, well, he survived and
He just walked around for 40 days.
Hundreds
You
of
don't
medical,
just
walking around.
You don't just
disemboweled.
recover from that.
hundreds of
disemboweled
medical
with-
examiners have
yeah.
looked over what happened with the body, the statements.
Mm-hmm.
Like when he got poked in the side and they're like, oh, water came out. Well, that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
happened.
No joke.
All that
Correct.
fluid that
Stress,
built
yeah.
up in
Yeah.
his lungs
Yeah.
because, if you look at them when they study the crucifixion, you can't breathe.
Yeah.
You have to keep picking yourself up to be able to breathe. Well, that causes your lungs to fill with
It's
fluid.
like
So,
pleurisy or something.
so when they puncture your lung with a spear, you're going to leak blood, but you're going to leak a lot of fluid.
Yeah.
So there's that, and then there's, everything in the universe is governed by the laws of physics, but who created those laws?
Right.
So that's a good. I wanted to ask you this because I've never observed anything that came from nothing.
Right.
So like to me, when I think about the Big Bang or like intelligent creation and like all these arguments that we see, they really kind of fall short for me. Because they're like, well, this massive explosion happened with a bunch of nothing,
Yeah.
and then from that came everything, and then we were like single cell organisms in the ocean and this primordial.
But it wasn't
ooze, and then-
nothing. There was a singularity that
Yeah.
triggered it. We know this. We have the scientific research that proves this. There was a singularity of super dense matter.
Yeah.
It was packed into this little freaking marble that was so dense, I mean, we can't even comprehend how dense it was.
Yeah.
And then it opens up and expands
But they've
and
done.
blows everything out. Well,
They've tried to
what
recreate
created
it.
that?
They've tried to recreate it. They've compressed matter. They've electrocuted it. They've done a bunch of this stuff, and life never came from that.
Yeah, I've never seen life come from destruction, from an explosion.
Well, but you got to understand that you can't really destruct. Energy and matter doesn't
neither.
really go away.
Right.
It just
It's-
changes
it's-
form,
yeah, it's
shape.
neither destroyed nor created.
So there's only so much water in the world.
Yeah.
There's only so much money in the world.
Right.
Okay, and so like the water, it's either in a cloud, in a glacier, in an ocean, in a lake, in a river,
Somewhere.
in your drinking water, in the water treatment plant down here where it makes South Tyler smell bad over there by Faulkner Park, like. And the same thing with money, and so there's the same thing with matter. It's the same thing with energy.
Right.
Like there's a limit. There's like a natural limit
Balance.
on
Well,
this
and if
stuff.
you look like my truck's a perfect, well, mine's not. A gas car is a perfect example of this. Gas cars are only about 30% efficient. You're taking the gasoline, which has potential energy in it, that is
Yeah, but I've got a turbo, so
a
I'm a
whole
little
lot.
bit more
Well,
efficient
you've
until
got
we
a
get the
whole
heat.
lot of potential energy in that gas that goes in. 95% of that potential energy is turned into heat, and that's what's pushed out. Well, we're not harnessing that heat in it.
Right.
Now, a lot of people try to use that to argue about battery-powered cars. Well, we only have so much lithium and cobalt on the
Exactly.
planet. We know
Yeah.
how much there is, and scientists are in complete agreement that, hey, we don't even have enough cobalt to make electric cars for every person on the planet. Like,
Yeah.
we don't. So until, which they're getting really close, holy cow, man, until they perfect hydrogen power, which they will, and I believe it'll be within our lifetime,
I think so too.
there will be no more energy issues, period.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking one hydrogen atom could power a car for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
I mean, or more. You got they created a stable fusion reaction, which I can't believe did not make like the front page of every news. But this is probably the top 3 biggest breakthroughs in human history ever, and it was almost completely not even covered by the news, which blows my mind. But they created a stable fusion reaction that lasted almost 2 minutes, which has never been done. So if they can get that to where they're actually able to harness that, everything will be running off nuclear power, clean nuclear power. And people are always, oh my God, nuclear waste and blah, blah, blah. There's very little nuclear waste.
It's not
very
the same.
Little. Yeah, and unless there's a problem and you have a meltdown, there's really very little danger to it. But I mean, how many refineries have blown up? I remember the freaking fertilizer plant out there in Waco that leveled half a town.
Out in West.
Stuff happens, But so for me, believing in God, to me, feels different than like what I hear people at our church talk about, or like my wife talk about. I don't know a whole lot about the Bible. I know a little bit about it, but the main stuff that's in there. But I've never like delved into it, like a lot of these people have, and they know, God, cover to cover everything that's in that book. I don't know all that stuff. But what I do know is what I've seen, and what I've seen evidence for, and what I've seen lack of evidence for. There's no evidence that there's not a creator of some kind. Maybe it's not an intelligent creator. Maybe it is just that singularity that blew and shot all its matter out, and then things just came into being from that. But something at some point created all of this. Like something had to have created all of this. And because science has tried for thousands of years to prove that it didn't come from God and haven't been able to, that tells me a whole bunch. Because every time we do something, every time we look and find a new set of planets and shit on this James Webb telescope and all these new nebulas, and we're looking at the Crab Nebula. So we can actually see the light now before that nebula was created. And it's crazy. So it's like you can literally see back in time. You can't travel back in time, but you can see back in time. And so they're seeing things from, I think it's like within 100 million years of the actual Big Bang itself. Like they're fully able to measure the expansion of the universe now.
How old do you think the Earth is?
I don't know.
Okay.
I really don't know. I mean, I know how old rock is. I know, I've tripped over freaking dinosaur bones when I was hunting in Montana and Wyoming and stuff.
So that'll segue into this. Do you think that humans and dinosaurs existed at the same time?
I don't think humans existed when Jurassic dinosaurs were running around, but I mean, woolly mammoths, saber-tooths were.
So I think that we added 1,000 years to the Christians added 1,000 years to the calendar. I guess the Catholics added 1,000 years to the calendar and created this idea of the Middle Ages or the Dark Ages or whatever. And I think
you mean like with the kings and the castles and stuff?
No, so they reset the calendar. They reset the calendar. So like, and I think you can go to Glen Road, Glen Spring, where is it?
Up around Dallas?
Yeah, you can go up there and look at the same limestone, and it's got human footprints, big ones, right next to dinosaur footprints,
Oh, they had that one in New Mexico that shows a mother, we're assuming it's a mom because the foot size and all that stuff, and she had a child with her that was probably 2-3 years old, left footprints, and then those footprints are crossed by 3 different kinds of dinosaurs.
Yeah, so
I've heard them try to say that what happened was those dinosaur footprints were already petrified into the stone. The new layers of silt and stuff that came through that she was walking on left her footprints, and then those fossilized into the ground. So it almost looks like it was all at the same time. And then they're trying to say, well, but it wasn't at the same time. But then you got a bunch of geologists that are like, hey, this kind of happened at the same time.
There's a lot of geological research that's happened in the last 10 years that's like, hey, the Grand Canyon, that wasn't thousands of years of erosion. That was a massive event, And we had some friends go to Costa Rica, and have you ever been like on the ocean side and seen those rocks that are just pushed up? How can you look at that and think, Oh yeah, thousands of years. You know, to me, it's really apparent. I've seen things explode before. I've shot tannerite. Like I know how. You know, if you're talking about massive amounts of energy, yeah, water's powerful. But look at what it does here in East Texas when we get 5 days of rain, and the roads get washed off, and we have sinkholes. You know, like that didn't take 5 years. You know, and so, but I think the Earth's like maybe 6,000 years old.
Yeah, you think so?
4,000 to 6,000.
See, I'm thinking it's a lot older than what we think. Well, I think humankind is a whole lot older than what we think because they're finding these old.
In theory, it is right because there was the Nephilim and there was some other stuff going on. You know, so when you look at the Judeo-Christian accounts of creation, and you look, and there's several different religions and like traditions that have real similar creation stories. You know, the Abrahamic religions all have the same players, you know, listed. You know, there's just one of them has an extra one, and one of them thinks that one of the players wasn't a player, and you know, so. But like when you really look at this stuff, I think that there's more evidence that Earth is probably a little bit younger than like this millions of years. And you know, I don't think that things crawled out of the ocean. And here, I'm gonna get to a point real quick, but like, I don't think that we were all single cell organisms that lived in this primordial heated ocean, and then we like crawled out, and somehow monkeys came from fish, and fish turned into lizards, and monkeys turned into humans, and then we evolved over all this time. Because when you have evolution, when you have mutation, you lose information, you don't gain information.
Well, it's funny
so I'm not saying that natural
that.
selection doesn't work. Like, I believe that you can breed traits into things, and that, you know, there's clearly people that live near the ocean that can free dive for 5 minutes, and that's something that I can't do even if I try. They've clearly selected that trait.
It's funny you say that because the one thing I always thought about this whole evolution is we've found caveman bodies. We found the ice guy that was actually had
some of
tattoos.
those were like found to be total frauds. You know, like, you don't see
that Iceman that they found, they pulled from that glacier is not like it's been studied just super hard.
But the carbon dating is problematic.
Carbon dating can be. Yeah,
I mean, it's like.
But we also know from the ice cores all around him the time frame when he went in there, which was a really long time ago. But I'm not saying I'm reading this information. I'm not seeing it with my own eyes. So
I don't know.
I can't
which
say,
is a good argument on the Bible. It's like, well, how do you know?
I can't say for sure. Oh yeah, this is 100%. From what I've seen, and I don't have any reason to think that all these different scientists that have studied that guy are making it up or whatever. But this guy had tattoos on him.
Yeah.
He had like little crosses on his knees and stuff, not for religion. They believe it was probably, they thought like it was medicinal. They thought maybe he had arthritis in his knees, and by doing that, kind of like acupuncture.
Kind of like okay.
That's what they think, but you know, no one knows. But then we've got all this stuff that we've found. We have found caveman bodies. We have found old bones where their skulls don't look like ours, and through genetic testing, we know that they were different. They were not human beings. They weren't monkeys, but they weren't human beings. But then you've got the missing link. So how is it we found everything but this missing link? So if there's a missing link, we should have found it by now.
If there were all these transitional species, we should be standing on them. Every time we build a foundation for a house, we should find like some humanoid thing, you know? Yeah. So my question to you, and then I'll answer after I hear what you think. And Pat, you can throw one in too, but the chicken or the egg? Explain that. Which one came first? Because I've got a fast answer for it.
I don't know.
I think the chicken.
Yeah, so my wife and
I mean, you can't get the egg without the chicken.
Yeah.
Well, but then where'd the chicken come from?
Yeah, so my wife and I like accidentally got into a heated discussion about this like a year or two ago. And she's been like, you know, never even been to church when I met her really, and so she's been like actively coming every Sunday, and she got saved on Easter. So like she's made a decision now, which is really interesting. I've never seen an adult human like that didn't believe in God become a believer. unless they believed when they were a kid and then they ran away from the religion aspects and then they came back and I've seen that plenty. Like, you know, you got run through, you had a couple kids, now you're going to be a registered nurse and you're going to go to Green Acres, you know. Like, I'm not hating on Green Acres, I'm just saying that's a thing, you know. And guys, same thing. You got 2 or 3 baby mamas, you've been on probation twice, now you're looking at 2 years in state jail, and all of a sudden, man,
Jesus sounds
I'm reading the Bible. I know Jesus.
You know where God lives, right? Jesus lives in jail. That's where everybody finds him.
Sure, 100%. And
As soon as they're going through, they're going through the trial process, they've all found Jesus. They're all hardcore Christians when they're in there. Yeah, now, when they get sent over to the prison after they leave there, now they're back to shanking people and selling drugs again. But Jesus lives in the county jail. Yeah.
So and you get a good view of it, you know. But here's my deal. It's a simple answer for me, the chicken or the egg, because my wife's like, well, we don't really know. And I'm like, oh, no, I know. I knew. God created the chicken, and the chicken laid the egg. Yeah. You know, God created Adam, and then he said, you need a helper, and he pulled a couple ribs out of that dude, and he made Eve. And then Adam and Eve made Steve, or whoever they had. What was the kid's name?
It was Cain and Abel.
Cain and Abel. And Cain killed Abel. So, you know, they didn't immediately decide to outlaw rocks or whatever he used to kill Abel. You know, they didn't blame the rock. They didn't go, well, it was an assault rock. If he had a smaller rock, and then later in the Bible, or I guess, later in the Bible, you know, we've got David kills Goliath, and he has these little stones he picked out. They didn't outlaw slingshots. You know, the Philistines weren't like, daggum, that's not fair. Yeah. We need to decide that no more slingshots. Right? So take this opportunity to remind everybody we have a heart problem, not a tool problem in this country, you know? And one of the things that's impressed me about our buddy here is that you know, you're on your whatevereth marriage, and you do have a kiddo from the prior, one of the priors, right?
Just turned 16 Monday.
Okay, yeah. Well, buckle up, bud. Mine's graduating this year, and the next few years are probably going to be wild. And I know you got a special baby mama on that side.
Oh,
you know, we've had some. We won't get into it.
Yeah,
we're not going to get into it. But you and I probably have some shared experience with what it was like having a kid and not being married anymore to the person. And but
it's a fight their entire life. Yeah, there's not a year that goes by that you're not fighting.
Yeah, and it's exhausting. Yeah, I'm in.
It's the hardest thing in the world.
It's but it's still worth it because you're still a good father. I know you are.
Yeah,
you know, and maybe not always or whatever, right? Like,
definitely,
I'm sure there's
parents,
some faults.
I feel like I'm probably not a good enough parent. But
that's humility.
I get the gist. Yeah. I need to turn this person into a functional adult.
Yeah.
And that's why I tried to tell my ex all the time. You know, she wants to be my daughter's best friend. I'm like, you're not her friend. You're her fucking mother. Your job is to prepare her to go out in this world and be an adult and succeed.
Yeah.
And that's not a fun job. That's not going to make you the good guy. Well, I want my daughter to be able to trust me and talk to me. Well, you can find that line where they can do both.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, your job is not to be her friend. If you start trying to be her friend, that's where we get shows like 16 and Pregnant.
Yeah.
Or Love After Lockup.
We get the opportunity to raise our kids.
Right.
Like, it is not like 100% set in stone that you are going to get to raise your kids in every situation.
Especially not as a guy.
Yeah.
We have to fight to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Texas Family Code is a joke. It is set up. It was created in a time where women couldn't have bank accounts and own property. And they never went back and changed it. And a lot of women are using it for their benefit. And, I believe that a man, if he's a good-hearted man, finds happiness and purpose with his wife and his children. And if for him to leave that situation would be problematic for him. But a woman will leave her husband
she takes everything
for happiness.
Yeah, she takes everything
for her.
In order to be happy.
But you've got, in this new marriage with Leanne, you've got a kiddo.
It's going to be 10 years this December. That's wild.
Yeah.
I mean, that's longer than all my marriage
put together.
Yeah. That's good.
We've got our 3-year-old little boy who's like my little best friend, and my droid building assistant. That kid is obsessed with Star Wars droids.
Yeah.
So we were working a tattoo convention in Longview, the one at Mod Cobb.
Yeah.
Katie, the artist that works for me, I had my droids up there, and I had 2 booths. They give me 2 booths every time. And so I had Katie and Olivia tattooing in one booth, and then one booth is just for me. Yeah. And I had my droids set up there. And so Finn's like playing with them and all this stuff. And this lady walks in. She's like, "Oh my God, those are so cool. Can I look at them?" I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead." So she walks in there. Dude, he body checks this girl out of the way. A full-grown adult female. He's 3 years old. Of course, he's 6'2", but he body checks her out of the way. And like, I didn't hear him. Katie's over there cracking up. She's like, "Dude, he just body slammed that girl away and said, 'Those are my droids.'" It was like, oh my God. But yeah, I mean, I've got Finn, who's like, so after I had my daughter, that marriage was just going to shit immediately. So she got pregnant before we were married. And the only reason I married her is because she kept telling me, "If you're not going to marry me, I'm going to find someone who will," kind of thing. Yeah. And I'm like, well, I don't want to not have my kid every day. Right, so we got married. I don't think it even lasted a year or whatever. But right after we had my daughter and then got married, I went and got fixed because I'm like, I'm not fucking doing this shit again.
Yeah.
And then, went through the most horrible fucking divorce that lasted 12 years of fighting. I mean, I bet if I totaled it up, I've got to be $300,000 in the hole from attorneys and court fees, and it's just a disaster. Every guy out there knows what I'm talking about. But so I got fixed, and then I had married the blonde girl, Kate, who was the wife before this wife.
Yeah, I don't remember.
We basically got divorced because she knew I was fixed and was supposedly okay with it. Well, then after we got married, she told me, "Well, I thought you'd change your mind." I'm like, "No, I'm not having any more fucking kids.
I'm done.
I'm not ever going through a custody battle ever again. No, I don't fucking have it in me."
Oh my gosh.
So we get divorced basically because I won't have a kid. And so then I was done with women. Okay, I was done with relationships.
Right.
I had some friends, and that was all I wanted.
Yeah.
And my wife came in to get tattooed, my current wife. She came in to get tattooed with her friend, and we started talking. And she hates when I tell people this, but it is the absolute God's honest truth. She pursued me. Like, she was texting me.
Yeah,
I would text her back, but like, she was the one who was like, "Hey, do you want to go out? Do you want to get together? Blah, blah, blah." Because I didn't want anything to do with it. I was like, yeah,
right.
I'm not that guy for a relationship. But there was something about her that made me kind of think, yeah, this one's a little different than the other girls. So we went on a date to BJ's, the brew house over there. The first words out of my mouth when we sat at the table, I was like, "Look, how old was I? I was 36. And I told her, I was like, I'm 36 years old. I'm fixed. I'm not getting unfixed. I don't want fucking kids. I said, so if that's, a deal breaker for you, let's have dinner. Let's be friends. This can be fun. That's it." Yeah. And she looked just shocked. She didn't even speak for a minute. And then I was like, "Are you okay?" And she's like, "Yeah, I've just never had a guy be that like brutally upfront. Like the second we sat down, I was like, I just don't want there to be any kind of questions in the air or anything." So then we went on that date, and then we only dated for 3 months before we got married. And then we were married within 3 months of when we went on our first date. And anyway, so then we started just spending a bunch of time together. And she would not move in with me. She's like, "I'm not moving in with you if we're not married." Mostly because I'm not giving up my apartment in case shit hits the fan. Yeah. She was 29 at the time, had just turned 30, was about to turn 30. She'd never been married, no kids, and she actually has a college education. She's in the medical field. She does ultrasound. So she's not like these other fucking hairdressers I was screwing around with. It's like, she wasn't an idiot,
Nurses.
Oh, God. Nurses and hairdressers, man. They were so much fun, but they were the worst thing in the world for Derek.
Gosh.
They were so bad for me.
Nuts.
But yeah, I had made a checklist after that marriage before that. And I was like, if I ever even consider this, the next girl I have a relationship with had to meet all these criteria. One was they had to be over 30. No kids, because I just didn't want that fucking drama. I didn't care if they'd been married before or not, but they had to have a career, not a fucking job, a career, because I was tired of fucking paying all the bills for these women. And as a tattoo artist, sometimes it's okay, and some months of the
Sometimes it
year
ain't.
it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
And so, the otherwise, it was totally my fault. I married these girls at like 21 years old and got rid of them at 24. I'm plucking these girls out of their parents' houses, essentially,
Yeah.
and then expecting them to know how to be a wife.
Right.
Which I even told the last ex-wife after our divorce was final. We had gone out to eat that night. I said, hey, just meet me up here. I want to talk to you about some stuff. She came in and I told her, I was like, I owe you an apology. I expected you to know how to be a wife. I was in my 30s. She was 22, I think.
Yeah.
22 or 23. She went to college. That didn't last even a year before she came home. And then, so it's like I literally plucked her out of her mom and dad's house and then expected her to know how to be a wife.
Yeah.
And she didn't. And as the husband, as the leader, my job should have been to teach her how to do that. And I didn't. So that marriage didn't work. But it's a good thing. We're really good friends now. And actually, she's got a great marriage. She's got a couple kids and stuff. But so with this wife, she wouldn't even put out. In fact, the first time she stayed the night at my house, this girl slept in her fucking jeans with stretchy pants on under them. Like she was going to make sure there was no fucking hanky-panky. She's like, yeah, I'm not about that life. And so I think we'd been dating for about 3 weeks. And we went and ate lunch at Cheddar's one day. And I told her, I was like, well, I'd fucking marry you right now. And she's like, shut up. I was like, no, I'm serious. You're everything I've ever wanted in somebody.
Yeah, because she had a list, right?
I can't stay away from you. Yeah.
Well, like, look.
Oh, she hit everything on the checklist.
Let me
hit
pause on this because I think there's something to this if you're listening. Because I also made a list after my divorce, and I'll read. I've got it right here. I've still got it on my phone. Ideal partner is what I titled the list, and I think it's realistic. So, abstinent or no history of addiction. That was the first thing, right? It was like I didn't want to hop into a relationship with somebody that was going to all of a sudden twist off and start doing cocaine or something. You know what I mean? One child or no kids, and it said no kids initially. I just put no kids, and then I was like, well, I have a kid. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. One.
I wasn't even going to be fair. It was a no kid.
Here the rest of these are probably pretty easy, and y'all probably check these too. Sexy, encouraging, nurturing, supportive, giving, attentive, happy. Happy was a big one. I'm like, because I figured out by the time I got to be 33 that happiness is not my problem. Like, if she's not happy, I'm not going to make her happy.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm never going to meet those expectations.
Shares my religious or political beliefs. What's interesting is I made it into a checklist when I started talking to Michelle, and that one's not checked. But
really?
I think I'm going to go ahead.
Oh, you can go ahead.
Go ahead and check that now. So, likes hanging out with people, entertaining, having people over, going out and doing things, because I didn't want to get like a homebody. They just never wanted to do anything.
I can't stand that. I'm trapped indoors all day, every day.
And then, here's some
Not
real
what I want to do on my day off.
random stuff. Flexible, punctual, tidy, agreeable, consistent. Like, none of those things are consistent.
You went way farther off
I went
than I
deep.
did.
Yeah,
my list had like 5 things on it.
Hold on. There's a couple big ones here. Willing to debate, but hesitant to argue. And then I listed my problems. I'm selfish, proud, greedy, lazy. I'm a people pleaser. I lie to myself and others. I struggle with knowing what I want or how I feel. I'm really bad at boundaries. I'm not very self-disciplined, and I'm entitled. And so,
How old were you when you?
I was 33, 30. Well, 3, 4, 5. 6. I might have been 36 or something when I wrote that list.
Okay.
I mean, but I was aware of it before then, and so early in talking with Michelle, I don't even know that we had maybe we'd been talking on the phone. Like she slid into my DMs or I slid into hers or so. I don't remember exactly the order. She'll probably correct us. We need to get her on the podcast.
Yeah, I'll ask her whenever she gets here.
But real early, I went through all that with her, and she got real quiet. And she told me that I was none of those things.
Really? That you were none of
That she was none of those things. That she was none of the things that I was looking for.
Oh,
That's the way she felt about it. But I think it was important to get specific. And for me, it was important not only, and I think you had that understanding when you made your list. Like you got it. You sat her down the first date, and you were like, "This is the stuff that's going on. This is where I'm at." Well, dude, that's a firm foundation to build a friendship or a relationship or a partnership or anything. Like I think we've gotten away from that discourse. People are so afraid of offending somebody or running somebody off. I'm at a point in my life where I'm like, hey, I think we're in the same position, and I hope Pat's there too. Because I'm just like, I'll just tell you,
offending people.
Yeah, I'll just tell you straight up. Like this is where I'm at, and I'm not going to apologize for it. And if you don't like it, that's okay. There's somebody else that will.
Yep.
I mean, I'm Gen X. I was born in the 70s. Like, I never heard of being offended until the 90s. People were getting offended by shit, and I'm like, fuck. Like, I grew up watching, like, Richard Pryor comedy and George Carlin and stuff. I'm like, now you hear all these comedians get canceled for saying the wrong thing. I'm like, well, have you guys ever heard Eddie Murphy? Holy crap.
What's the generation that's like 18 to 21 right now? What is that generation called?
Gen Z?
Gen Z?
I don't know. Well, the thing is, I know enough kids that are in that age that like they're feeling like the next Gen X. Like they'll hit you in the face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
See,
and not because they're offended, but because somebody encroached upon their, situation.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about like Colin, thinking about like my daughter, like they'll throw it back at you. So we've had a big shift, and I think these kids that are graduating over the next 3 or 4 years, they're going to be the next big generation. Right now, it's the elder millennials and the Gen X people that are starting to take power. I think we're going to see. I mean, what do you think? Do you think it's going to be,
I mean, you look back at 17-year-old kids lying about their age to go fight in World War II, and now we got 17-year-olds that don't know the difference between a fucking male and female. And if you try to tell them that a guy wearing lipstick is not a female, they get offended. Like, they need a fucking
the kids that
safe
I'm
space.
around know the difference,
My grandparents, the people when I was young that I was exposed to, the older people, were guys who were stomping Nazi skulls in.
Yeah.
Like, these guys don't get offended by shit. Like, my grandma lived through the Great Depression. She's like, nobody alive right now understands it's true struggle.
It's not that, like, they don't get offended. It's that they stand for what they believe in.
So they know what they believe.
Exactly. I think that's the difference. Like, people think that, just because you're standing on something is because you're offended on something. No, it's because I believe in this, and I'm not just going to fold to somebody else's pressure.
Right.
Because whenever you start to fold under other people's influence, you don't know who you are.
That's
you don't
why
have
we're
any
so lucky
identity.
that we have the Constitution.
Absolutely.
But the Constitution was pinned by people that believed in God. The Constitution was pinned by
most of them.
People that believed in God. Yeah, not all of them, but the majority, overwhelming majority. And so the concepts that are found in that are overwhelmingly
listen,
a Christian thing. So, like, where do you get your rules?
You don't even have to believe in God or technically be a Christian to understand that the Bible is a set of values.
Sure.
That when humans follow those values, we flourish.
Yeah.
When we don't, you see the kind of fucking destruction that happens. Look at the fucking Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
It's
100%.
a fucking train wreck over there.
Yep.
And none of these people,
and it has been for 6,000 years.
Oh, yeah.
As far as I can tell.
Then, like, you go to New York or somewhere, a city that's just majority godless. You're not safe anywhere.
Yeah.
But you come out here to Tyler, where you're in the buckle of the Bible Belt. Most of the areas around here, you can walk around middle of the night and no one's going to do anything stupid.
Well, the question is, if God doesn't exist, then who's to say that murder's wrong or adultery's wrong or that there is anything even such as sin? So, like, where do they derive their authority? So they want to legislate it, and like, you can't legislate morality, you can't legislate safety.
You can't,
right?
So you can't legislate anything.
You can legislate.
Drugs have been illegal forever, and I bet I can make 2 phone calls and have a brick of cocaine sitting on this table.
Yeah, 100%. I'll agree with that. But what you can do is you can protect liberty.
Right.
And it's very apparent that that's what our founding fathers were trying to do.
Yeah.
They were saying, whoa.
And what it comes down to is they wanted us to have the ability to protect ourselves. Singularity, us and our family against anything. Mm-hmm. If you got criminals at your fucking door, shoot them in the face.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a
you
government,
have that right.
Yeah, if you've got a government that's overstepping their bounds and they're trying to pull some illegal shit on you,
get your buddies.
Yeah. fuck them.
Call the homies.
And that's what they were doing. They were not just protecting us from a tyrannical government, but from what society
could end up being.
Become.
Yes.
Because they came from a society that was very similar to the one we have now. And it didn't work. It wasn't working, and they knew that. And
But
those
we're
guys
seeing
were
a
probably
swing.
the smartest guys that were ever alive.
Sure, and most of them were in their teens and 20s
Yeah.
when they fought that Revolutionary War. You know, they weren't old. People didn't live past 45 much. You know,
Yeah, I know.
but like if you look at like you think that the current swing that we're in now is like I think Elon's doing great work. I think Trump's doing okay.
fucking
Everybody's
love
mad. Things are rough. The tariff thing is confusing for people. Things are going to get worse probably before they get better.
Well, but we knew
But do you
that.
think that we're going to have
You knew
4
that.
years
when
of
you've got
this?
a problem, when you have an
Exactly.
it's like
100%.
having an injury.
No, I agree.
Surgery is going to hurt you worse than
Yeah.
the injury
And we
was,
said
but that's
that,
how
yeah,
you
we-
heal.
And then on top of that, you've got what the previous 4 years was where it was
yeah.
going.
Right.
Dude, we would not have been able to handle another
Listen,
Harris
no,
situation.
but do
God
you think
himself
that we're gonna-
intervened and made sure this country
I believe
was
that.
not.
I believe
Yeah.
that, and I believe that Trump. I don't believe that he was a real believer before
Not until
that,
a fucking
that take.
bullet missed
Yep.
him by 6 millimeters.
100%. So, do you think that we're going to finish out this term, this presidency, and then we're going to see a Vance Trump ticket next?
Like Trump Jr.?
No, like
Trump for the vice presidency.
Trump for VP.
I don't think so. I think Trump's going to be done.
You think
after
Trump
this.
will down out?
I agree. I
He's at the age, like, he's getting done what he wants to get done, and he knows as vice president, you really can't get anything done.
I
So
mean-
unless you got a puppet for a president,
I mean,
Cheney would disagree.
Cheney, Harris, Gore.
but Vance,
I mean,
Vance isn't a puppet, and
Yeah.
Vance is not a spineless coward that's just going to have someone stuff their hand up his ass and make
That's
him do
true.
what they want.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean,
You like Vance?
oh, I love him.
Yeah, I like Vance.
He's probably one of, and if you look at his IQ tests and stuff, he's probably the smartest guy we have in government.
I agree.
Legitimately one of the smartest people in this country, and he's a great guy. Like, you can't find anything wrong with him, and that pisses the Democrats off so bad because they, then they got to go into, well, he's weird. Something about a couch or something. I'm like, fuck.
What about the
You're
defense
reaching.
secretary? Well, they're Hegseth
Pete?
or whatever. Yeah.
I love old Pete.
They're
I
hating on
fucking
him,
love
boy.
Pete.
They're talking about getting
Listen,
rid of him.
if they don't hate, if the Democrats don't fucking hate someone,
yeah,
that's
there's
not
something
the person
wrong.
we want.
Yeah.
And Trump even came out last week. He's like, yeah, Pete Hegseth isn't going anywhere. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck what you guys say. Like, he's getting the job done. Now, I believe that Trump would be quick to get rid of someone if they weren't doing what he wanted
Trump
them
ain't
to do.
going to do what he did in the first term.
Yeah, and he's not, but he learned from his mistakes in the first term.
Mm-hmm.
That's why everything was set up to hit the ground running on
Mm-hmm.
January 20th when he took office. Like, it was already, he knew.
Well, and he
Whereas
covered
before-
that with what podcast was you on Rogan? And he was like, that ain't going to go down like that again.
Yeah.
He goes,
Yeah.
I know.
He didn't know. He was not a politician.
Yeah.
He didn't know the depth of the swamp
And you
he
see
was stepping into.
the depth of the swamp showed itself when the sickness came.
Yeah.
When
Oh, yeah.
COVID showed up, like that's whenever you saw how deep the swamp really
Oh, yeah.
went.
And
Well,
it
now
just
we've got these
threw it out
judges
publicly.
that are trying to block executive orders and block, all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff. Like, what?
Now, that's tricky because the ones who are blocking it obviously are Democrat left-leaning judges,
Yeah.
but the the judicial branch is there to keep tabs on the executive branch. And when the president does something he's not supposed to do, they are supposed to step in and say, no, you can't do that. Now, we're stepping off into something that's never really come up before where these judges are actually able to affect nationwide policy because in their little district, they're saying, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Well, now that becomes a federal ruling, almost making it federal law. And so it's real tricky, man. But that door swings both ways too. I mean, the same kind of shit's going to happen next time a Democrat president's in there. All the Republican judges are going to be like, no, can't do that, can't do that.
Exactly.
So it's real tricky because they are there to keep the executive branch in line legally and constitutionally. But in the same token, they're also partially abusing. From what I've seen on a lot of these things that these judges were doing, they're abusing that power and they're stretching that power farther than it's supposed to go.
And certainly
now
they
they can put an injunction.
When Trump was on trial and stuff,
God.
they pushed all kinds of wild
And
stuff.
they're taking bribes. There's no question that they're taking money from someone, somewhere, somehow.
Yeah.
There's no way they're not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because when you start to look at the track record where, they voted for this, and this, like 10 years ago.
And now they're totally against it.
And now they're totally against it. It's like, you're obviously.
Well, it's like
getting
pull
some
up
money
the
somewhere.
old videos when Obama was president, talking about how the border's out of control and he's shutting it down and blah blah blah, all this stuff. And you say that stuff now, and you're
Racist.
I don't know, what is it? Is it racist or xenophobe? I don't even know these
Xenophobic.
fucking words. But like,
Dude, they've
I remember
redefined
when
racist.
Trump, when COVID happened, and he first started saying, and it was first hitting over here, and he's like, "I'm shutting down travel from China."
Yeah.
They're, oh my God, you can't do that. That's racist. No, motherfucker, we're going to try to prevent this shit from coming over here as much as you can. But you can't. And I have said from day one, I'm like, this shit didn't come from eating a fucking bat.
Nope.
This shit came out of some
A
fucking
lab.
virus lab over there. And here was my thinking on it. It had nothing to do with the U.S. and everything to do with China. When it first came out and it was happening over there, and they built a hospital in 3 weeks, a huge hospital in 3 weeks. That's how fast they built this thing. Well, they were already working on it because they knew there was a fucking problem for a long time before there was a problem. But if you look at the people it was affecting, it was killing old people and sick people. And it was not hurting young, healthy people. And that's...
Even kids.
The Chinese have a huge history of fucking erasing people from the population when they get overpopulated. And so I'm like... Yeah, no, this kind of seems like maybe something they were trying to
Put on
and it got away from them, kind of thing. And
I really
it turns
think
out,
I think it was a purchase. To be honest, I think that Biden or both of the Bidens, both what's his name, the Hunter and Joe. I think they were both making purchases for this virus, and they.
I mean, nothing would surprise me anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, if they walk up in the White House and arrest some top official for fucking pedophilia, which for whatever reason they don't do, it wouldn't even shock me.
Because like when you
it's
start
just
to
crazy.
see their involvement with all these biolabs,
Yeah.
I mean, you look at
Fauci? That motherfucker should be buried under jail right now.
absolutely. And
Oh, my God.
you look at his history with the AIDS pandemic back in I guess it was the 90s.
Yeah.
And then you look at how he was also involved with these biolabs in China, in the Ukraine.
And they were doing gain of function research.
Yes.
And he lied on camera and told us.
I'm very mad at
We don't do gain of function research. Motherfucker, we've got the documented proof that you knew about it.
Yeah.
You knew about it and you approved the funding for it.
I'm pretty heated over Fauci because my dad,
Yes.
who was the healthiest man I ever knew my entire life, was killed within 3 weeks of having that virus. And
That's just crazy.
like it is so frustrating to see like these guys are just being, oh yeah, you're just acquitted, nothing, you didn't say anything wrong or anything like that.
There's
No, dude.
zero repercussions on any of these people, and it pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like, look at those, when the COVID shutdown first happened, and it came out all those fucking people were doing insider trading. Mm-hmm. I think a big chunk of them were Republicans. Did you ever fucking hear anything about it after that? Nope. No one went to jail. They're all still fucking working.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they caught this one guy getting all this gold from Egypt or whatever, and they're like, see, we do prosecute. Bullshit.
Foreign gold.
Bullshit. Nancy Pelosi, come on.
Dude.
She's got a magic fucking touch with the stock market. Get off the bullshit. Y'all put Martha Stewart in prison for the same shit every one of these politicians are doing.
Yeah,
How is
well,
it
she
none of
didn't-
them had a job before they got into politics? They were worth $0.
Came straight
and
out
now
of
they're
college.
worth millions.
Yeah, making $100,000 a year.
Look at AOC, who's one of the dumbest people I've ever fucking heard open her mouth.
Stupid.
She was a bartender who supposedly wasn't even good at that shit. She gets fucking elected. She has to get Congress to give her money to get an apartment in Washington, D.C. because she couldn't even afford that. And now she's worth $30 million. How the fuck does that happen?
Yeah, I don't know.
She's been there for like 6 years.
Hey, if you're listening, whoever helped AOC,
Throw some our way.
come holler.
Yeah. Hook us up.
Yeah, it's just, oh God. I don't even want to get down that fucking rabbit hole.
I think we hit enough politics.
Yeah.
Well, how'd you get into tattooing?
I don't like people, so when I was in College Station, I didn't like going to the bars and stuff, and I started getting tattooed. And my whole life, I was super skinny, and I was always self-conscious about it. You know, like, people don't understand when I tell them being skinny as a guy is the same way women feel about being fat. Yeah. It's the same kind of thing, and so, like, I started covering my arms in tattoos because I'm like, oh, it makes me look bigger. Yeah. So I spent every weekend hanging out up there at Joker's tattoo shop, and he at old Aggie Land Tattoos. And one day, I was in there basically every night, and I'd be drawing shit up, and he's like, well, do you just want to learn how to do this shit so you can make some extra money?
Yeah.
And I was like, sure. So I did, and then, got out of school, got a normal fucking job, and then...
What'd you go to school for?
Physics.
Physics, okay.
And then got out, got a normal job, and fucking, oh my God. I just came home. I don't remember which wife it was. I came home one night, and I was like, yeah, I quit my job. And she's like, what the fuck? She wasn't working. And she's like, well, what do you mean, what are you going to do? I was like, I'm just going to tattoo full time. And she's like, you're fucking stupid. So, I did. I put in the time. I put in the struggle, which most people don't have to do now. And it took 15 years before I was, like, kind of halfway financially stable. Yeah. And then, now people get there a lot quicker because tattooing's advancing exponentially fast.
I mean, you can get a machine off of Amazon.
Yeah.
That's
and just the skill level on people. I mean, before... When I first started tattooing, you were kind of tattooing in a vacuum. You were only exposed to what you were around and the few random things you'd see in a tattoo magazine. There was no social media. There was barely internet.
Very underground.
You were building your own needles. You were sometimes building your own machines.
We had to mix our own ink.
Yeah, your own ink.
We were ordering powdered pigment. We had to build every one of our own needles. We had to build our own machines. Now when I came along, fortunately, there was like Kingpin Tattoo Supply that was... you could buy your coils and all that kind of shit, your springs and stuff from, whereas I don't even know where the older guys found that shit, but...
Well, I mean, the other thing is just socially. It was like, it was the bottom of the barrel, Listen, so like if you were a tattooer, it wasn't looked at as art, not the same way.
When I first started, I beat up customers. Like, got in fist fights with clients that pissed me off there in the fucking shop. I came up over the counter at Kelly's one night with a fucking baseball bat and tried to beat this meth head in because he wouldn't fucking leave when I told him to. Dude, it was brutal. And all you were tattooing was bikers, ex-cons, military guys, and the occasional college student that would come stumbling in for some little Snoopy or some shit, right? Yeah. Did a lot of piercings, but
you don't do piercings anymore, huh?
No, I fucking hated doing it even back then. It's good money. I mean, you're making like $30 in fucking 20 seconds, but it was never my thing. I did it for a long time. But
when you used to be down here, like right on Broadway, right by that donut shop.
I was right behind here. Yeah.
And I remember when I was in college, I brought some girl I was dating up there, and I think you tattooed her or something. I don't know. You were wearing like coveralls and like had like a firefighter truck or something.
I had the red Dodge.
Yeah. And I was like, what's going on? And then you were like, I'm doing a Guinness Book of World Records tattoo thing right now or something. And I was
that's when I had first started tattooing. Oh, you're talking about Front Street.
No,
Front Street's where
I'm probably confusing two separate instances, But like I had like seen you and met you, but never got tattooed.
Hastings, when I was over here around the corner by Hastings, it was great. I had this guy Bart working for me. He was this Mexican gangbanger from L.A., from Southern California. Had L.A. tattooed in big letters on his shirt. Nicest guy in the world, but one day I was out in the parking lot and I was about to get into it with some guy, and that guy like backed off and got in his car or whatever. Now keep in mind, I weighed like $120, so I don't know why the fuck this guy's backing off or whatever. If I were that guy, I'd have kicked my ass. But anyways, he gets in his car and takes off. He's like, fuck this. I turn around, Bart's right behind me. Now Bart's only 5'2", and he's a stocky little Mexican, but he's fucking terrifying looking. And I'm pretty sure that he would have no qualms with throwing hands at any point in time. And then I had Brett, who was the bass player for band full of doctors here in Tyler. He was actually the only apprentice at the time I had ever had that made it through an apprenticeship and then stayed working with me. And then he's the one who owned the shop in the Longview Mall when I went to work up there after I got divorced and sold my place. But yeah, it was just so different. So we got robbed. So my first shop I opened, I actually bought an existing shop from a guy, and it was on Front Street next to the Cotton Belt building. And this was a very long time ago, so the statute of limitations is up. But we had those metal bars on the doors. It was that little shopping center that's got that wig store right next to the Cotton Belt building. Anyways, it was fucking ghetto as shit over there. We had bars on the windows. Well, my open sign wouldn't fit. So there's two doors. There's no windows on the building, but there's two glass doors, and they had bars on them. Well, my open sign wouldn't fit in between the bars and the glass on that door, so I took that fucking top set of bars off. That very fucking night, someone tried to break in. They never got through the glass. They just destroyed I think it was like $1,200 to replace the glass on that door. It was like that ballistic glass shit that doesn't break or whatever. It shot glass 40 feet back to the wall. And I mean, it was a fucking mess. Well, anyway, so this guy stumbles in about a month later, this black guy. He goes, "Hey, man, if you give me some money, I'll tell you who tried to break into your place." And I was like, "Oh, my God, do you know?" And he says, "Yeah." I said, "Well, come in the back. I'll give you some money." I'm in the back. I called my buddy. I won't name him. But he came up there, and he shows up, and he goes, "Hey, why don't you let me talk to this guy for a minute?" So I was like, okay. So I go back out front. You can hear all kinds of horrible shit going on. He comes out and goes, "Hey, I know where these guys are at." Well, there was this, like, illegal gambling room where they were shooting dice and shit. It was like, oh, fuck, I don't know. There's probably 50 big-ass black dudes in there. Like, it was not far from where we're at, but he told us, he goes, "The guy that broke into your place, this is his name, this is what he looks like. That's where he's at. He's there right now." So I was like, okay. So we went up there, me and him went up there, and we fucking walked through the door, the only two pink faces in the fucking place. Everyone's looking at us. We walked over, we found that guy, snatched him up, drug him out of there, took him back to the shop, had a friendly discussion with him for about 30, 45 minutes before we called the cops after he told us, "Yeah, it was me that tried to break your door." It was wild back in the day, you know, and then social media and all that stuff's come along, and the TV shows changed everything.
I agree.
That's when you start getting soccer moms getting full sleeves and stuff. And listen, I love it because there was not a lot of money going around back in the day. Like, I was laughing. I was with my wife and some friends. We went to Dakota's Steakhouse one night a few months ago, and I was just sitting there, and I started cracking up, and she looks at me, she goes, what are you laughing at?" I said, "It's just so weird. I'm looking around in here, and every guy in here has almost full sleeves.
Yeah.
Everyone in here's tattooed, the women and everything." I'm like, when I first started tattooing, if I would have walked in here with my tattoo showing, they wouldn't have let me in.
Yeah.
I was like, and now, you know, the people eating at Dakota's are well off, you know, middle class and up people. They park Ferraris and shit out front, are all tattooed.
Yeah.
And so the TV shows changed it, and I know a lot of these hardcore tattooers are, "Oh my God, these people sold out and all this shit." Well, fuck, why else do you
Why
work?
wouldn't you, dude?
Listen, this is what kills me. Some of these artists, and I'm so different than them. To me, it's a job. I love doing it, and it's fun. But I'm not like this
Do it for
dying
the
to be a
passion.
fucking artist kind of
Yeah.
thing. I do it to make a living. I do it to
Right.
pay my bills and support my family. You know, and so I'm sitting here thinking to myself when they're saying, "Oh, well, they sold out, went on that fucking Ink Master TV show." I'm like, yeah, and now they're making a fuck ton of money. What the fuck are you doing this for?
Yeah.
Are you doing this shit for funsies? Because if so, how are you paying your bills? Like, I don't do this shit for fun. That's why I'd love to get rich, because then I could just tattoo what I want when I want, and I wouldn't even charge people.
Right.
You know, because I love to tattoo. It's the greatest job ever.
But it's
it really
a living
is.
at the end of it.
It's how I make my money. It's how I make a living.
I got my first tattoo at 18 at Kelly's. Lil Paul did it, and it's like some
fucking Lil
kanji
Paul.
letters right here, but it's all bled into everything else. I used to know how many tattoos I had, and then I didn't know, but I knew how many hours, and now I don't even know that.
Yeah.
And I've had a couple of
Now
them
it's
reworked.
just two
and
really big ones.
my
Yeah.
second tattoo was about a year later. I called Kelly's, and I was like, "Is Lil Paul there?" And they go, "No, he's off today." And I said, "Okay.
Yeah, he didn't. Even
Well, I need to get a tattoo." And they said, "Well, we don't have time." So I said, "Okay." And so, like, this is like before Google.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like Yellow Pages, right? So, like, I flipped through a thrifty nickel or something. Oh, I got the flashlight. I flipped through a thrifty nickel, and finally, or a phone book. And finally, I got to Southern Outlaw.
Oh, Jesus.
And I called them, and it's like a Sunday or something. It was a weird...
Listen, Highway 155 is where tattoo shops go to die.
Yeah, for real.
So anyway, I call them, and they answer. And they're like, yeah, we'll tattoo you. So I get there, and the guy's like, I'm an apprentice. And I'm like, oh, okay. I don't even know what this means. I'm 19 years old. And he goes, you're paying cash, right? And I said, well, I've got a debit card. And he was like, okay, it's $200 more.
Dang.
And so I paid this dude $400
Oh, my God.
to do this tribal on my arm. Is so bad. It's,
I've seen it.
Anyway, you've seen it. It's bad.
It's pretty bad.
And it had these cut throughs, and so my buddy drew it, and I was like, I'm getting it right now, you know. And so we drove all over Tyler and called a bunch of people, and I went and got this tattoo, and I like seeped plasma for 4 or 5 days.
God,
and
I bet. So that guy that did your tribal, that was the original owner's son.
Yep.
He ended up going blind, and then he ended up dying a few years later, like on the lake in a fishing boat or some shit.
Wow.
Drowned, fell out of the boat and drowned.
Well, that just happened,
saw
I
it
think, the other day. Some
Shit.
kid fell out
Yesterday.
next to the spillway or next to the channel
yesterday.
or something.
I think it was like a 19-year-old or something.
Well, look, like you do amazing color tattoos, and you do a bunch of different styles, but you're colorblind.
Totally.
Same, dude. I'm a taxidermist, and I have to like paint everything up. I have to like write everything out on my bottles.
Oh,
and-
if you see my ink, it's all in a very specific order,
Yeah.
so I know what bottle is where, and I
Yeah.
can just grab it. I mean, I can also read the label and see that
Exactly.
lipstick
Yeah,
red.
that's the thing. Like you learn to read instead of being able to tell what your color
I have
is.
a color wheel built off the ink colors I have that a guy, I think it was Russ Abbott, made it. He was sponsored by that ink company, and he made this color wheel with all the colors of ink from the brand that I used to use and stuff. So it's like that thing was a godsend.
Yeah.
And then people ask all the time, they're like, well, how do you do that? Well, I'm working off fucking tones.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
mean,
my color
yeah.
tattoos catch people's eyes, because I'm putting colors together. Most people that could see color are like, no, you can't put that together.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I did get a tattoo one time of a lotus, and he was like, what color do you want? And I'm like, you're the artist, you know, because this is my attitude with artist people. I'm like, hey, you
worst. What do you want?
I'm not going to name names, but he chose purple and black. And if you know anything about color theory, there's no contrast there.
Not zero contrast.
It's a pretty muddy lotus.
Yeah.
And
It's
then
a cover-up, wasn't it?
And then no, it wasn't. And then I had to get you to cover up some chi-chis on my forearm,
That's right.
and it's a black rose. And you know, I think I was happier with it about halfway through before you put the rest of the black in. I'm like, you can't see the boobs anymore. You're like, we're not done. You know? Well, that was another trip, is like, now there's all this numbing cream, and they don't use green soap anymore, or not as much as they used to.
I think a lot of people still use it.
Everybody use
I
rotary.
use that in tin cleanse.
People
tin
use
cleanse.
rotary machines now. They don't even go anymore. You
Yeah,
know,
they're-
I think they
they
just
work.
invented that so they could keep making these TV shows, because I think it was
listen.
causing audio issues. You know,
They
it's
work,
like,
but have you ever watched those TV shows? You'll see the guy working with a rotary pen like I've got, which makes almost no sound, and then you hear the bzzz. Dude,
From somebody two rows over.
No,
Yeah.
they're adding that sound.
Yes.
Oh,
No.
really?
Yeah,
They're adding the
Yeah.
tattoo machine
Yeah,
sound.
it's just
to
like
it.
electric cars with motor noise coming
Yeah,
out of the speakers,
same thing.
or you're watching a movie.
Oh, it kills me.
and they've got a semi-auto striker-fired pistol that's like click, click, click. I'm
Yeah.
like, they don't click when they run out of bullets,
No.
bud. The
Yeah, slide stays back, and if the slide didn't stay back, you're gonna get one click, bang.
Yeah.
magazine, flack. you
Oh
know?
God! Hey, listen, off topic, but my wife and I went and saw the new Accountant movie.
Was it good?
It's terrible. It's fucking terrible. I was pissed.
Bro, my
Listen.
wife and I watched the first one last night
I
because we
love-
were going to go Wednesday and watch the new
you're
one
gonna be
because
let
we
down.
got the $5 tickets. Did y'all get the $5 tickets from T-Mobile?
Yeah,
Open
you're gonna be let down.
Netflix.
Dude,
Open
I
she's
love-
going to be so
I
mad.
loved the first one.
The first one was
It
great.
was like dark. It was gritty, and
Yeah.
it was fucking violent. And this one is stupid. It's like goofy. He talks different, and he talks a whole lot.
Really?
And so like, and he's trying to make jokes. It's oh God, it's terrible. And it's like all this like slow build up for stuff that never happens. Something that
That's
never
weird. Angel Studios has been doing a better job than Hollywood making stuff. You know, like I want to go. I guess I missed the first of the 3 things of the
Chosen.
The Chosen. You know, like we watched the whole
I've
series.
heard it's awesome.
Bro, have you watched the series at all?
I don't have
It
Angel
really
Studios.
well. You don't have to
I
have it.
wanna
It's on
get it.
Amazon. It's on
Is it?
Amazon. Yeah, you can. I'll send you a
Is
link.
that's the one with the white-haired guy with the blue eyes, right?
I don't know. That's
That's the one about Jesus.
It's the one about Jesus and his
Oh,
disciples.
okay. Yeah, no.
There's a whole.
I did
There's like
wanna
4
see-
or
yeah.
5
I
seasons
did
of
wanna
this
see
deal,
that.
and it gets all the way to like Passover, right before or whatever. Right.
The Passover is the ones that was in theaters. But what they did is they did 3 parts. Each one of them is about
3 hours.
3
or
hours
something.
long. So basically, they released a season in theaters, and then they're going to be having the next season 7 come out on. It's pretty
I heard it was
interesting
amazing.
marketing strategy.
I think it's pretty cool because they started at the very beginning of Jesus' 3-year ministry, and then they end right before he gets crucified. So I'm assuming that's what it did. I mean, I'm like,
Yeah.
I haven't seen, but there's 3 movies that are like, I think 2 of them are out, or the third one just came
All 3
out.
of them are out.
They're all 3 out.
Yeah.
But like not all theaters have them. Like we'd have to drive to Longview to
Yeah.
watch the first one. I think
And
we just
they'll
missed
have
it.
weird times. They'll have
Yeah.
like I was gonna do Good Friday, like gonna go see, and I didn't even know it was 3 parts. Like
Yeah.
I thought it was just 1 part, and then they were gonna release season 7 and then fill in everything else. But turns out there's 3 parts, and they had the first showing at like 1 o'clock, and then the second showing at like 7, and the third at like 9. And
Well, that's East Texas, bro.
Well,
Like, if
yeah.
you were in Denver, you could go watch it at 10 in the
Yeah.
morning. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
it's like,
So here's why I got off on this. Number one, so that everyone that listens does not waste their fucking money watching. You're gonna be mad. Listen, you're gonna be mad. Because,
It'll be like
it should
4
be
weeks
it should
before
be such
it
a
comes
good
out.
movie. It should be such a good movie, and it was fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Like I just couldn't wait for it to be over. But they showed the preview for the new John Wick. It's called Ballerina. It's
really?
a girl. And I think, and I could be totally wrong, but I think this is the movie referencing his impossible task he had to do to get out the first time.
oh, that might be good.
Yeah. Oh, dude, listen, it looks freaking awesome.
okay.
I'm about it.
And then what was the other one? They showed another trailer. It was
I want to see the new Predator coming out.
Nah,
Have you seen that?
Play, dude. They messed it
Yeah.
up.
Nah, dude.
do you remember an old movie called like 28 Days or something? It had the
Yeah.
like biohazards. in it. I think
28
it was-
weeks,
28 days,
years.
28 weeks,
So
28
now they've
months.
got 28 years coming
Yeah.
out, and it looks terrifying.
Yeah.
I'm not a zombie movie guy. I was
Yeah.
in a zombie movie,
Wait,
Really?
what,
I'm not-
what zombie movie were you in?
Daylight's End, remember?
Oh, hell
It's
yeah.
on my Instagram. You can see me all covered in blood and goo and shit on there. And
Weren't
then
you
can
on
see
some
the
pilots?
scenes.
Didn't they try to do a TV show with
Yeah, so I did Tattoo Titans. I won that show.
you? Oh.
Which I thought was a great show, and I wish they would have kept going with it. What it was an actual competition. They would pull 3 or 4 artists, and it was a 1-episode challenge kind of deal. Like you did 1 tattoo, and that weeded it down to like 2 people, and then it was a heads-up tattoo thing.
Okay.
Well, they didn't, because it was so new. I got on their first season. I think it was like 3rd or 4th episode that got released. I don't know what order they filmed them in, but I crushed those fucking guys.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where they found these guys, but it was not like, I actually dumbed down the first tattoo when I saw what they were doing, because I was like, oh fuck, man.
You're gonna show
If
them
I
off
start
really
if I
bad.
do like a really good tattoo right now, people are gonna pitch a fucking fit.
When you-
and
yeah.
so I just did some like quick little half-ass tattoo or something for the first one, and so they picked me, and it was another guy, and I can't remember his name. He was a real nice guy, but just a shit tattooer. It's fucking terrible, man. And
Where they filming it?
Georgia.
Okay.
I don't remember what town.
Atlanta?
No, it was outside of Atlanta. It's a fairly small area.
Really?
And then they had rented this industrial park building, like warehouse thing or whatever, and they set up the set in there. It was a real low budget. This was their first season. I think they did 2 or 3 seasons.
Okay.
And then it got booted. But it was great. So I go in there and I won, and then I kept hounding them. I'm like, hey, you need to bring all the winners back and let us tattoo off against each other for like $100,000. Mm-hmm. They never did. Mm-hmm. I tried, and then we did the pilot for fuck, what did it be? What was that? Ink PD? No. We filmed at the prison tattoo place down in Houston.
Huntsville?
I think it was Inked PD. No, it was down in Houston. It's called Prison Break Tattoos.
Oh, okay.
It's owned by an ex-cop guy. The whole thing looks like a giant jail cell inside. He was something. We filmed 2 pilots for them. The first one we went and filmed, and I thought it was fucking awesome. And I wish I had my iPad. I would show you guys this. So we interviewed this cop who was a DPS trooper and then left DPS and went to work for the sheriff's department down in Houston. And him and his partner got a call one day that someone was shooting at like the meter reader, the water meter reader person in this fucking trailer park kind of thing. And so this guy's telling this story, and then there's this badass animation that's going along with it, and he's telling this story, and I mean, like, we were all standing right behind the camera listening to this story, and it was the most intense thing I've ever fucking heard. And so him and his partner, they get there, they don't see anyone, but they see curtains moving and shit, and he's like, well, fuck, man, what do you want to do? You want to go in, or you want to wait for backup? And his partner was like, no, let's go in and try to clear this place before someone gets hurt. So they go in, and as soon as they get through the door, they get like 5 foot down this hallway, and someone just unloads full auto gunfire from a back bedroom, like just shooting through the door and walls. And his partner got hit, I think, like twice in the chest and once right in the forehead. Fucking killed him instantly. So he drags his partner out, and he's shooting as he's backing up, right? So he's one arm trying to shoot his AR, and he was saying that, you know, as luck would have it, SWAT was right down the street. They were like 2 blocks down the road, and he's on the radio, hey, my partner's been hit. So SWAT rolls up. They go in. They take this guy. Either they took him out or one of his bullets hit him. He's like, I never knew. He was killed by a .223 round. That's all I know. He goes, I don't know if it was me. I don't know if it was SWAT, because there were some other people in the house, so there was a lot of shooting going on. They clear this house or whatever, and they find this bomb-making operation. It's directly across from Houston Raceway.
Holy cow.
And it's the largest domestic bomb manufacturing operation that's ever been discovered in the U.S. Like, these guys were playing in something.
Who's behind it?
I don't know. I don't know any more than that. That's like what he told us. He's like, I don't know what they were going to do. He goes, but this shit wasn't for the 4th of July. They brought out like 100,000 pounds of pipe bombs out of this house.
Holy
cow.
Dude,
it was insane. It was huge news. So this guy tells this story, right? And there's this sick-ass animation to go with it. And it's like showing him just, you see bullet holes ripping through walls, and it's fucking awesome. And so they play it for the head of Discovery, and who at the time, I don't know who it is now, but at the time it was a woman. And she watches it, and we're like, pins and needles, waiting to see what she says. We're like, we fucking crushed this, dude. She's gonna love this shit. She's gonna greenlight the show. She turns off. She doesn't say anything for a second. Then she looks over at Sam from the production company, and she goes, what in the fuck was that? And Sam's like, what are you talking about? So let me back up a little bit. So me and the other guys that were going to be on this show, when we were approached about it, we told them, we're not doing some stupid cheesy shit where we pretend someone's just walked in the door and we're meeting them for the first time.
Yeah.
Get past the dumb shit. I'm like, tattoo shops are interesting. People want to fucking be there. Just let us do what we normally fucking do.
Yeah.
Like, even in real tattoo shops, you very rarely have not already talked to the fucking artist before you ever see them.
Right.
So we told them, we're not doing any of this fake shit. And we didn't. And so she was like, I can't fucking air that. We're like, what do you mean you can't air that? Like, Sons of Anarchy's on TV. That's way more fucking violent.
Yeah.
And she goes, this will fucking depress people. She goes, if this is what these episodes are going to be, this will make people kill each other. Well, here was our whole goal working with this production company for the tattoo show we wanted. We wanted a show that would showcase first responders in all fields, but what they really go through. Like, people that are suffering PTSD, people that, you know, have seen horrible shit, the real fucking stories, you know, like, you got to salt in some happy stories at times they save people and shit, but like, we wanted real life, like the kind of shit I hear every day in the tattoo shop, real life stuff. And that's what we wanted to show people, and that's what this fucking was. And she was not having it. And And so we all leave, and I'm like, well, fuck, we blew that. And Sam goes, well, let me keep working on it. So then Sam calls like 2-3 months later, and he goes, hey, can you come back down to Houston? We're going to try to refilm this pilot. She gave us a list of some changes she wants made, and I think we can get her to greenlight it. So we go down there, and we film this thing, and you've got a different production company now. And these guys are like, hey, can you repeat what you just said? Because we're over there tattooing in real time on these people. Like, and we're talking to our clients and shit. And if those fucking cameras aren't sitting there recording us,
you got to be on that. Yeah.
That's what we told them. We're like, hey. And so they'd be, hey, can you say that again just like you just did? Man, that's golden. I'm like, no.
It's fake. Yeah, it's
film us. If you want us, then stagger us when we're tattooing. Like, I think at the time there was like 3 of us each tattooing all at the same time. And so the camera crews are bouncing around. I'm like, if you want to catch all this shit, you're going to have to, well, we don't have the time for that. Well, it's not my fucking problem, but I'm not going to be acting. I'm not faking this shit.
Right.
I don't want this shit to look like Kat Von D's crap. Like, this is supposed to be real life, and we're showing people real life. Like, I understand that you guys got to... There's nothing real about reality TV. It's all fucking... It's unscripted TV is what they call it. Because they can't call it reality TV because it's not. You know, these people feed you lines to say and all this shit. Well, none of us would say it. We're like, no. Look, we're going to do our fucking thing, and you can film it, and if the higher-ups want to air it, they can air it. And if people like it and want to watch it and find it entertaining, then they'll watch it. Otherwise, it'll be one of a million shows that fuck crashes and burns. Like, no skin off our back. They were only wanting to pay us like $1,000 a week to be there. I'm like, motherfucker, I need $1,000 a day to be here. What are you talking about? And so we filmed this thing, and they were trying all that shit, and then they go off to edit it or whatever. And then when we saw the edit, it was exactly what we told them we wouldn't fucking be part of. And I mean, I was pissed. Tony was pissed. And then, so Discovery Channel greenlights it. They want to put it on after Live PD. They want to like butt it up with that because that's their biggest moneymaker at that time, and maybe even still now. That might be one of their biggest shows.
Have they brought? I know they quit airing Live PD during COVID.
So they did for a short period of time, and then they brought it right back. What they did take off the air was Cops.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, Cops was gone.
But yeah, so they wanted to back this up where you watch Live PD and then Inc. PD comes out, and so they get this. What the fuck is the first show called? The pilot. They get the pilot, and they're like, "We're going to air this pilot," and then we've greenlighted 6 episodes. If the pilot does well, we may have an option for 3 seasons. Doesn't mean they won't stop at any given point or whatever. And all 3 of us told them no. We're like, we won't do it. 2 of the other people that we didn't really even know, they're like, oh yeah, we'll stay and do it. We told them no. We're like, yeah. So when they gave us this contract, first of all, they're like, well, we'll give you $1,000 a week for when you're filming. I'm like, first of all, you want me to go film something that I think is complete fucking garbage, and you're only gonna pay me $1,000 a week? Like, no, that's pretty good money for TV. I'm like,
no, it's
you
not.
understand if I don't make $25,000 a month, I start falling behind and shit, right? You know how many fucking tattoos that is? I'm like, no. I'm like, you want me to come down here for 6 fucking weeks for $6,000? I was like, no, that's a problem. And they're like, well, we might be able to negotiate up a little bit. Now, if they were gonna do a good show, the show we really wanted to air, we'd have done it for nothing. But it was just total garbage. It was the fake fucking, the person walks in, came out, I have an appointment with so-and-so. Oh, hold on, let me go fucking get him. And then the guy would come out and he'd like,
hey, how are you doing?
Hey, how are you? I'm so-and-so, and blah, blah, blah. Like, who the fuck doesn't know that these people have been in contact for months before this fuck? Come on. And so we wouldn't sign the contract. The 3 of us, we didn't sign the contract. We're like, no, we don't want any part of it. And then they were still going to air that episode as a pilot episode, and I wasn't going to say anything about it. I really didn't care. But Tony hired an actual entertainment lawyer and made him not do it. They're like, hey, you don't have a contract with my client. You haven't paid my client a dime. You're not fucking using it. You cannot air it. And the contracts we originally signed, along with the NDAs, were just, we give you permission to film us and try to get a pilot episode.
Yeah, okay.
Not you can air this.
You can air it.
Yeah, so Tony got that shut down, so they had to refilm with these new fucking people or whatever. And my dad calls me, he goes, "Hey, so did you watch the Inkpedia?" I'm like, "No, I don't want to watch that shit." And he goes, "Well, I feel kind of bad, but I watched it because I just wanted to see what it looked like." Now, my dad had seen the pilot because they sent us a sample of the first pilot and the second. And my dad saw the first one, he loved it, and then he saw the second one, and he's like, "Oh, that's not that great. It's like super fake looking." I was like, "I fucking know." And so then the one that they aired on TV with those other people or whatever, my dad's like, "Well, I feel kind of bad because I watched it. I just wanted to see." I'm like, "Give a fuck if you watch it. I don't care."
Yeah.
And he goes, I got to tell you, it's fucking terrible. You don't have to say that. He goes, "No, it's fucking terrible. It's boring. It's fake as fuck. The tattoos look like shit.
Yeah.
And the conversation feels forced, and it's just garbage." And I kind of laughed. So I watched the second one, and I'm like, "This won't last." Well, they had ordered 12 episodes. I was like, there's no fucking way this is gonna last. So I saw this. I never saw the first one. I saw the second episode and never watched another one after that. I'm like, this shit ain't gonna last. After they aired the fourth episode, they pulled it.
Oh yeah.
I was like, it's fucking terrible. But yeah, no, I filmed that Daylight's End movie. We filmed part of it here in Tyler at that building across from mine with all the dicks painted on the windows. It had just quit being the Smith County building. And so it was all, they didn't even have to decorate this for a fucking zombie set, man.
It was already
This
there.
place is falling down and shit. And so we filmed, it was like 110 fucking degrees out. I'm covered in this fake blood. So it's like, my skin was just raw for 2 weeks because the collar on the shirt was sticking to it and it kept ripping off. Oh God, it was fucking brutal, man. Don't ever think that these actors have a cush job.
Yeah.
Because I watched the main 4 actors that were in this movie, the actual real actors for this movie. I watched those guys stand on that rooftop pool in that blistering fucking sun for hours, shooting and reshooting and I was like, and they never complained. They were like, it was
what we're here for.
Dude, those dudes, they earned their fucking money, but it was fun. It was a good movie. It originally, they had like a $2 million budget or something, and so, it was not going to be great. Well, then the director, who's a really good dude, he started to make this movie, and it was actually looking really good. And so whoever financed that original portion sold it to Fox, to 20th Century Fox. 20th Century Fox said, "Hey, we're going to bump you up and give you $20 million." Now that's super low budget for a movie.
Right.
That's huge money to us. That's nothing for these movie guys. That's like a movie that doesn't even go straight to video.
Yeah.
And he made this fucking movie, and it's awesome. Like, it does not look like a low-budget fucking movie. We filmed in Oswald's jail cell up at the old Dallas jail. We filmed at the, oh, god dang, what's that big hotel in Mineral Wells? Can't remember. They're restoring it, though. We filmed a lot in there, and then we filmed here in Tyler. It's a good movie. It's called Daylight's End. I know it's on some streaming platforms. I don't know which one. I think Amazon Prime. I believe at one point it was even on Netflix.
I'll definitely be looking at it.
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
It's highly entertaining for such a low
It's
budget
better
movie.
than The Accountant 2.
Oh my god, yeah. And so the main creature, because we weren't vampires or zombies. We're creatures. We're kind of in between. But the main one was Chris. I always butcher his name. Krzysztof Soyinski. He's the big tattooed up UFC fighter, and Here Comes the Boom.
Okay.
Had the big tribal, the last guy he fights.
Okay, yeah.
So he was the main monster, and this, you want to talk about a brick shithouse. This fucking dude is huge
Yeah.
and terrifying looking in
Yeah.
real life. But every scene he's in, me and this other guy were with him. We're always with him, like we're his 2
Henchmen.
main minions, and then he's got the rest of them and stuff. But a funny ass story is, so that building we filmed in is right next to the sheriff's department, or right next to the jail.
Yeah.
And so one day we were going to be in the parking garage, and they were supposed to be, that's it. With
Is that Tyler?
With old Johnny Strong, yeah.
Yep, that's the Tyler's.
So Johnny Strong, the main guy, is the Find a Different Route pizza boy from Fast and the Furious. He was the one driving, I think, the yellow car in the Fast and the Furious. It's yellow or white, maybe.
It's been so long since I've
Anyways,
seen the movie.
he never came back in any of the other ones. But yeah, he's the main guy. He's a really nice guy.
Oh wait, I know who. I thought that was Eminem whenever I first saw him. Like as a kid, I was like, "That's Eminem," but I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
So, so we're supposed to film the scene in the parking garage over here, where all the creatures are like asleep. It's like it's our hive, right? But these guys have to come down the stairs on one side and go up the stairs on the other because they have to get by us to get out of this fucking place. And so they're like creeping through, and they use the same set of stairs, just reverse the fucking camera. But so they come down the stairs and they're walking through, and you see this huge close up of my face and shoulder. And so we're sitting next to the director at the premiere for this movie, and I'm nudging my wife. I'm like, "That's my fucking shoulder right there." It's huge. It takes up the whole screen. Anyway, so they're tiptoeing through, and then as they go up, one of the the main monster or whatever wakes everyone up, and so they start shooting. They're right. So they're firing off these fucking blanks in the parking garage. Well, they called Tyler PD. They got all the stuff done. Let Tyler PD know, hey, we're going to be shooting blanks, whatever. Don't worry about it. They did not tell the jail that was directly next door. So we're filming this scene. Now, they needed people to swap around. So at this point, I'm not only a creature, but I'm also one of the guys on the stairs shooting.
Yeah.
And so, we're shooting as we're going up the stairs, and then they keep reshooting. Well, they didn't need me. I'm standing up on top of the pool, and I see every fucking sheriff deputy come pouring out of that fucking jail. Shotguns and, oh my God, dude. And I'm
the Koreans are here.
I'm like, I'm looking down off the roof. I'm like, oh, this is not good. And they're all running over to the fucking building or whatever. And so, we run over to one of the production assistants. We're like, you need to go tell the fucking director the cops are coming in and they're fucking armed. So the cops come up and they're like, what the fuck's going on? Now, that was the old county building. Here's what's funny. So that was the old Smith County building where probation and all that shit was in that building until they moved out. That building, until it was sold to the company that owns the building I'm in now, was owned by Smith County still, even when it was vacated. So to get permission to shoot there, the Smith County, who's the head guy for Smith County? The main judge for Smith County, the county judge. He had to give permission. He's the one that got caught texting someone, not his wife or something. Anyways, we had to get permission from him to use that building. So the county knew, that some parts of the county knew. They did not tell the fucking jail, right? So whoever was in charge of notifying law enforcement, hey, we're going to be shooting, don't freak out if people start calling in gunshots.
Definitely.
Didn't know the jail was right next door.
Oh my God.
These fucking cops come in 50 deep. Guns drawn, there's production trucks everywhere, there's cameras, lights, so they quickly started to lower their guns, and they're like, what the fuck is going on? One of these guys, one of the lieutenants, is chewing the director's ass over this. You're fucking lucky you didn't get somebody shot, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, I'm the director, man. I have other people who are supposed to do this for me.
Yeah.
Someone else was supposed to notify you. But we didn't know that the sheriff's department was right there. These people aren't from Tyler.
There's no way that they're going to.
They don't do a Google search and check.
Where's the local jail? How far
is
is that from my
This is something
area?
that Troy Coleman would have fixed.
Yeah, definitely would have known something about it.
He was a location, what was he, a location manager?
Yeah, location scout. Yeah. But it was fucking hilarious. But so that was fun. And then but it's a good movie. Check it out. It's a fun watch. It's pretty
How much do you make every time somebody watches it?
Nothing.
Dang.
I was an unpaid extra in the movie.
Oh man.
Yeah, I didn't make anything. I don't even have a credit in it. You can see me.
I'm there.
That's my claim to fame.
Well, how'd you get into doing these droids and stuff, man? You just
So
super
I'm the
nerded
world's biggest Star Wars nut job.
Mm-hmm. Even after Disney bought it, or?
Yeah.
I'm an original trilogy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Return of the Jedi.
Disney's kind of butchered it. Although, I will say Rogue One is quite possibly my favorite of all.
I
Star
liked
Wars
Rogue
movies.
One.
They fucking crushed it.
Yeah.
They did such a good job with that.
And
everything else, don't really care.
I
did like the Mandalorian.
I did like Mandalorian, and I liked.
I loved Andor.
I liked the Obi-Wan.
Yeah, it was okay. I mean,
for a he's running, he's on the run type thing.
I didn't like how weak he was.
Yeah, I definitely wanted him to be a little bit stronger, but
you don't go from badass Jedi Knight to total pussy.
Yeah, but you lost all your boys.
I know what I mean. I get it. He was going through some stuff, but still, I don't know.
And
I did like the series.
He almost killed his own boy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I did like the series, and I I'm not gonna lie, I got the chill bumps when old Hayden Christensen standing there with half his mask ripped off. And
that was the moment.
That was probably the best
really wrapped everything
I've
up
ever
for me.
seen out of Hayden Christensen.
Yeah.
And I feel terrible. You know, he's like one of the nicest guys on the planet.
Yeah.
And I fucking hate him. I hate every ounce of this dude because of fucking the way he was in the prequels. Like, I just cannot stand him as fucking Anakin Skywalker. Like, Darth Vader should never be a total pussy. Oh, yeah. Obi-Wan, listen.
But I think that's how villains are born.
He was whiny.
Weak people do evil.
Oh, yeah. But he was so fucking whiny. His voice was whiny. It killed me. But Obi-Wan, the best scene ever is when Vader kicks in, blows in that fucking hangar door, and rips that ship straight out of the sky. And fucking slams it back down on the ground and rips it apart. Like it's nothing. I'm like, now that's my Vader.
Yeah,
that is my Darth Vader right there. So I liked that. I really liked Andor. I know a lot of people didn't. I was really entertained by it. I really enjoyed Andor.
Yeah.
I haven't started watching the second season.
I haven't seen the second season yet.
I don't not like, what was the one with Chopper in it? In Ahsoka.
Ahsoka, yeah.
It was good. I really like the girl that plays Ahsoka or whatever. It was okay.
I think she fits the part perfectly.
Yeah, she kills it.
Like, she even looks like her and everything.
She's great, but I don't know. The story was just a little slow for me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm used to seeing Star Wars Rebels, the cartoon, and it's a lot more action.
Yeah.
So this was a lot more.
Why is it that stormtroopers can't hit anything with their little guns? Do you know why?
I guess they're clones. Originally, they were all clones, so maybe the genetic.
They were the clones of the best warrior ever.
Yeah, but maybe the genome got screwed up and they all got bad eyesight or something. I don't know. They can't hit shit.
They're definitely not from East Texas.
No. No. You get one stormtrooper from East Texas.
Yeah, he's getting promoted.
That movie started rolling credits 30 seconds
Rebels
after
are done.
Yeah. But, so I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I can talk about that shit all fucking day. But what happened was, I was laying in bed one night with my wife, and I was looking something up on YouTube, and I don't remember what it was. Just nothing related to any of this. But I was looking up a video on YouTube, and the next video that started playing was a 3D printer. And so, I'm watching this video, because I'm like, I knew a little about 3D printers. I knew what they were, and I'm like, man, those things are so cool, but I don't know anything about computers. So I'm like, I've always thought, oh, God, you got to know how to, I'm just not that guy.
Yeah.
But I watched this video, and I'm like, man, it'd be so cool to be able to create stuff out of nothing. Like, whatever you imagine, you can create. And so I think I didn't go to bed till like 5 o'clock that morning. I went full blown down the fucking rabbit hole watching these 3D printer videos. And then I started to realize these guys are like, hey, yeah, you don't have to know anything about computers and all this stuff. Like, you can get the models for free on the internet, and you just start printing. Here's how easy they are to set up, and nothing like the printers I have now. But so I was like, I'm
going to do it.
Yeah. So I ordered a 3D printer. And the thing comes, and the first thing I tried to print was this little baby Yoda about the size of a fucking thumbnail. And it was just a puddle of goo. Because I didn't know anything about how to level the printer, how to make the print stick to the I didn't know anything about it at all.
Was it a puddle of goo?
Yeah, basically, yeah. And so I tried to run the second one. I watched some more YouTube videos of how you level these and how you got to make the filament stick to the bed and like the Z height, nozzle distance, all this shit. So I do that, and it printed this little baby Yoda with pretty decent detail. I'm like, oh, that's pretty fucking cool. So I'm like, well, I'm going to print something cool. So I printed a Stormtrooper helmet about, I don't know, the size of a racquetball. And it printed and looked really good. And I was like, oh, that's fucking sweet. I'm going to make a Mandalorian helmet.
Yeah.
So I started to print this full-size Mandalorian helmet. It came out pretty good. And then I printed a lightsaber that was multiple pieces, and you can put it together and all this stuff. And I printed this lightsaber, and it came out. And so the next thing I did was I was like, I want fucking Han Solo's blaster. That's the one that's hanging in the shop. And so I 3D printed Han Solo's blaster in a bunch of parts, put it together, painted it, rusted it, did all this shit, and I put it in a glass case with stickers that says, damn right I shot first. And so then immediately after I do that, I'm like, I want to print R2-D2. And I've always thought, man, wouldn't it not be fucking cool to have a life-size R2 statue just sitting in the shop? I'm like... So I find these little files online that are, 4 or 5 inches tall or whatever. I'm like, oh, I wonder if I could scale it up. Well, you can't really do that. It would just look terrible. And so I'm like, oh, fuck. So then I start watching, well, how do I make the files? So you have to know how to CAD shit at that point. So I'm like, well, I'll just fucking design this thing. I started playing with Fusion 360 and started engineering these files and stuff. And then I found this group of R2 builders and this guy, Michael Badley, and he's fully engineered these things. And so there's still a lot of thought and finagling that goes into it, but he's done a lot of the major fucking work on these things, and it's awesome. And so I started printing this R2, I built them, and then didn't know anything about electronics. You have to hand build the electronics. I mean, there's no store that sells
everything,
Star Wars droid electronics. So I did find a guy that made the lights. The lights that are in his dome were made by Brett out of New Zealand, a guy named Brett. And then so I got the lights for the dome from him because I didn't feel like, I knew how to do it, but I didn't feel like soldering 1,100 fucking LED lights. So I was like, well, this guy will sell them to me for like $200. So I ordered a set from him, and then the rest of the electronics, man, you just have to basically to build these things, it was hundreds of hours of YouTube videos. Just learning how to 3D model, learning how to wire shit, learning how to build circuit boards, how to write code. That was the biggest thing, was writing the fucking code to make those things work. I've never seen computer code before. And now, granted, the code that I'm running my droids off of is probably shit these high school, junior high kids look at and they're like, oh, that's simple.
Yeah.
You know, there was no chat GPT either when I first started this.
Right.
I know a lot of guys are using that to help with the code. I do use that now to debug code. I can't get it to write code for me and actually have it work, but if I start running into issues with my code, I'll load it in Chat GPT and it'll go through it and it'll find what I did wrong, and then and it'll tell me how to fix it. And a lot of times it works. So it was just tons and tons of hours of fucking YouTube videos. Like, I got a master's in YouTube University.
Yeah.
And so I learned how to 3D model. I learned how to build the electronics, how to program code, how to troubleshoot all this shit. The painting and stuff, that was fairly easy. I mean, I'm artistic, so it wasn't hard to figure out how I want to paint shit. And I built a lot of hot rods. And so I've been painting cars and doing metalwork since I was a kid. So painting's not a fucking problem. Now, to make plastic look like rusted metal, there was a learning curve on that. But it came out pretty good. A lot of people are like, wait, those things are fucking plastic? I'm like, yeah, there's no
airbrush.
Metal. Yeah, there's no metal. I don't even airbrush.
Oh, really?
No.
Okay.
I have an airbrush. I think I used it one time.
Yeah.
A lot of guys do, and if you're good with airbrushes and stuff, I mean, you can put some incredible detail into the paint on these things, but I don't do it. I just rust the shit up, make it look like it's fucking rusty. I use
smear
grout.
Okay.
I use fucking powdered grout and Elmer's glue, so it makes it all chunky and
like
shit.
a pastel,
Well, and then I just paint. I paint over that with different rust color washes.
Yeah.
And it looks like fucking rust. So it gives it all that texture and stuff. But then, I had to learn how to use servos, and I don't know how to use radio control, so I'm using Xbox 360 controllers with the chat pads to control all the animations. So
that's cool.
I'm using a system called Padawan 360 that a guy named Dan actually created. There's guys that use RC control, which you can make them do all kinds of stuff. You can actually puppeteer them on the fly kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about radio control. I really don't want to fucking learn something else.
Yeah.
So I've been sticking with what I know. Now, I'm building Wally right now, and he's super complicated, and there is no preset anything for this fucking thing. You almost have to engineer this thing from top to bottom. There's a couple guys that have put together, the only thing that's 3D printed on him is the shell and the head. But everything that makes the head work, the eyes, the necks, the swivels, all that shit, it's all mechanical. So, his whole thing, he's going to be built out of metal. He's built out of aluminum extrusion tube, basically, and then there's a 3D printed case on him to make him look like he does in the cartoon. But he's probably the most complicated so far.
I can see it. Wally is probably my favorite.
I mean, his arms come out to the sides. They go up and down. They rotate. His wrists rotate. All his fingers fucking move. His head pivots. He's got eyebrows. Oh, my God. And tracks.
Yeah.
An engineer tracks.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Tracks is a whole new problem.
Yeah, so he's going along pretty good, though. I'm pretty sure I'll succeed at building him. The hardest one ever was BB-8. He took me 2 tries.
I can imagine.
He's essentially, I had to completely engineer his internals, and it's almost essentially a helicopter's gyroscope system.
Yeah.
It's basically what I just blew it up and kind of tweaked it to what I needed it to do. There's only a handful of them in the world that actually work.
Yeah.
There was one more that burned down a few months ago.
Oh, really?
The batteries fucking caught on fire, and he's sealed, so it's not like you can get in to pull the batteries out or whatever. That thing just melted. It just cooked it.
You go to any
First
cons
try,
with
he
them?
didn't
I
work.
mean,
Yeah.
other than tattoo stuff?
All of them. No. Like, end of May, we'll be up at Fan Expo in Dallas. We go to Rebel Scum, which is in Allen, I think, at that 777 Waters hotel that's right there. It's got a hotel and a convention center. That one's my favorite. It's that one's so much fun. Yeah, we go to a bunch of them. We also take them to, like, children's hospitals. So you got those 501st guys, which I don't fucking like most of them. 90% of them I can't fucking stand. I almost punched one at Comic-Con last year because he was a fucking cocksucker.
Who are these
Pardon the
people?
language. They're called the 501st Division. They are the screen-accurate Imperial costume people.
Oh, okay.
So to get into this, to be part of this club, your kit, like if you're a stormtrooper,
Has to be
it has
approved.
to be completely accurate to the movie. And there's like a handful of guys out there vacuum molding these parts and stuff, so they're all basically the same. But like these guys act like they are some fucking gift from God. Like they are the cockiest motherfuckers. I'm like, dude, you ordered your fucking shit, riveted some elastic onto it, and you fucking wear it around. We engineered fucking robots. Go fuck yourself. But like, and some of them are okay, but a big majority of these fuckers make me want to punch them right in the throat.
Yeah.
But they do a lot of stuff with the children's hospital, so we'll bring our droids up there when they're doing their stuff.
And y'all are 501 approved?
No,
Okay, good.
I mean, where the fuck else are they going to get droids? We're the
Exactly,
only
yeah,
people
yeah.
building droids. So,
Yeah.
like, but our droids are all. So we're not like them. Like one of my droids, I named it R2NFN after my son. His name's Finn. It's a black Imperial droid that never appeared in any movie or show. I fucking just, he's like a charcoal color with matte black and aluminum. And then I put a fucking, those little plasma discs with the lightning on them. He's got that for his center eye and stuff. So our shit it can be whatever the fuck you want. And if someone doesn't fucking
Right.
like it, we run across those purists all the time. Like I built that one.
Yeah.
And everybody was just blown away because everything on him works. All his arms come out. He does it. All the animations, everything. And there was this guy who built an older R2, and I think he built his out of like a wood frame with aluminum skin on it and all this stuff. His shit never runs. He works on it at every convention. It's never driving. It drives maybe for 5 minutes, and then he's working on it the rest of the fucking time. Mine, I torture test the fuck out. I take him
Yeah.
right down here to the square and drive him on the bricks. And I purposely try to make shit fail
Yeah.
so that I can fix it, beef it up, and it won't fail when I'm up there.
Yeah.
And so this guy was looking at it, and it was like the first time I ever met these droid builder group guys. And he looks at it, he goes, well, that thing's pretty cool. He goes, it's not canon, and it's not screen accurate, but I can appreciate what you did to it. I'm like, you're that same cocksucker at the fucking car show that looks at a rat rod and says, well, that's not fucking original. Go fuck yourself. I'm the one who put the $30,000 into this. I'm the one who fucking built this. I'm the one whose blood is all over the inside of this fucking thing. Like, you can go screw yourself, buddy.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you run across a couple of those guys. Most of the droid builder guys are really fucking cool, though.
Yeah.
Because, like, we've all kind of got a screw loose. Like, who the fuck's going to spend that much money, that much time, that much frustration to build
Definitely.
fucking robots that do
Yeah.
essentially nothing? Nothing other than they're happiness machines.
Yeah.
They make me happy. They make everyone that sees them happy. That's it.
Have you thought about implementing AI control?
So
into
2 of my droids have it. I
Really?
ripped the AI algorithm out of a Samsung phone.
Really?
And then they also have the facial recognition cameras off those phones. So if they see people looking at them, they can drive up to them and they can like interact with them and stuff. The only problem is it's real sketchy to try to run because these droids are heavy. They're like close to 200 pounds.
Yeah.
And so if one starts going fucking haywire and you don't have the controls on it,
Yeah,
like,
I can definitely
you could
see
hurt
that.
people.
I
You
can
could
definitely
hurt
see
people.
that.
So I've never had one go haywire, but I don't tend to let them run around in their autonomous
Yeah, you got
mode.
insurance for that?
There is a company that will insure them, but it's a fucking gimmick. It's a ripoff.
Yeah.
So his sensors that are in the R2 are out of a Roomba vacuum. I paid like $800 for that fucking room, but just ripped the sensors out of the fucking thing. And then I found out you can order the same kind of sensors off Amazon for like $30. Oh, God. I hope my wife never hears this fucking podcast.
Oh, yeah, we're going to have her on next.
No. Okay. Just as long as you don't play this one, she never fucking hears it.
What? How old's Finn now?
He's 3. Yeah. He's 3, and then, yeah, he's my little bestie. Of course, we had a baby we lost last year who was 3 weeks old at the time. That was pretty rough, but we're still plugging along. Yeah. Yeah, we're still plugging along. So, I mean, there's nothing you can do. You got to move forward.
I mean, what did you and Leanne do to...
Y'all
had a lot of community around you, too? I mean... Yeah, because I know you reached out to me like a week or two after I saw, and I was like... I'd wanted to call, but like I didn't know what to say, Like I told my wife, I'm like, what do you say?
Her bosses are super cool guys. They were great. Matt and Darren came over to my house several times, and he's like, I just want to make sure you're okay, and like just sat there and talked to me. And he actually, Darren's the one who recommended the counselor that we go see, and she did a lot of good. Like I'm the one who said I think we need counseling because. And this was almost like right after it happened. I've never in my life come across a problem that I felt like I wasn't going to be able to figure out an answer to. And this, when it happened, I instantly knew. I was like, this is way too fucking big. I can't. I mean, I picked up heads out of the middle of the street when I was on the fire department. I've seen people burn up in houses. I've seen people decapitated by fucking cattle they hit on the road. Like, horrible shit. But all of it I was able to compartmentalize, and like just kind of stuff it down. I'm sure it's eating away at me. I don't know. But counselor seems to think there's some residual damage from that shit. But I don't think so. Because I look at it like I didn't cause these people's problem. I'm here to try to help if I can. If I can't, I can't. Mm-hmm. And then for me, my whole life, I've always kind of been under the assumption that God already knows what's going to happen. No one can save anyone. Like, if he's decided this person dies, they die. You could have every fucking doctor on the planet working on them. No one can actually save anyone. So I always looked at it as if I am there and I do save someone, it's because God chose to let them live. Yeah. Like, it had nothing to do with me. I was the vessel he did it through. I was what he allowed to do it. It's just like, if you're at a swimming pool and you see a kid start drowning, you reach out and pull them out. Yeah. But
did you have any conversations with God? Did you pray during this time, or like?
I was pretty mad. Yeah. I wasn't necessarily mad at him. I was just mad at the whole situation, like how it happened. Was it
SIDS or something, or
yeah? What? But yeah, the death report just rules that it's SIDS. They basically write that when they don't know what else to say.
Yeah. I had a sister that died SIDS.
Yeah. Oh God, man, I'm sorry. So I was very angry. I'm still pretty fucking angry. In the end, it's like anything else. It's not your fault. It's, you can't blame. You can blame yourself all you fucking want, but
it's not like y'all just left the house for 3 days and just left the kid alone.
No, so. Right. And so,
that was hard. I'll say this. That was hard for me, from multiple directions. Like a couple of times, I left my daughter with my parents while I had to work or something. And, one time she was checking the mail with my mom and fell down the front steps and had to get 3 stitches in her eyebrow. And she was hysterical. She was 3, so it was like it was bleeding. And we were at that urgent care by Applebee's. And the doctor had no bedside manner. He was clearly an older emergency guy, And she was screaming and she's like, I have to go to the bathroom. And he just pushed her down into the table. Mm-hmm. And I was like, bro, we're about to have a problem. Yeah. And then she peed. I mean, it was just, fucking terrible. And then I was frustrated. I was angry. My parents were like, oh, we're sorry. I'm like, I know that they didn't do it.
Yeah. Like, I know shit
But I'm
happens.
like, if she was with me, well, then she's with me one time and we're at the mall and she starts running off. She was like 2.
Bless her fucking head.
And I'm like, stop running. And she turned around and she's like, no. boom, and like slammed her head into one of those steel tables. So she had a big knot on her forehead. I thought I would never hear the end of it from her
for the
mom,
first 2 years of Finn's life, he always had bruises on his forehead. I'm like,
Yeah.
somebody's gonna fucking CPS the shit out of us. That kid, he's got this huge head, but he is the most uncoordinated fucking person on the planet. He trips over nothing, like falls on flat, smooth fucking ground for no reason. It's like,
bro. You got to put him in jujitsu, dude. Bring him down here with Sebastian. Let him do some jujitsu.
So that was the plan. And my wife kept telling me, he can't do it till he's 4. I'm like, I swear they let him in when he's 3.
Bro.
And she's like, no. Well, then Morgan said, she's like, yeah, they can start at 3. So.
Oh, you know Morgan?
Yeah.
So you know Bo?
Yeah.
Bro, he's a ninja, dude.
That kid's pretty brutal.
Dude,
I see the stuff on Facebook all the time.
Sebastian's in there with him. Sebastian's almost 11, but he's like, not quite twice as tall as Bo. Bo still smoked him a couple times. Bo's good.
She's actually who I bought that truck from.
Oh, okay.
When she was working at Wagner. But yeah, so that's the plan, is to put him into jiu-jitsu. He's going to be a big kid.
Dude. We had the Coach Rock. We had him on the podcast, and he's high level. He's a really cool
awesome
guy.
Yeah. He's doing a wonderful program.
He was clearly selected by God to teach children jiu-jitsu. The dude is just.
I know there's some jiu-jitsu boys are the boys you don't want to fuck with.
Well,
the kids you don't want to mess with either.
Dude.
Like they will.
The kids for sure.
Well.
We've got several in our church that are in it. And
I'm that old school. Like if I'm not one who tells my kid, I'm like, if someone's fucking bowling, you punch him in the fucking mouth. That'll shut him up. My wife's like, no. I'm like, listen, violence has literally solved every fucking human conflict throughout all of history. Every problem in all of humanity has been settled with violence.
Yeah, telling the teacher or writing a letter has never worked.
No, and
Now,
half these schools I see on Facebook every day, the schools don't do shit about it.
What about the deal with this kid in Dallas or whatever that stabbed that other kid? What's the deal with that?
Oh, and everybody giving him fucking money.
Well, I mean,
that just shows how fucked up society has become and how polarized, because they're giving him money because he's black. He's a black guy who stabbed a white kid. If it was fucking reversed, they would be trying to lynch that fucking white kid for stabbing and killing the black kid.
Yeah.
Oh, there'd be riots.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to end up going to prison for fucking murder. There's no two ways around it. He murdered somebody. And then all these people are like, ooh, free him. It's like when they used to scream, free OJ. Which I was one of those kids who did, because I was a kid at the time.
Yeah.
But, this motherfucker cut his wife's head almost completely off. And then I watched that documentary, and it's like, oh, maybe it wasn't actually OJ. Maybe it was his son. But
dude, I don't even know. That's a whole nother episode.
Oh, man,
the OJ case.
I'm telling you.
I don't know enough about half of what we talked about to be.
Yeah. But yeah, it just shows how. I listen to Ben Shapiro a lot. I love the Daily Wire, and he's right on the money when he keeps saying, he's like, the problems in the fucking world are because we've gotten away from the morals of religion. And it doesn't matter if it's
okay.
It doesn't matter if it's Judaism or Christianity. They're both fairly similar, but you get away from those fucking sets of values. And you get people out of churches and out of their own communities and relying on these fucking governments, and you end up with the shit we got now. It used to be in a lot. I'm kind of jealous of the Jewish religion, because they all look out for each other. If one of them loses their job, everybody at that synagogue does what they can to find him more work.
And that's the way the early church was.
That's how it's supposed to be. That's how all churches are supposed to be.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
That's what it feels like here.
Yeah.
I don't know where y'all go or whatever, but
we've been going to Grace.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
just as a place to go.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm not gonna lie. After sitting down and having this conversation with you, I feel like there's at least 7 guys I want to introduce you to
definitely.
here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
You would be like, oh,
Yeah.
I get
but
it.
you know me, so
that's
just
how
think
it's
about
supposed to be.
where you think I would be. What church in Tyler would you recommend I go see? Because you know me. I feel like when I called you and talked to you about this podcast, you were like, "You're doing what?" I was like, "Yeah,
just doing it."
It's
But it didn't actually surprise me all that much.
really.
Well, I mean, look, to be able to recover from addiction like you did, there has to be a higher power. I know a lot of people who've had a lot of addiction. I mean, look at the line of work I'm in. I have had so many fucking clients overdose and die on drugs.
Yeah.
Way more than I probably even know about. But I've seen people get clean, relapse, get clean, relapse. And the only ones I've ever seen, like my brother Matt, the only ones I've ever seen that were able to finally kick it and get off of all that shit are people that, most of them are people that found religion. Like my brother's a preacher now. He's also the president, or was the president of the Cossacks when that Waco shooting shit happened. But
Oh, wow. Statute of limitations.
I had some associates that were there when that went down.
I knew a guy that
That's
was
another
there.
conspiracy. You know,
Yeah.
it's like I don't know if we ever got the autopsy results, but I'm pretty sure almost 99% of the
They were all
people that
killed by
got
the
smoked
cops.
on that were shot with 223 or
Yeah.
556.
I think the only person actually killed by another biker was the apprentice that bandito shot. That like kind of kicked off the whole fucking thing. The cops were already waiting down the street. They were armed.
They
to
were
the
all
teeth,
waiting
ready
for
to
everything
raid
to
it.
pop off.
Yeah, like it was crazy because it makes me think like I've been to how many fucking COC meetings here in Tyler, and it's like there's never any problems.
Yeah.
Like there's discussions, like there's incidents between things, and it gets discussed at those meetings and just worked out and like. So to me, I'm like, this is basically like a sit down COC kind of meeting. Like, why the fuck were all these cops out there? I've never seen cops at the COC meetings here in town, or waiting down the road.
Because they're not welcome.
Yeah, yeah, but like,
And nothing bad happens.
well, and then look, you got prosecutors who were fired.
Who were-
They had hid evidence. Like these guys are all suing people now. They only made convictions stick to 2 of the guys that, and I think they were unrelated. I think these guys were like Aryan Brotherhood ties or some shit
Yeah.
or something.
No, it doesn't even have anything
It
to
didn't
do
have anything to do with the Waco thing.
Yeah.
They
Have
hung
you
up
read
on some
Smith
other
County
shit.
Justice?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I need to read that one.
You still haven't read it?
Still haven't read it. I can't even find a copy
You know,
of
everyone
it.
always says, "Oh my God, it's wild." It's not that wild.
It's
If you've lived in Smith County long enough, you're like, "Yeah,
That makes sense.
It's not that wild, but like I personally knew some of the people and I personally knew some of their kids. I've
Yeah.
got a friend that was the only female that saw prison time that was involved in that deal. And like that's somebody that we probably need to bring on,
But
Should
it's
be
like
interesting.
knowing all the police officers out here that I know, and knowing like all the judges and just all the people I've known over these years here in Smith County. Like none of it surprises me. Like when I read the book, I'm like, yeah, I believe it. Everyone else was shocked. I'm like, how the fuck were you people shocked by this?
Well, there's a deeper story behind it. The dude that wrote the book had lived a double life and had this whole other family, and
Yeah.
he went to a school that my mom was teaching at the time,
Oh, shit.
and like took his kids out of school one day and like kidnapped them and went
Oh,
to
no.
the other family. There's this whole deal. It's crazy. Like I thought he wrote great. The story was great, but there's like some really interesting backstory around the writing of that book and the things that happened. Pat, you got any questions for him?
I mean, I was so fascinated with the whole droid thing. I mean, that's something you don't. I mean, I would love to have an R2 floating around with me at
Well,
the
dude, we
shop.
just got to call him
Dude, they're
sometime.
fucking awesome.
Like, you get some time off work. We can go over to his shop and look
Yeah,
at
you
him.
guys are welcome to come by
Yeah.
anytime. He's been there a million times. It's a lot different looking than the last time you
Really?
were there. It's been so long since you've been there.
What about? I wanted to ask you because I think you got Katie. Is she like full
She's an
rolling now?
artist, yeah.
She's an artist.
She's a full
and then you've got
artist.
another girl too,
So we had Olivia.
Olivia. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did her husband or somebody
Yeah,
die?
he was the guy that was killed a month or so ago in front of Slim Chicken on his motorcycle.
Oh, wow.
Some guy was he was headed this direction.
He was
on-
headed north. The guy was.
Yeah, he was headed north. Olivia's husband and his friend
Were headed
had
south?
just left Seven Brew and they were
Okay.
headed like towards Academy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they were headed south. This guy was in the turn lane, saw the cars down the hill, but did not see the bikes, and you can tell because you can see where he tried to turn. And it's one of those turns where he didn't come all the way up where he should.
yeah.
He tried to hurry up and skirt across. Well, I'm pretty sure what happened is he saw all the cars and saw how far the cars were, but he didn't see the bikes. For whatever reason, either he thought maybe those were the headlights of the cars, or he just didn't see. They were both all black bikes. They were wearing all black. Like, there's trees and all that shit around. And you know how sometimes you look at stuff and you don't see it at first. But yeah, he tried to beat traffic and he went head on with her husband, and then his buddy on the other bike hit the back end of his car. And he's had several surgeries, and his legs are like super screwed up and stuff. But yeah, Olivia and him had only been married for like 3 weeks.
Oh god.
We didn't even know. She didn't even tell me and Katie they got married because she knew we were going to give her a bunch of shit about marrying a rebound. And she didn't even tell us. So, but so that was a sad deal. But that actually happened the day she was quitting my shop, which nothing bad happened. She quit because she was working at Hobby Lobby, and they offered her basically a full-time day position. Well, we're only open during the day, so so she quit because she was going to just be working there. And then I'm sure she would have picked up tattooing again at one of these other shops that's actually open at nighttime, like normal shops and stuff. But that was the day she officially, the first day she wasn't supposed to work. She was at work at Hobby Lobby, and poor guy fucking...
What a terrible deal.
Yeah, it was horrible. Yeah, that was a sad deal. Like, I feel terrible for her, man. I mean, she's a 20... I think she's 20. I don't even think she's 21 yet. She's a 20-year-old widow. And, like, she really loved this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he had the full douchebag chin strap beard. I gave her so much shit about this guy. I'm like, he's a fuck boy. And, she loved him. She's, he's the sweetest guy ever and all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. And so, like, I felt terrible. Her dad, Olivia's dad's a preacher. So he was a preacher at some church that's right down the street from my shop. I guess right there on Broadway somewhere. I don't know. And then their church had a split. And from what I heard, a lot of it was because of Olivia. Like, some of the members were like, well, you let your daughter be this gothic girl, get these tattoos and do all this stuff. And Olivia's super tame.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure every now and again she smokes some weed, but, like, she doesn't go out partying all the time. She doesn't do drugs. Like, she's a really quiet, nice girl. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, yeah. So, kudos to her dad, man, because he stood up. He's like, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not kicking my daughter out of the church. Are you stupid? Like, first of all, how's that even a thing?
Yeah,
like, you're not supposed to be kicking anybody out. It's like, all these people are like, well, do they allow gays at their church? Well, I don't know. Do they allow divorced people?
Yeah, do they allow...
Like, you understand a sinner is a sinner, right? Yeah. It doesn't matter what the fucking sin is. Ain't nobody in here that sits in here.
We all got to need the same grace.
It's not the church's job to pass judgment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The church is meant to deliver the word of God.
Exactly.
Yeah. And restore God's people.
We preach the gospel. God opens blind eyes.
Right.
I'm a firm believer in that.
Yeah, I see people post that all the time on Facebook. They're like, we need a church that doesn't look down on gay people. I'm like, it's sad that that's a thing.
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen a church that looks down on someone who's been divorced.
I mean, we're going to tell you the truth.
Or someone who had a child out of wedlock.
I think there's, like, look, dude, there's a lot of people walking around here saying they're a Christian, identifying as a Christian, that out of fear or ignorance or whatever, out of pride or ego, is looking down on other people because they sin differently than they do.
Yeah.
And that's the reality. And I think, I've had a bunch of conversations lately.
And the fact of the matter is, all of us sin.
Yeah, 100%. But I think that the issue
I'm pretty sure I sinned 3 or 4 times before I'm even in the shower in the morning.
Yeah, dude, you haven't made it through this podcast without messing up, But, like...
We're all here. We're all here, dude.
But, I judge no man.
Yeah.
But, like, the problem is with the rainbow alphabet people is they identify with their sin, not with their creator.
Yeah, they're trying to...
They first identify with the sin. I am a gay Christian.
Yeah.
Where, like I say that I'm in recovery, but I'm a Christian that's in recovery from drugs and alcohol. Do you see
I don't
what
know
I mean?
If you ever saw on my Facebook page, I posted a picture of a girl had the little gay hearts that said love is love, and she had me cover them or whatever. Because, like, she was a lesbian.
How much flack did you catch for that?
There was so not on my Facebook page, because there was one person that tried to say something about, oh, you're just gay bashing or whatever. I was like, all I literally did was put before, after.
Yeah.
It showed the picture of the original tattoo and it showed the cover up.
This is what I can do, folks.
Before, after. I didn't make a statement about it. Yeah. I didn't say anything about what was being covered. Look, it's a before and after fucking picture.
Well, the acceptance people hate the truth.
One person started to say something, and I just fucking deleted their comment. I'm like, we're not even going down this road. But someone else, because the post is public, they took it and, like, splashed it all over Reddit and all this shit. And it's like, they're queer bashing in Texas and all this stuff. And Literally, they would post the picture that just said before and after.
Yeah.
They couldn't even put like a post from me saying anything about it.
Couldn't even give it a context or anything.
But
holy cow!
So
man.
it
went crazy.
What was the story from the client though? Like, did she have any meaningful discussion with you about any of it?
No, she was there with a guy that she was married to at that point. Now, I mean, I can speculate, but
I'm just saying, like, we would love to have her on.
Yeah.
If you're listening,
if I can remember
get in
who
touch
she
with us.
is, I could always reach out to her and see.
I mean, just let me know. I mean, I'm not like worried about it.
I
But
don't even remember her fucking name.
she might not want to be on a podcast to talk about it. But.
She was really nice. We really didn't talk about that.
Yeah.
I almost didn't want to talk about it because, like,
It's
she's covering it up,
things.
and obviously if she's covering it up, but it's a sensitive thing, and she really just, when someone's covering something,
Yeah,
they
I guess
kinda
you have
want
a
to put it
different
behind them.
conversation whenever
Yeah.
you're getting a new tattoo as
Right.
opposed to a cover up.
It's not like on the tattoo shows where they're like, so tell me about your father that killed your dog, you know, or whatever, you know. Oh yeah, my father did kill my dog.
There is plenty of that. There's plenty of like, oh, why are we covering this up? Oh, my fuckhead ex-boyfriend's name and blah blah.
What percentage of tattoos that you've done do you think that are purely out of resentment against a parent?
Most. Honestly, most. I think most of these people start getting tattooed and they're doing it to get a reaction of some kind or another out of their parent. Even if they got good relationships, because they all these younger people, they always say the same thing. My mom is going to kill me. My dad's going to kill me when he finds out.
I never had that worry at all
I didn't.
from my parents. Like, I never worried about them getting mad.
I was so stupid in my youth, I didn't give a fuck, and I think my tattoos were the least of what my parents were worried about with all the other dumb shit I was involved in. But
like, I was the kid who would draw on my legs and stuff, and my mom would get on to me, but like,
I got in big trouble for that.
I got in trouble for it, but I never worried about what they were gonna do. Like,
I got in trouble in school so much for fucking drawing on my clothes, like my pants, my arms. I'd be drawing on my arms and shit, and I couldn't draw for fuck.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, I was always drawing on my. Oh my god, I got in so much trouble at school every fucking time, and then they'd call my parents. And then I'm in trouble with my parents. I'm like, it's a fucking ballpoint pen. It washes off.
Yeah,
like it's gonna be gone when I get in the shower tonight. The only. I don't know. I think out of all the disappointing things I did in my youth, for my dad to be disappointed of, tattoos were just never something that really came up. Like, I think those were the least of his worries.
Yeah.
Now, my grandma, she did look at me one time when she first saw me and I had like some forearm tattoos. And she's like, oh my God. She's like, what are you thinking? She's like, what are you going to do when you're 80 years old and those things look terrible? You can't see what they are. They're going to look like your grandpa. My grandpa had the old Korean. He had a tattoo he got in the Korean War. You couldn't even tell what the fuck it was. And he regretted it, you know. But he was an old man when he regretted it.
Yeah.
It's not like he regretted it when he was younger. But anyway, she's like, well, what are you gonna think about this when you're 85 years old and all this shit? I just looked at her. I was like, Grandma, listen, here's the deal. At 85 years old, I'm gonna be more worried about making it to the bathroom on time than what my tattoos look like.
Yep.
Plain and simple.
I'm already having conversations about how many bowel movements I've had. Hey, look, one day I was in line somewhere. I don't know if I was at Dee's coffee shop or something, and I had just gotten who tattooed this Cherry Creek flash on me. I've got a koi on my arm. Jackie at Over the Edge did it in Jacksonville. And I, like, you know, I'm up here, Dee's coffee shop, 3:00 in the morning. There's this old cowboy, you know, drinking coffee, talking to people, and he's got like a panther on his arm or something, you know what I mean? Like just this giant black thing. And I'm like, hey man, that's a pretty cool tattoo. Tell me about it, you know? And he looks at my arm and he goes, that's a carp. And I'm like, it's a koi fish, it's different, you know, it swims up the river, turns into a dragon, you know? He's like, son, that's a carp. I was like, well, I'm like, what's that? He's like, it's a panther. I'm like, well, it looks like something else.
Like dick. So I've got a koi fish on my arm that comes from my chest over my arm and it's swimming down.
Mine's swimming down too.
Yeah, I remember when I got it, a lot of people were like, wait, I thought they're supposed to go up. I'm like, they are. Like this, you know, in the Japanese culture, their tattoo mythology said the dragon swims up and the one who makes it to the head of the river, or the koi fish that makes it to the head of the river, gets all the knowledge and becomes a dragon.
Okay.
Changes into a dragon or whatever. And I'm like, well, fuck, I ain't never getting to the head of that river. So
That's what
my fish.
Let's go downstream, boys.
We're gonna go downstream.
Let's go.
We're gonna go down and see what kind of shenanigans we can get into.
That's what I thought too. And then like Indian culture has the the elephant. If the trunk's up, it's good. If it's down, it's not good. And like somebody, my stepdaughter or somebody one day got a picture of anyway, same story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just like, I think you got the wrong one. Did they have another print at Hobby Lobby? Because,
Yeah,
What's your favorite thing to tattoo right now?
guns.
Okay, you
It's
tattooed.
always been my favorite.
Noted.
Always been my
He did
favorite
this
thing.
one.
Oh,
the
really?
Glock. It's my Glock. I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
But
I want
My favorite thing's always been guns.
I want a flintlock pistol.
Hell yes. I've never
Dude,
done one
I
of those.
love flintlock
I did do
pistols.
a flintlock rifle on a guy, but it was
Really?
kind of small. We were doing this. It was actually a really cool tattoo. It was a skeleton wearing Revolutionary War clothes. It was a big cover up on a cop here in town. He was covering an old Confederate flag that he'd got in high school or some shit.
ain't nothing wrong with that.
So the hat is covering. Well, yeah, but he's in law enforcement now. And he's like, dude, I get fucked up looks at the interviews and all kinds of
And then
shit.
if I go to jail,
And then the way society is now, he's like, God dang, they already think I'm racist because I'm wearing a fucking blue uniform. So, anyways, it's got a big flintlock musket with it standing next to the guy, so you can't see the whole thing. But that would be fucking cool.
On the next episode, Pat's gonna have a flintlock tattoo pistol.
That would be sweet.
Yeah.
That would be a cool tattoo.
What's your least favorite thing to tattoo right now?
Everything
Butterflies.
people want right now.
butterfly.
What do they want?
All this fine line, dotted,
Oh.
whip shaded bullshit that
Yeah.
in 5 years is halfway fucking faded out, disappeared. Doesn't look good anymore because the lines have fucking spread and like, yeah, I just don't do it. I still give people old school tattoos. Tattoos I know that when I see them in 20 years, they're still gonna look pretty cool.
Yeah, joke's on you, mom and dad.
Yeah.
It's still gonna look cool when
Yeah.
I'm 80.
Yeah. I mean, and that's my thing, so this is my 25th year tattooing. And the one good thing, well, there's a lot of good things, but one of the main good things is I've had a lot of time to see my tattoos heal over the years.
Yeah.
And so, like, I have been able to figure out what works, what ages well on what types of skin and what doesn't.
Yeah.
And, like, I can't even train that into my apprentices because it's just like a thing you have to see. You have to have been there and applied that tattoo and remembered that person's skin and been like, fuck.
Yeah.
And then, so if I see a tattoo and you just can't even make heads or tails of it, I'm like,
It's like
I should have done that different. So now I don't do that.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not doing a tattoo like that again.
It's like I tattooed myself. Like I did my arm, I did my legs, and everything like that. And I've had several people like, I want you to tattoo me, and I'm like, bro, I don't want to tattoo you. I know how my tattoos
The
heal.
least of their concerns in that situation is a bad tattoo.
Yeah, exactly. And
Look,
I'm just
look.
like,
I
That's
was
what I
at
tell people all the time. I'm like, the least of your concerns if you
And-
go get tattooed out of some dude's apartment is a bad tattoo.
and here's the thing, I've gotten probably 6 tattoos in shops.
Yeah.
I got really good friends in North Carolina with one guy who I just kind of went in.
There's some heavy hitters. Up in
Yeah,
North
and
Carolina.
he was super good, super cool. Like we actually became really good friends, and then he ended up dying from an overdose. So
It's like Daniel Mims.
yeah, like he had encouraged me. He was like, "You should become
Daniel
an
Mims?
apprentice."
He OD'd and died. Worked with him for a long time. I worked with him at the mall in Longview, and then Kelly's, White House. He worked in my shop a few times. We did a bunch of conventions together and stuff. But yeah,
But yeah, like he had encouraged me, like, you should become an apprentice, and I'm like, bro, I ain't got time for this stuff. And then
it's a lot.
and then COVID came through.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting in a hotel and I'm scrolling through Amazon. And Amazon said, "You need this tattoo machine." And I said, "Yes, I do."
Yeah.
And next thing you know, I just started practicing on my legs.
The
and
thing,
here I am
like-
with all these bad tattoos that everybody loves.
the difference.
yeah, we call him Half Malone.
Almost Malone.
Almost posted. The thing about tattoo apprenticeships now versus when I did mine, like, first of all, I was treated violently.
Yeah.
I was assaulted multiple
They
times.
throw their needles at you and everything.
Listen, it was bad. I was told to get in the car one time, and you don't ask why, and went down, and I saw a guy get drug out of a shop and have his hand smashed with a ball peen hammer because he was running his mouth about this other artist. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, it was rough. And then I look at Katie. They haven't had to go through shit.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they had to struggle and be poor for a minute until they built up a clientele. But, like, you know, I never hit her with a shotgun in the stomach. I never, like, made her watch me savagely beat some guy and crush his fucking hand.
Yeah.
Or, like, made her go rob a liquor store. Like,
We got to make rent this month.
yeah, like, I mean, she's never seen tattoo artists and clients get into a fist fight right there in the shop and then sit back down and finish tattooing. Like, that happened multiple times. My wife, when we first got together, I remember she like borderline was freaked out because this girl comes in. She's a college girl, comes in with her mom and dad, and her mom's telling me what she wants tattooed for her 18th birthday. And so mom finishes her little spiel, and I look at the mom. I'm like, can she fucking tell me what she wants tattooed? It's going on her. Yeah, well, yeah, but I'm paying for it. I said, I don't give a fuck who's paying for it. She's the one I'm putting it on, and she's going to tell me what she wants. Well, that pissed off mom, and you could tell mom was a total Karen. And so mom was a little angry about it. Oh, God, yeah. And mom was a little, like, totally angry. Dad was just standing there not saying anything. Well, then the girl's like, yeah, I kind of want it this big in this spot. And her mom's like, no, you need to go smaller. You really need to go smaller. And I'm like, listen, shut the fuck up and let her tell me what she wants. Yeah. And that's exactly how I said it. And my wife works in the medical community. Like, you know, you have to be very professional. Yeah. She's seen this shit, and she's like, what the hell is going on? Like, he is talking shit to a client's mother. And so, like...
Clients are different than patients.
Oh, I finally told the mom, I said, if you open your mouth one more time, I'm throwing you the fuck out.
Yeah.
So just stand there, shut the fuck up, let me figure out what she wants tattooed, and then we'll tattoo it. Oh, no, absolutely not. Come on, we're going. So they leave. 15 minutes later, I get a phone call. It's the dad. It's like, hey, I know a bunch of people you tattooed. I don't want anyone else tattooing my daughter, so I'm going to bring her back up there without her mother. And we're just going to, he goes, I'm going to be straight with you. I'm going to lie to her mom and tell her you got it done somewhere else. She got it done somewhere else. And they did. The daughter came back up, but the mom was like, oh, you need to do it smaller. And I'm like, no, the fuck you don't. Yeah. That will look stupid in the future. And this tattoo will be there for fucking ever.
Yeah.
And that's what I always try to tell people. I'm like, whether you get a big tattoo or a little tattoo, you're still getting a tattoo. A little one, you're going to fucking regret. Yeah. You're going to be like, oh, I should have got that bigger. Now you're going to spend a bunch of money trying to cover it up, laser it off, or figure out how to incorporate it in the sleeve that you now want. Yeah. And so, yeah, I tattooed the girl, but my poor wife, man, she was just like floored by this. She's like, what the fuck? And I was like, you know, that's how it is. I had some lesbians in there one time, and anytime, I hate this shit, anytime I get lesbians in there, gay dudes are cool. They don't give a fuck. But the lesbians, the butchy lesbian, will mean mug the fuck out of me the entire time I'm putting hands on her wife or girl. Holy shit, they are worse than a fucking jealous oil field guy. And like, so I'm tattooing this girl, and the fucking butchy one is sitting at the counter at Kelly's. And she was like, she kept saying like kind of ugly stuff to the girl, which I think it was her girlfriend. And she kept saying like ugly things because she was pissed off that a guy had his fucking hands on her. First of all, she didn't like dick.
Yeah, so exactly. She's not coming to me.
If you're going to be jealous, you'd be jealous of her sitting in a girl artist chair. Right. That girl might sneak her away, but whatever. Anyways, so she kept saying all this ugly shit to her, and finally she said something. I don't remember what it was because this has got to be 15, 17 years ago.
I don't think that's a real thing.
What? Let him finish the story.
I don't think it's a real thing. Like, you're like, oh, yeah, first of all, she could be scared if it was a girl, not a guy. I think that secretly they know.
That they still want to be on the meat stick?
Yeah, probably.
Listen, it's an argument that I see people make all the time. Yeah. Like, how many times do you see people who used to be lesbian are now back on the pole?
I've dated like 3 or 4 lesbians.
Yeah.
I mean, but what did she say?
So anyway, so she said she makes some ugly comment to her, and it finally pissed me off. Because like at first it was making me feel awkward, and I'm like, damn, this bitch is fucking mean to her.
Yeah.
But I have guys do that shit all the time. Like as a tattooer, I kind of have to keep my mouth shut. It's not really my business unless they cross a line.
Yeah.
Well, she finally crossed a fucking line with whatever she said, and like my clients over here, steady apologizing. She's like, I'm really sorry. And I'm like, all right, she's ruining your fucking experience. That's not okay. She's like, oh my God, don't say anything. I'm like, nah, fuck that. So I get up and I go over there and I lean over the fucking counter. I'm nose to nose with this truck driving bitch. And listen, I shit you not, Trey. She's your size. She's built like you. Like, this is not some small, frail little girl. I'm pretty sure if we fucking threw hands that she was going to do some damage to me.
Yeah.
I was going to win in the end. No
Yeah,
matter
yeah,
what. No
course.
matter what it took.
No question.
No matter what it would have taken, a brick to the fucking head, my truck, something, I was going to win that fight. But anyway, so I walk up to the counter, I'm nose to nose with this girl, and I'm like, listen, if you open your mouth one more fucking time, I will knock your fucking teeth out, I will bash your face into this counter, and I will drag your fat ass out in that fucking parking lot and kick the shit out of you.
I'm not that fat.
And she, no, but I'm just, so, and she is stunned. And Kelly is sitting there looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like,
Kelly's like, she's about to pull a gun
Kelly at this point is kind of tame, calmed down. Like, he was rough as shit earlier. And when he came up through the tattoo game, shit was really fucking wild. Like, what I went through was nothing compared to the shit he went through. He had to quit jobs with shotguns in people's faces.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he's like, whoa, he stops tattooing, puts his machine down, he's watching, he's like, what the fuck? And so, like, she looked at me and she goes, how dare you talk to me like that? I said, open your fucking mouth again, and I'm going to knock your fucking teeth down your throat. You want to look like a boy? You want to dress like a boy? You want to treat her like a fucking boy? I'm going to hit you like a fucking boy. Oh, my God. She goes, we're fucking leaving. And she gets up to storm out, and she looks at the girl, and she's like, we're fucking out of here. Come on, we're fucking out of here. Well, at this point, Kelly's standing right next to me.
Yeah.
And you know how big fucking Kelly is. Kelly's a big boy. He can pick me up with one fucking hand if he has to. So he's ready to intervene if he needs to. And that girl said, come on, we're getting out of here. Well, I was so impressed. My client, she's like, he's only halfway done with my tattoo. I'm not going anywhere. And she goes, well, fuck you then, bitch. I'm leaving you here. And so she peels off in her fucking dually that she pulled up in. Like, I don't know if it was a dually. It was some kind of a pickup truck. But
If you're listening to this and you're a part of the party that we're talking about, please reach out. Like, we need an update. You know? What was this, like 15 years ago?
Oh, fuck. This was probably like 16, 17 years ago. Oh. So, anyway, so I finished the girl's tattoo, and she's like, we gave her a little cry break, and she kind of cries, and me and Kelly hug her. We're like, it's cool, look. It's okay. We see girls get treated by like shit all the time. Not usually by another chick.
Yeah.
But, you know, so it's
Joke's on them. They got the right to get married, and girls hate girls.
I'm like, hey.
Girls hate women?
Oh, my God. We were talking about that shit yesterday. Someone my wife knows, her wife was beating the shit out of her, and now they're back together. I'm like,
I probably know
terminal
who it
dumb
is.
bitch disease.
Yeah, probably
terminal dumb bitch disease. That's all that is. But anyway, so she cries it out, and I finish her tattoo or whatever, and she's like, I don't know how I'm getting home. This is way before fucking Uber existed.
Yeah.
Facebook didn't even exist.
Right.
I think maybe MySpace had come out, but not sure about that one. Anyways, so she's like, I don't know how I'm going to get home. And I'm like, I'll fucking drive you home. Where do you live? Well, I live in Band.
Oh.
I was like, fuck. I was like, I mean, I'm not going to leave my client stranded there. I'm like, well, I'll drive you home, but I've got one more tattoo to do after this, so you'll have to hang out on the couch. And she's like, oh, yeah, that's totally fine. I really appreciate it. I was so scared that I was going to be stranded here. Well, about halfway through the other tattoo, the other girl pulls back up and comes in, and she's like, are you coming or are you staying here? And so they shuffle off into the parking lot or whatever. You know that truck ride.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking train wreck.
Oh, man.
But then, they're the fucking worst, man. Like, I'll have a chick laying there with her tits hanging out, and her husband's over here laughing and cutting jokes and shit. Doesn't give a fuck, dude.
Yeah.
I'm tattooing on, like, a shoulder of a fucking lesbian girl.
Or
And her
wrist.
fucking boyfriend, girlfriend looking thing over there is just mean mugging the shit out of me. Like, just glaring at me. And I'm like,
It's because they know.
I'm like, I don't want your chick, dude. Yeah. Like, sorry. I'm sorry you're upset by this. But then, you know, but I can't say that for everyone, because there's a couple kind of dykey looking ones that I'm friends with that are funny people, and they're not like that. But yeah, they're the fucking worst clients to have. The next worst are the dudes who bring in their fucking side chick, like this is Goodfellas or something, the day after they had their fucking wife up there. Like, holy shit, man. Dude? And then, so the dude, this one guy in particular, he comes in with his wife one night. He comes in with his wife. And I'm tattooing. He wants her name. So I'm tattooing him or whatever. His wife's like, hey, I'm going to run down over to Posado's and get something to eat. This is over at Kelly's. And he's like, yeah, okay. So I'm tattooing this name, and I'd done some tribal shit around it or whatever. And he goes, you want to know something funny? I was like, what? He goes, that's my wife's name, but that's also my girlfriend's name. I'm like, this motherfucker's genius. He's going to get double the pussy from one tattoo. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, holy shit, man. I'm like, okay. And I really don't think anything of it. And I'm like, I kind of laugh it off or whatever. I've heard crazier. He comes in the very next day with the girlfriend to get her tattooed. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, you're putting a lot of pressure on me, man.
Yeah.
Like, what if I accidentally say something about how you were in here yesterday? Or what if she's like, oh, when he was in here yesterday, did he squirm? Nah, his wife went and got him fucking Posados and was feeding it to him.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, man?
You better tip good in that situation.
Oh, I'm telling you. And then I'm like, can I at least get a heads up to be
for
prepared?
real?
Like,
yeah.
And I have clients who, within the last couple years, have like texted me and they're like, hey, the girl I'm coming in with is not my wife.
Yeah.
And I'm like, understood. Like, not my fucking problem. I mean, it's not my business and it's not my fucking problem. Like, I appreciate you giving me a heads up first because I will for sure be tattooing on him and be like, hey, so
what happened to Stacy?
Yeah, how's your wife doing? Is her job going okay? And then, shit gets awkward because the girlfriend's like,
wife.
Yeah. Oh, they always know about the fucking wife.
Yeah.
But the guy will come in 4 or 5 times with his side chick, and then he comes in with his wife one day.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. Side chick knows about the wife, but the wife doesn't know about the side chick. So if you say something, if you mention a wife, side chick will get a little pissy, but there's nothing she can really do about it. You accidentally fucking drop the ball on that shit, and that guy's going to want to throw me out the fucking window of my high rise.
And he's losing the house, he's losing the truck, the kids, everything. Yeah.
Dude, it's fucking wild. I've got clients who came in and caught their husband mid-fillet giving a dude head in the living room. And I'm like, that's odd because you're actually a pretty decent-looking woman. Like, you've been in here several times. You don't seem like you're nuts.
Yeah. Their husband? Husband and dude?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
Turns out husband secretly is kind of gay.
Kinda?
That's what she said. She goes, turns out he's secretly kind of gay. I said, no, listen. I said, if you put a dick in your mouth, you're all the way gay.
Yeah, there's no kind of to it.
Yeah. I said, because a straight person, unless he's being raped, is not going to put a penis anywhere in him.
Yeah.
Or around him or on him. So if you do it, I don't want to hear this bi shit.
There's not something you just try.
Right.
It's some things you just don't. You know if you want it or you don't.
That's what I told this one guy. He's like, well, I'm kind of bi. I'm like, no, you're not. I'm like, you're gay, but you still like pussy.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just call it what it is. Let's be honest about it. Like, if you're gonna live this life, if you're gonna do this thing, let's not just bullshit about it. Let's not sugarcoat the shit. Like,
but my take is that they don't like the truth. They say they like the truth, but they like the narrative that they like.
But a lot of the gay people that I know really well are not like these idiots you see on the fucking news. They are not the people who are going to go to a pride festival and be okay with people walking dudes around. Fucking leash.
They might do it, but they do it when they're younger, or they do it once a year and they go on a gay cruise or something.
I mean, listen, if that's what they want to do in their own time, it's not my place to fucking judge anybody. But I will be fucking judging heavy and violently opposed to it when fucking children are exposed to it.
When kids are around, that's a whole
I don't give a crap what 2 consenting adults want to do on their own time. I'm not responsible for their souls.
Yeah.
I'm not responsible for anything to do with them. I don't pay their bills, none of that shit. Not my fucking problem. But if you're doing that shit where children are around, I mean, you know that, Trey. I draw the line at children. If you're a fucking pedophile, I think we should just fucking beat you to death right on the courthouse steps. And we should let the victim make the final fucking blow. But, I fucking hate people who are kids. But anyways, but if you're doing that weird sick shit around little kids, that's fucked up.
Yeah, get rid of it.
Like, I'm not going to make out with my wife and start squeezing her boobs in front of my kid.
In front of my son just to make sure he's straight either.
Yeah.
Bro, I saw an episode of Cops where that stuff was going down in the back of a car in Dallas, and the lady had the baby in the back seat with her.
Oh, God.
And the cop was like, get out of the car.
Listen, they're meth heads.
Yeah.
Like, it's so funny. So I've got this drug interdiction cop from, I think he's in Wood County or
There's a lot up there.
Somewhere out in that area. He does
He
drug
got some interdicting to do.
Yeah, well, so he was telling
And he's
me.
gay?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought we were still on the gay thing.
But he told me, we were talking about his job, and he had just come back from this big training seminar or whatever, and he goes, hey, you want to know how we always know what cars we're going to find meth in? And I'm like, what? He's like, we always find sex toys. I was like, what? He goes, yeah. It's like such a dopamine rush. These people are like horny fucking deviants. They will
weird.
always have sex toys with them at all fucking times.
I used to use a lot of meth, and I can honestly
Really?
say I never had any
Oh,
sex toys
man,
around
listen.
me.
So I thought it was funny, and I was like,
Yeah.
I've known a lot of people addicted to meth, and of course I didn't go through their car, so I don't know, maybe
Right.
they did or whatever. But then I started to see it. like other cops I was tattooing on, like Kevin, Kevin busted this car that had like 17 pounds of meth. Pounds.
Yeah.
And a bunch of other shit. They had the weed pens and all that shit. Anyways. And I asked Kevin, I was like, how did you know to search that car? And Kevin's got like this special gift for this shit. I rode along with him one night, and he was like, what about that car? I was like, yeah, we should totally go after that car. And he's like, nope. And he'd keep going. And then a normal car would go, he's like, that's the one we want. Pull it over, it'd turn out it'd be a fucking rental car, and it's transporting fucking money or drugs or something, like every fucking time. And I'm like, how do you do that? And he's like, I just know. I just know what I'm looking for, and it's the slightest little fucking thing rings my bell. He goes, now, not every time. Not
You
every
definitely
time I
get
think,
surprises.
yeah, he's like, sometimes when I think, oh yeah, I'm probably gonna get something off this one, there's nothing. And then so yeah, he's telling me, I was like, how did you fucking know to stop that car? Like, what tipped you off or whatever? That was a lot of meth, so I thought maybe a lot of stuff when the interdiction guys bust them, they're getting tips from like the feds or border patrol or sheriff's department, like, hey, we don't have enough for our case, but if you see this guy commit a traffic violation kind of thing. And I said, was it like a tip or something? He goes, no. Because they rolled by, and I saw the Enterprise rental sticker on that back window thing that they put on there. So he said, I saw a Mexican, a white guy, a black guy, and an Asian all in the car. And I'm like,
Sounds like a bad joke.
right?
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
first thing I said. I'm like, did they all walk into a bar? And he goes, no. He goes, listen, I knew when I saw those guys in this car that the only thing they could possibly all be up to together is cartel activity.
Yeah.
And it's in a rental car from Louisiana. That's where the rental car's plate was out of. That doesn't mean it was rented in there.
Right, yeah.
There's Tyler ones that
Sure,
anyways. But he's like, and it had a Louisiana plate on it. They're running down I-20. This is the corridor for all that shit. And he goes, I chanced it. I pulled him over. And I was like, so what gave you the probable cause? He goes, well, I could smell the fucking weed they were smoking in the car. And then the one guy was being real fidgety and shit. And then he goes, there was a fucking vibrator laying in between the two dudes in the back seat. And I was like, that's probable cause? He goes, no, the weed smell was probable cause. So what he did was he got all of them out of the car, and he has a dog. And he had the dog walk the car. Of course, the dog fucking alerted, like, fucking instantly when it got anywhere near the car. There was so much drugs in there. And so, yeah, he busted the shit out of these guys. I think they had like $200,000 in cash and stuff. I was like, damn, that was a big bust. And he goes, but when I saw that, when I saw that vibrator in the backseat, I knew.
Yeah.
He goes, it's 100% of the time, every time.
So the moral of the story is don't buy sex toys.
Don't be a sex deviant.
Only break one law at a time.
Correct. Or don't break any if you're transporting 17 pounds of methamphetamine.
Well, that's the one law.
And leave the sex toys at home.
Yeah.
Hey, I was running the drone for our sheriff's department, and they were doing a raid, and they asked if I wanted to go run their drone.
So you had R2, like,
No, I was using their drone. They got
okay,
one of those badass drones.
you got to call the FAA. Hey, we're about to launch it.
No,
Up to a certain.
430 foot or below, and you're good. But no, they had one of those badass drones, had the FLIR camera and everything, and so I had to stay inside their little armadillo truck. But I'm flying this drone for them, and I get over the trailer house. It was this big, 10, 15 acre spread. And I'm over the fucking house, and I'm watching for people to start squirting out. I got it on the FLIR camera because it's like 4:30 in the morning. And I watch these guys all go up to the house. Their SWAT team, right? They surround the fucking house, and you see the door open, flashbang hits, and it puts this weird, like, smoke cloud look
Uh-oh.
out the door when they
Yeah.
detonate one of those, because it changes the temperature and that air pressure. You see that air pressure wave. So it's really cool looking. But anyway, so they flashbang the shit out of it. Dude fucking squirts out the window and he's taking off. And so I'm on the radio. I'm like, hey, one just went out the seaside window. You're like 20 feet from him. So they, of course, run this guy down super fucking quick. Well, then they're checking all this other stuff. There's all these outhouses and like storage buildings and all this shit, sheds and stuff. And they check all this stuff and clear it all. And I'm flying the drone and I'm getting ready to come back with the drone. And I notice a little glimpse of heat in the trees. And so like I stop and I look and I was almost thinking like, I don't know if you've ever like taken a thermal camera out anywhere in East Texas at nighttime and looked at the trees, you see fucking raccoons everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? They're just little glowing balls of raccoon. Well, I thought, oh, maybe that's a raccoon or whatever. I stopped and I looked again and it was a straight line. And I'm like, so I dropped down low and I could see it was a fucking motorhome that was like stuffed back in the woods or whatever. So I get on the radio and I told him, I'm like, hey, there's a motorhome over here kind of back by the gate. It's buried in the trees. I just saw it coming back. And so I bring the drone back up a little higher and I'm watching them all come over and they raid this fucking thing. And like it had the guy they were looking for.
Oh, really?
So they were pissed at first because the guy they had the warrant for wasn't even in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's in this trailer wearing a strap on, banging the shit out of his old lady while they're smoking their fucking meth, sex toys everywhere, lube everywhere. And these
Like a Diddy party.
Oh my God, these cops are cracking up. I can see them through the thermal camera with their hands on their knees just laughing their asses off. I'm like, that's fantastic. Yep. That's awesome.
This is the wildest episode I think we've ever recorded.
Definitely up
It's
there.
gonna be
This is so
It's gonna
tame.
be an edit-heavy episode.
Yeah,
I think.
listen, these stories are tame. Like, I'm trying not to bring up stuff that's like, dude, I've had guys bring sex dolls into my shop, and I thought it was a dead body. Because it all turns out...
Well, they wanted you to tattoo the doll?
No, he wanted to get her nipples pierced. But you can order them with the nipples pierced, but he didn't want to pay $200 when he could just pay me $30 to pierce the nipples on this thing.
Well, he don't got an
not
ice
the
pick at the
same,
house?
dude.
He didn't give me... So he didn't give me like a heads up or nothing.
That's definitely a meth story. That has to be.
So
How many pounds of meth did he have? on him?
I'll tell you what happened. So I get a message from a guy, a text
Oh, my
message,
gosh.
and this was when my shop was in there behind the gym.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got to come through the rape alley and all that
Kind of
stuff.
behind what used to be the Electric Cowboy.
Yes. So I'm in there, and God, and that's been so long ago. Anyway, so I'm in there. I'm tattooing someone. I get a text message from a guy. He's like, "Hey, do you do piercings?" I'm like, he's like, "I need to get my old lady's boobs pierced." Well, it just so happened I ordered nipple piercing stuff for one of my friend's wives, and then she backed out. So now I've got this fucking jewelry I paid $65 for. And so I'm like, yeah, actually, I do have the jewelry to do it as long as it fits. Nipples are all different, so
Right.
gotta use different size stuff. Anyways, so he's like, okay, when can I come? I'm like, well, I'll text you the address. Just come in about 3:30. He's like, okay. So I hear him kicking the steel door because you had to knock on my door. You had to come through this zombie apocalypse hallway with the flashy light, shit falling down, and like everything but the sparks.
like plastic.
And you had to come to
sheeting.
the second steel door. This whole hallway's black. Half the sheetrock's missing out of it from the floor up from flooding and stuff. You got to come bang on the steel door. Now, once you open it and come in my shop, it's super nice inside.
Yeah.
Well, so he's kicking this door. So I come over and open it, and he's holding this thing. I'm thinking it's a person. It looks like he's holding a dead body covered in a fucking blanket. And I'm like standing there like, what?
Because you can't carry an anatomically correct naked body.
I'm like, what in the fuck is going on? And he just walks straight past me, sets it down on the tattoo bed, and it thuds on that bed. Like, I mean, these things are heavy. This thing probably weighed 160 pounds. And he drops it on that bed.
Like
So
a
it's got the
memory foam
weight.
mattress.
So it's got the weight of a human. And I'm just standing there stunned. I'm like, this mother... I'm getting ready to work my way to the drawer where my pistol was.
Yeah.
So I'm about to draw down on this
Definitely.
guy, zip tie his ass up and call the fuck cops. And I'm like, I can't believe this is happening. This guy brought a dead body in here. And I'm like, man, what in the fuck are you doing? he goes, what? And he pulls the blanket back, and I see it's one of those, like, high-dollar sex dolls.
Bro,
And
I
I'm
just shot him anyways.
I start cracking up, and I'm like, dude, you've got to warn people before you do that shit. I thought you just brought a dead body in here.
Yeah.
Like, I was going to grab my gun and pull it on you.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, yeah, I didn't think about it. I probably should have told you. I'm like, so who sent you to do this? And he's like, what? I'm like, I get it. It's funny. Who sent you up here? And he's like,
nah, dude.
what are you talking about? He's like, this is no joke.
This is what I want.
I'm like, dude, I'm going to charge you $200 if you're being serious. I'm going to charge you $200 to do this. He's like, okay. And I'm like, fuck. Who's saying this has got to be a fucking joke? Swearing up and down, it's not a joke. Listen, this guy's got a fucking $5,000 wig on this thing. He's got clothes on it. Like, it's wearing like this cocktail dress. And I'm like, this has got to be a joke. Nah, it wasn't a joke. Like, he starts undressing her, like, that's his girlfriend. He's like, listen, man. He goes, I've been burned by real life bitches. He goes, she never lets me down.
Bro.
I'm like, I don't want to touch anything on this.
Yeah.
But I really kind of want to see what these tits feel like.
How are they?
They're very skin-like. I mean, obviously they're not like they feel like fake boobs, like implants. Like, they're real similar to that. They don't feel like real ones, but they feel like someone who's got implants. Like, it's pretty close.
Wow.
And boy, she had an ass on her too. Holy cow. But like, I'm like,
I
dude.
thought you were just piercing the nipples. How did we get to the ass?
Well, you could see the ass through the cocktail dress. Like, if it's a skin-tight cocktail dress.
Oh.
Yeah, she's got ass for days. But, like, so I pierce these nipples. I'm still thinking this is a joke. This has got to be a fucking joke. But it's dawning on me that it's not, because I know these dolls are like $4,000.
What the
I'm like, no one I know is about to pay that kind of money for a fucking joke. And so, yeah,
You never seen this stuff, Pat?
We talked for a minute.
Huh?
You never seen this stuff?
Oh, man,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
wild
What
out there,
the
bro.
crap,
It's wild
dude?
out there.
Oh, yeah.
That is
I mean,
so
Like,
weird.
They've got ones now that can talk
yeah.
that are like almost fully robotic.
Yeah, they put the AI in them, bro.
It's fucking, it's getting crazy.
Get ready. You think Passport Bros is a thing? It's
Dude,
about to be AI
listen,
Bros.
I told my wife she better act right. Because I said, you're about to be replaceable. I said, before we were, y'all women can use anything. You can buy all kinds of toys. We're kind of stuck with really our hands. Nothing else. So we need these women. Like, we don't need y'all anymore. I'm like, so you better act right. But no,
Straighten up.
so this guy, I pierced these nipples, and I'm like, you're dead serious about this? And he's like, yeah. He goes, I know. It seems weird. He goes, but listen, it works. And I'm like, all right. Well, whatever.
How do you clean it?
He wraps in the bathtub. You give them a bath, an actual bath.
hell
Now you're supposed to use like this special soap that's safe for that silicone or whatever it's made for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro,
and then,
I'm out
so
on
he
that.
takes the head off.
What the fuck?
So this is what he does to store it. You take the head off, and you just put the head up on a shelf or whatever. You take the wig off, and you put the wig on one of those little mannequin head things to keep it nice. Listen, there's a lot of money in that wig. So you take the head off, and then he screws this hook into the titanium frame and hangs this bitch in his closet on a steel rod that's in his closet. That's how he stores it. Yeah. I learned more about this.
traumatized.
I learned more about this from this guy than I ever thought I was going to need to know.
Yeah.
But it was wild. And I'm like, and then deep down the perverted part of me is like, I really want to see what the goodies look like. But then I started thinking, well, I've seen rubber toys. I'm sure it's about similar, which I would assume it is. I don't know. He told me it was removable. He got the one with removable, so he can change them out. And I was like, well, I mean, I guess that makes sense because eventually that rubber is going to wear down. So I guess he made the good choice. I don't know. But like her nails were done. Like it was wild. And then, so he wraps her back up and away they go. And I sat down. I remember sitting down on my couch. It was like right there along the wall. And there was some guy on the other side of the wall deadlifting, just kaboom, dropping his shit. He's probably lifting 400 pounds. And every time he does that, the wall and everything shakes. And he's just dropping these weights. And every time he drops these weights, I'm just fucking cracking up. Like, this can't be real.
Yeah.
This cannot be real life. Like, that really just happened. That dude was for fucking real. Like, I can't believe this. Like, no freaking way. So, like, anytime anyone ever wants to tell you, oh, the devil doesn't exist, listen, that dude's out there and he's working hard.
Yep.
Because he's got people carrying sex dolls into tattoo shops.
100%.
Like, I was, oh my God. That old man today, I had to go take that letter to. He said something about his son being on all those drugs or whatever. I'm like, well, anyone that tries to say the devil's not real, the devil is meth. Like, the devil is drugs.
Absolutely.
Drugs are the devil.
Yeah,
100%. I'm not saying he doesn't take other forms and do other things also. But they are purely...
He's definitely figured that one out.
Yeah, that's purely an extension of him.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just tapping into our basic root, desires for shit. And
that's the thing. Like, once you start to alter your chemistry with the stuff that's out there now, like...
Oh, you can't go back.
It's something that it really does take a spiritual breakthrough to take you from where you've been.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, the only people I've ever seen successfully stay off of drugs and stay clean are people that found a religion.
Yeah.
Not just someone that said, oh, I got a higher power and it's that clock over there.
Yeah.
Like, these are people who bona fide found something that they truly believe is greater than them and can take that load off of them.
And that so, completely changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think there's a spiritual axiom that when I'm weak, then I become strong. There's strength and weakness. There's this idea that I don't have and never will have the power over my flesh.
Oh, absolutely.
But my creator does, because he made me. He made the universe, everything I live in. So I got to a place in my life where I had to admit, like, I came to like this crossroads where I was like, God either exists or he doesn't. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I debated it some. I don't even know if it was just like the trend, or it was just like where I was at in my life, because I thought I grew up in church, and
I think we all go through that, though.
I thought that, like, I asked God to help me, and, like, I felt like I didn't get any help, you know? And so then when I finally got help, they were like, well, you got to talk to God about it. And I'm like, yeah, I already tried that. Like, I thought y'all were going to show me, like, another way.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah. I mean, listen, there's, just in my life personally, I can tell you 100% that one of the biggest reasons that I know that there's a creator out there is because I have such an addictive personality. Like, I'm vaping now because I used to smoke. I smoked for freaking ever. But I got lucky because, like, in high school, I'd go drink with my friends or whatever, but it never got to the point of an addiction.
Yeah.
Because I know 100%. I've got some of those Zen things in the truck. I've been trying them out. They're just not killing the craving enough yet. I'm working on it, but
this one.
I know if I ever were to become addicted to drugs, I'd be dead. I would not be able to get off of them. There's no way. I can't quit tobacco products.
Yeah.
And I would love to. I really honestly would love to leave that sitting on this fucking table, drive out of here, and just
it's
never
pretty
touch it
gay.
again. Yeah, I walk around sucking an electronic penis all day in public. Like, listen, it's not lost on me how ridiculous it looks.
Yeah.
But, like, so I know and have seen through several of the things that have happened in my life where things should have gone horribly wrong for me, that something else stepped in and made sure that did not fucking happen.
Do you listen to Rogan?
Yeah.
So did you hear that episode, that the one Travis was talking about Sunday or two? I guess it was on Easter Sunday. No, it's not Sean Ryan.
Oh, I love Sean Ryan.
This was Rogan, or was it Sean Ryan?
Where he had the two evangelists?
Yeah, it was Sean Ryan, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was Sean Ryan.
Yeah, I did watch that episode.
So I'm like, 20 minutes away from being done with it.
Yeah,
but
it's a long one.
Yeah. But he had, what's his name?
David Teller or John Teller?
Anyway, he had these two dudes that are like apologists, right? He had them on, and they were talking about
the resurrection.
Well, yes.
What do you mean apologist?
Apologist is a term for somebody that gives evidence for the existence of God.
Okay.
So that
they defend the faith, essentially.
Okay. Yeah, they're not apologizing. It's a different root word. But so these two guys, like, I believe we're not like believers for forever.
Yeah.
Like, they were like atheists or
the guy
agnostics.
that wrote the one, he was a lawyer. Case for Christ.
The Case for Christ. He's in a couple movies have come out of the books that he's written, and he's done some documentaries on like near-death experiences. Both of these guys that they had, I can't remember both of their names, but they both have like done extensive research into near-death experiences, and they got into talking about some of the people that have had near-death experiences met angels. And like there's different kinds of angels. There's like guardian angels and like warrior angels and scribes, but all these people, like they're all from different parts of the universe. They're all from different lives, different cultures, and they've all described the same thing. And so like they were talking about like, oh, this guy was a guardian angel, and then Sean Ryan was like, well, I don't know, how did you know? How did that guy know that it was a guardian angel? And they were like, because the angel told him. And they talked about like biblical evidence or like like they've found scriptural proof, but they believe that when you're born, God issues you an angel to watch over you. And it was really powerful. Like there was 30 minutes that they were talking about that. And so like when you brought that up, I was like, oh yeah, like this is a new thing for me to think about, because I always thought guardian angels were bullshit. One thing I can tell you is biblically, for real, when people are like, oh, heaven got another angel, like that's not the way that works.
Not the way it works. We're not angels.
We're spirits, and when we die, our spirit keeps living, but we don't become something that existed before we.
We're actually given the sonship of becoming God's child.
Yeah. Right.
We're no longer just a creation. Whenever we look to the cross, when we accept what Jesus did and build our life in a way that changes the way that we react to things in the world, we are then given the opportunity to become sons of God and not just creations of God. And that's what, for me, that's what one of the things that makes Christianity is so unique.
Yeah, it's different from any other religion.
Because like Muslims, they'll do this thing where they're like, oh yeah, the Buddhists, they have great teachers. Jesus was a great teacher, this, that, and the other. And you can be a great person also. And I'm not saying that that's not the truth.
But they have to Islam has to earn their way in.
Exactly. And whenever you have to
blowing each other up.
Right. Well, that's the thing. It's a works-based faith.
Yeah.
And whether it be and that's the lie that Muslims believe, is that you're just doing good things. The whole imam thing that's coming up on.
Have you seen
Facebook?
this guy that's like, I am the descendant of Peter and all this? Have you seen this dude? Looks like the lead singer of Typo Negative or something.
For real, like straight up. And he's coming across as, the problems in society is just because, there's poor people. And if there's poor people in a society, then it's therefore a satanic society. And we need to be doing all the humanitarian efforts to do it. No, dude. Jesus came along for something so much deeper, so much more than just giving us a good life.
He showed up to serve us and save us.
Exactly.
But none of the other religions have anybody that served or saved.
Right. And he took my punishment that I deserve. People will say, just be a decent human being. Just be a good person.
The point of the Bible's love. That's not really
the problem with that is, like, for someone like myself, I've done terrible things.
Yeah.
I've done things that have stained my own life, that have stained me in such a way that I can carry it around for the rest of my life. And if I don't accept the sacrifice that God sent in the first place out of love, then I am not going to be in with that kingdom. I'm never going to know my Creator the way that He intended me to know Him.
Well, I mean, Jesus had to go through all that horrible crap, and all we have to do is acknowledge that He did it.
Exactly.
It's like it's not even hard. It's not even hard work we have to do.
And believing in it, and having that change that comes about when Jesus steps into your life, man, it's something that you don't just walk away from it I encountered God, I encountered Jesus. No, it gets into your soul, and you'll never forget it for the rest of your life.
Yeah, like I went to the Grand Canyon with my dad when I was in a recovery home in Arizona. He flew out, and it was kind of like one of the things that we did on our own, just me and him one time. And he rented a convertible V6 Mustang because he thought it would like be cool.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was like, put the top down. Like, let's rock it, you know?
Yeah, why not?
Like,
Yeah,
like I was like, nobody knows. You know,
Just
now
tell
they know.
Thelma and Louise us.
And dude, we went to the Grand Canyon, and I was kind of getting excited about it. I was like, I've never seen this thing. This is gonna be cool,
It's impressive.
bro. We got there, we got out of the car. I saw more Asian people with high-powered cameras than I've ever seen in my life in one place. We walked out to the edge. I looked at it. I said, "Are you ready?" Like, my experience with God hasn't always been burning bush stuff, but
Right.
it's always been more meaningful than like looking at the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Now, in the same sense, like when I look at the Grand Canyon, I'm like I know that like a human didn't do that.
Right.
No.
Exactly. It's a different lens where everything else changes, because like before you're like, oh, cool,
So,
hole in the ground.
God changes you, not your perspective. So then your perspective is changed.
Yeah.
You can look at something, the 6 is a 6 from one way and it's a 9 from the other, and unless you write like a serial killer. But, God will make that 6 a 4. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense, but like to me, that's the...
Yeah, in such a way that it only makes it that way towards you.
My natural state is in a dope house somewhere, high as a kite, not like passed out, puking.
Yeah.
That's where my decisions and my body wanted me to be. And then later in life, my decisions and my body ran me into just countless, endless, fruitless relationships with random women. And that was.
And
in a lot of ways worse than the drugs.
Really, with
Yeah.
people in general, I had a similar experience just with like even some of the guys in my life. Like they would just want to talk about like sports, and like nothing against sports or anything, but like I really could care less. I mean, I will say this: I've got 3 Rangers tattoos. I've got an Astro tattoo. Like I definitely rep Texas and everything, but I'm not somebody that is going to know all the team players, the coaches, the managers, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, or the
People ask me
It
all the
always
time, they're
just
like,
seemed like
who's your favorite football team? I'm like, I don't even watch
We're
football.
like
man.
people
Yeah.
get like super into golf, and I'm like, look, dude, I get it. Like I grew up playing golf. My dad was a scratch golfer, was an amazing golfer, right?
I can
but
think
like-
of nothing more boring.
I would rather
Okay.
rip my face off.
Baseball, okay? So like, let's not get twisted.
Oh, I don't mean to
Baseball.
watch. I mean to
Okay.
to play.
Got it. Well, look, here's the thing. There's a lot of things that seem stupid or boring, but if you're really good at it,
If you know the little nuances,
really
and
good
weird
at it,
stuff about it,
yeah,
but
like BJJ
who
looks
wants to
gay
sit
as hell
there-
when I watch it on TV,
Who
you know?
wants to sit there and watch a baseball game?
But here's the deal.
It shit
like-
kills me. I'm like, I can't do it.
I'm
Nothing
I'm
happens.
convinced that fishing and golf, those are 2 sports that were invented by guys that did not like their wives.
No,
And they just want to be gone.
I will agree.
Fishing was invented because people needed to eat.
True.
Yeah, but
It
like
was turned
modern
into a sport.
modern-
by guys who didn't want to be
modern
otherwise.
sport fishing. And I'm not talking about these high school kids that are killing it, catching bass. Like I'm down with that. That's
Yeah.
cool. But I'm talking about these guys that like every Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, they're like, soon as I get off work, I'm gonna be fishing on the boat. I got to go buy some new lures at the Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah,
like
yeah, I
that.
can
That is
see
a
that.
disease of somebody that does not want to spend time with their wife or doesn't have a wife.
Yeah.
Because everybody I know that fishes,
Bro,
I hadn't seen them and their wife in the same room in 10 years.
my best
I
fishing
know a lot of people
years.
that fish with their wife though.
My-
well, that's
Wives
different.
are in on
That's different. That's when you find a good one and you want to take her everywhere with you. I've got that. I think you've got that. I hope Pat
Oh yeah, my
finds
wife
that.
hates it. I drag her to everything
Yeah,
I do.
I want to look, dude. I want to be hanging out with my wife.
Yeah.
and like
I'm pretty sure 90% of the time she'd rather not. be
pretty
there.
sure
I'm
you
kidding.
said you needed to be done at 8, and it's 9:48, and we're still talking. And my
dude.
wife is off
Holy
work
cow.
tomorrow,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but she's got to go to
I gotta
Sky
work first thing in
Ranch.
the morning.
What are you doing?
Van?
Tattooing a fireman. I know it's something I've already started. I just can't remember what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, feel that.
I know it's a big tattoo.
We got to get we got to get something on Pat, because you've tattooed me. We got to find a thing.
Flintlock.
Oh, yeah, he wants a flintlock pistol.
I'm
Yeah.
totally down.
Yeah.
Can we put Bugs Bunny, like, holding it, like...
No.
He tattooed one of my buddies, one of our mutual friends, Elsa, like, right on his thigh, like, looking...
Oh, Hunter.
Ew.
Well, I also tattooed Hunter's ass with two rats banging each other.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah,
What
it's
the heck?
2 rats banging each other, and it says it is what it is. And it's right on his butt cheek.
So
There's video of that on YouTube, and him just grinning away.
the last story I want to tell is, like, right after Christmas, right before New Year's, this last time we had that season. It's always weird for me to talk about last year, but it was like the December of 2024. We were at a brother of ours' house with some other couples doing, like, a New Year's get-together. With,
Yeah.
like, Chinese Christmas or whatever they called it. I thought it was White Elephant, but they called it Chinese Christmas or something. And everybody got pretty sauced. And next thing I know, this suitcase comes out of the closet,
Oh,
and this
man.
dude starts pulling out a tattoo gun.
Oh, shit.
And like 6 people got the first tattoo they've ever
Oh,
gotten.
God.
And
I know who it was, too.
And I'm just gonna, like, I'm not gonna name any names because I know that some people's families might listen to this. But like, if you've ever seen like some super white, like cowboyish white people that look stereotypically Christian, that are smoking cigarettes, drinking, singing rap songs that they shouldn't know, while they've got their pants down in somebody's living room getting tattooed at 2 in the
I
morning
love it.
for the first time.
I love it.
Like, dude, you haven't lived. Like
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that Pat and I go to a church where like stuff like that happens.
Yeah.
And
You know what? I miss the old days of tattooing where it was still just kind of an outlaw thing.
Yeah.
Like, I miss that more than anything. Now you got all these fucking yuppie douchebag hipsters.
yeah, used to, if you saw somebody with a tattoo, you'd be like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna, like
It-
maybe
it
I'll
just
cross
used-
the street. Now, if you
just
see
used-
somebody with a tattoo, depending on the tattoo, you might be like, I can probably take his iPad.
Yeah.
It just used to be such an outlaw way to earn your money. Like, even if you were kind of a tame tattooer, you still had to do some outlaw shit.
Yeah.
And like, now everyone's health department this and health department that, and granted the health
Oh
department
yeah, some people
has its
snitched on you,
place.
didn't they?
Oh,
Some people
fuck
snitched
me.
on you when COVID happened.
Yeah, Kelly Kirkland.
Uh-uh.
Kelly's tattoos. I'll fucking say it.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Him and then Eric Barber at fucking Vintage Rose. That
Really?
worthless little piece of shit. I can't stand a fucking snitch, man.
The views expressed on this episode.
They are solely mine and no one else's. But listen, I can't stand a snitch, man.
Yeah.
They are
Oh,
one
yeah.
level below a pedophile to me. Like, that's just horrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah.
Well, if any of you gentlemen are listening to this, mind your business,
Yeah.
Golly.
Oh, Eric won't come anywhere near me at conventions.
Really?
Yeah, he asked at the Longview one when he booked his booth. He asked to make sure that he was on the opposite side of the convention center for me because he was
Yeah.
scared I was going to kick his ass. And he's probably right.
Yeah.
Because I would probably lose it and snatch him up by those fucking dreadlocks and drag him around.
Oh,
the
he's got
convention.
dreadlocks
See-
again?
I don't know.
Oh.
It's been a long time since I've seen him. Probably not.
I know we got to get you out of here and everything, but I don't understand like the drama that goes with it, like that's where it starts.
Dude,
Like I
tattooing
understand
has so much drama.
I understand the reaction. Like whenever someone snitches on you, whenever someone's talking shit.
That's
like
my
I
only
totally
drama.
I
Like
don't
everyone else, all the
ex-
haters.
The
If you don't have a bunch of haters hating on you and your tattooing, it means you're not at the top of the pile.
Yeah,
That
man.
means no one cares about you.
yeah.
You want to be that guy that's a threat to everyone else, and so.
Well,
they're
dude, I
always
was in the
trying to
car
tear
the
you
other
down.
day. I was going like, a little faster than the speed limit, allegedly.
Allegedly.
And and my radar detector was going off a little bit, and I slowed down a little bit, and I had Sebastian, one of his little buddies, in the car, and his friend was like, "So you can go fast because you have a radar detector?" And I was like, "Well, I mean, if it's not going off, the likelihood that there's a cop there is low,
Yeah.
yeah.
And if it's going off, usually it's at least a reminder to like just check how fast I'm going because I don't like." Always just try to speed. Sometimes you're just going with the flow and you look down and you're going 5 over.
I'm terrible.
And then his little buddy, who's in 5th grade, looks at me and goes, "Well, what if somebody calls it in and tells them you're speeding?"
So you should backseat slap the fuck out of that kid right then and there.
And I was like, this is what's wrong.
Yep.
This is the problem.
Yep.
You
People don't
know.
know how to mind
What,
their
you,
business.
You calling the cops on me now right now?
Yeah, I'm like, dude,
People do not know how to mind their business.
Yeah.
I got whooped because I told on my brother. You know,
Yeah.
they were like, both of y'all get whooped. You know,
Yeah, you for doing it and you for tattling.
Yeah, I don't understand now these takeover guys that do donuts in the middle of the road,
that's
you know, during
stupid.
rush hour. Or these protesters that think they
Okay,
can
look,
block
if
the
your
road.
stuff starts interfering with everybody else's,
Yes,
then you're a problem.
Yeah.
But tattooing is there. Oh my god, it's so dramatic, man.
Yeah.
It is so. There's so much drama, so much backstabbing, but like, when I first started, there was a code. Like, we
Yeah.
kept the infighting to ourselves.
yeah.
You know, and like occasionally we'd go handle it with these people.
Well, Lost Boys got shot up or whatever when they were
That
across
was,
the
it was
street.
13th step.
Oh, 13th step.
Yeah,
That's
you
right.
remember that
that's right.
fucking
Yeah,
guy?
yeah,
This guy was so bad. His place got shot up not once, twice. And he pissed off some black dude so fucking bad. That guy tried to run him over with his Hummer. And like the dude that owned it was standing outside smoking. And the dude on the Hummer was so mad at him or whatever that he ran up and drove the Hummer through the building trying to kill his ass.
Wow.
Like, you know you're screwing up when people are actively trying to kill you. I just
Well,
got people to
I
talk
kind of
shit.
miss the feel of the like late 90s, early 2000s to 2010s where
Oh,
it was
yeah.
like it was really like a thing. Like you could just go to a tattoo shop and wait in line. Like you can't even get a haircut like that anymore. You got to have an appointment. But like you know, you could just walk into a tattoo shop, look through some flash books, look
Well,
through
have
some
you noticed-
Polaroids, and then just pick. Go, I want that. They're like, bet, sit down.
So, have you noticed that? So, there's one guy that I knew that started a private studio out in Southern California. He's real famous. No one knew that he had done that, though. He told me, he's the one who taught me how to do color. He's like, dude, you're booked all the time. Like, you steady have appointments all day long. You don't ever take walk-ins. He's like, get a fucking private studio. Why are you paying $15,000 plus a month for a storefront? I was like, oh, you're a fucking genius. So then I did it. And now all these tattooers are private studios. I'm like, you guys are ruining the game, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I've been here.
eBay.
I've been here over 20, almost 25 years now. Like I'm just trying to slow it down some. Like you know, I'm leaving the game out there for you guys.
Yeah,
But
if anything,
you're
giving
screwing-
y'all more work.
Yeah, but y'all are
Yeah.
screwing it up. Your private studios. You're booked all the time. Katie, she'll never hear this podcast either. My one and only gripe about Katie is that these new tattooers do not have to have the hustle that I had to have
Yeah, they really don't.
to make a career
Well,
out
it's
of
different
tattooing.
now. It's different now.
It is.
You know, like before, if somebody wanted to see your work, they had to run into somebody
go in
that
the
you had
shop.
done already,
Or go into the shop.
or go
look
into
at
the
your
shop and
portfolio.
look at your portfolio.
But now, so I went, like, especially when I spent so long at Kelly's, I would get there. I had to be there at 11 o'clock in the morning because I had to go in, clean the shop up, and that was even when I was the shop manager. But I had to clean the whole shop, mop everything, have everything ready for us to open the doors to people at noon. I didn't get out of there a lot of times till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning because I'm looking at like all these people are willing to sit here and wait for me to tattoo them. But if I start turning people away, there's no guarantee anyone's coming tomorrow or the
Right.
next day or the next day or
Yeah.
the next day. Like I wanted that money right then while it was sitting there on those freaking couch.
Got to
I
bail
had
hay when
clients-
there's hay to bail.
Yeah, listen, I had clients that sat on that couch till 4 o'clock in the morning before they got in the chair. And so, like, I'd be up there. There was times Kelly lives in the used to live in the neighborhood right behind his shop. There was times where I would get done tattooing at like 9 o'clock in the morning. I had been there since 11 the day before. And I would go to his house, take a shower, go to the shop, lay on that sofa he had in the front window until it was time to open. So I'd get like an hour of sleep or whatever and then just have to keep doing that. I never made it to weddings. I didn't get to go to parties. I didn't get to do any of that shit. None of that shit. If something didn't happen on a Sunday or a Monday, I couldn't go. I was working. Now, all these girls are, well, I'm not going to be at work on this day because my friend's having her wedding. Fuck your friend. Like, what are you talking about? And so, like, that's a real hard pill for me to swallow because I remember, like, like, when I say Katie, like, I mean kind of her whole generation of tattooers. They want the money. They want this money, but they feel like this money should come to them.
Yeah.
They apprenticed. They became tattooers. They're here. They
And-
have a needle
and they
and ink,
apprenticed.
and so now money needs to come to them.
And they apprenticed for like a year.
Yeah.
or even 6 months.
We had to chase that money down.
Yeah.
I mean, there was times where Kelly would print up fucking flyers, and I'd have to go to like the fairgrounds and flyer up people's cars and shit, trying to get clients to come in and stuff.
Yeah.
And like, if someone wanted a tattoo, you never turned anyone away. If I would have turned someone away, Kelly would have like physically beat the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Like, you did not do that. If someone came in to get tattooed, you fucking tattooed them, because there's no telling whether that person's coming, whether anybody's coming tomorrow. And there was a lot of days when I first started tattooing, the first 8 years, where I would wake up in the morning and I had to decide if I was going to use the couple of dollars of money I had, and that's all I had, if I was going to use it for gas to get to work, even though no one may show up, or if I was going to try to eat. And like, I always picked work. And I would go up there, and like, there was days where I slept at the shop because I didn't have gas money to go home.
Yeah.
And I like kind of had to stay there until a day came where I got to do a tattoo.
Yeah.
And like, these people now, they don't understand that. Like, there's so many clients trying to get tattooed. There wasn't back then.
Right.
It was a way smaller clientele, so it was a lot harder. That's why there was also only 2-3 tattoo shops. Now there's 100. Every fucking person that tattoos now opens their own tattoo shop. It's the stupidest thing.
Yeah,
I've ever
it's
seen,
so
but-
ridiculous.
Yeah, so like, there was times where I stayed at the shop for 3 and 4 days and never left because I didn't have money for gas.
Yeah.
There was times where I had to borrow money from Kelly just to get gas to go home, take a shower, and change my clothes to be able to come back.
Yeah.
And so like, these people now, they don't understand that, and they think, well, I tattoo now, so now the client should come to me. I'm killing it. I'm out there hustling on social media. I'm making my Facebook posts. I'm doing all this, and that is what you have to do to get money now. That's advertising. That's how you get your clientele and stuff. So I'm not really trying to knock it, but it's like they have this sense of entitlement. Like,
Yeah.
I'm doing all the steps I'm supposed to do, and now all this money's supposed to come to me.
Yeah.
No, motherfucker, I had to fight tooth and nail for every dollar I fucking made. Like,
You gotta want it.
and it'll never go back to those days.
Yeah.
Just like the way I came through it was nothing like the times with the old guys like Philadelphia Eddie and those crazy ass motherfuckers back in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and like, those times will never come back. But now it's like, and I hear about tattoo shop, every day you see the Tyler rants and raves. Every day, some moron, like they've never been on this page before, posts, "Need a tattoo, who should I go to?" You didn't see that this gets posted every fucking day? Every single day?
You can literally just scroll through the comments.
Every single day. Every other post on the page is, "Who should I go to for tattoos?" Well, everyone's just going to name everyone.
Yeah.
So like,
I mean, I've done it. I've put.
so just Google it.
Yeah.
Just Google it at this point, because
Yeah.
you're getting the same results. You're not
So
getting
dumb.
someone who's good. You're literally getting a giant patch of every tattooer in town.
Yeah.
Like, I see names on there, I'm like, oh, that guy sucks. Why is someone recommending him?
Yeah.
But what's crazy to me is I've been here tattooing in Tyler for 25 years. And every time one of those posts comes up, I don't know half the names on there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Now, granted, part of that's because of me. I don't like tattooers.
Yeah.
Like, Simon and Stephanie are my only friends that do tattoos here. I have friends around the country that do tattoos that I'm
Who?
close with, but Simon and Stephanie over at La Familia.
Oh yeah.
And so like, but I don't really like tattooers, so I kind of separate myself from them. I don't hang out with them. I'm not like them.
Yeah.
Like Trey was talking about, he came in my shop that one time. I used to wear like Carhartt overalls every day and my boots and stuff. Never wore a cowboy hat, but I had a bunch of cattle at the time too.
Yeah.
But I was never anything like the tattooers I came up around.
Yeah.
They were all hard drinking, hard drugging, rock and roll people, and like, that just wasn't for me. Like, I just wanted to make as much money as I could, try to get myself established tattooing, and honestly, tattooing for me, because I have ADHD so bad, I honestly believe it's the only job I could ever successfully do.
Yeah.
And so like, it's totally a gift from God that I ever even got into it.
Yeah.
Like, he knew what I needed. He put it there. He gave it to me. He gave me the opportunity. And I took it and ran with it.
What about the people that are going to be like, well, God said don't get tattooed or whatever?
He never said that.
I know.
Listen,
I agree.
And I have to tell people this all the time. There's 2 mentions of tattoos in the Bible. I don't know what the second one is. I just recently found out about it. But basically, they say the same thing. Leviticus 19:28 says, "Do not cut, scar, mark the body for the dead." Some translations say, "Do not cut, scar, mark, or tattoo the body." Always for the dead, though. It's
Yeah.
for the dead, meaning don't put R.I.P. Samuel on you. But that's also Old Testament. We're not bound by Old Testament anymore. Now, there's a lot of stuff in Old Testament that we still can't do, but
Yeah, but in the same chapter, it'll say not to wear two types of
two different-
materials.
Yeah.
You know.
And then you skip forward 3 or 4 more pages, and it says a woman who's raped in town also must be stoned to death because she didn't yell loud enough.
Because she's not bringing attention to
Right.
her rapist, and
So-
she's sweeping it under the table.
And so, but it says don't do it for the dead. Okay, well, if you don't want a tattoo for the dead, listen, I got some casino girl on my forearm over here. That's not something for the dead. But here's the thing, and you will never find an anthropologist or an archaeologist that will argue this, because it's basically known to be fact. There was no internet back in the days of Jesus, correct? Mm-hmm. There was no printing press. There was no television. There was no radio. If someone was a master of their trade, they had a tattoo that signified they were a master of their trade. These people didn't stay in one town and open a building,
Right.
and people came to them. They traveled all around. Look at Jesus. How many towns did he go to doing carpentry and stuff? The few that we actually know about from the time that
even
not much
before his
record of him.
ministry. Yeah.
Right. So he would have had a tattoo indicating that he was a master carpenter.
Yeah.
I mean, we know he was a master carpenter. The only way people in other villages and other towns knew that you were who you were was you would have that tattoo, because only your master who signed off and said you are now the master, now you are now a master, would have given you that tattoo. It was like that for every trade. We have mummies that have been pulled out, that or dead bodies that were mummified from back in those days,
Yeah.
that have tattoos on them. They're all symbols, and lots of these people have the same symbols, and they know this guy was what was one of the guy, a master oxman or something.
Oh, okay.
This was like the guy who could supply oxen.
Okay.
He could breed them. He could get ones that weren't breeding. He could go to like farms that had oxen that weren't breeding, and he could get them to breed. He was, I don't know, like a horse guy, I guess.
Yeah. Like a horse trader, an
Right.
ox trader, essentially.
You had the sailing guys. They all had a tattoo on them. If you sailed,
I mean,
that's how you got your job. You'd go down to the docks. You'd show them your tattoo. They knew that
This
you
is
had
why
the experience.
Pat is the expert of everything, because he's got all
I've
the
got all of
So-
it.
he's got the
So
smiley
listen,
face.
so
He's got the
when these people say all this stupid, well, God didn't want you to tattoo your body. It also says in the Bible that we will shed this when we leave.
This is a skin that's my
This crap
scars
ain't going up there with me.
My scars ain't coming with me
Yeah.
at all.
This body is not going up there with me. Okay?
Well, then they say
So,
treat your body like
I
a
know.
temple, and then like all the temples we ever built are just adorned like
they're
floor to
painted,
ceiling.
They're covered in gold. All their glass is stained.
Yeah.
I'm like, listen,
What's
I can understand how this is going to be a problem if you're tattooing all this satanic stuff on you or things
because it's a
that-
revelation of your heart.
right, or if you're tattooing stuff that
Paganism, all that stuff.
blasphemes God, stuff like that. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
But it's the same if you speak it.
Right.
So it doesn't matter whether it's tattooed. At that point, it's not the tattoo. It's the action. Yeah, and like you said, it's your heart. It's what's in your heart that becomes the fucking problem. And I gotta say, listen, when I die and get up there, I've got a whole lot more shit I'm gonna have to explain than my tattoos.
Yeah, absolutely.
When he cracks that book open, he's like, "Oh, we're looking real good all the way up until you got this tattoo on your hand."
Well, so here's the deal. I kind of feel like I'm not an expert, but I think the way this works, or the way I understand it, is when we get up there, God ain't gonna see any of this sin because Jesus already died for it.
That's the only way you're getting up there
You know
is if
what I
it's
mean?
been washed off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a gift, and if you accept it, you got it. And if you don't accept it, if you rebuke it, if you refuse it, well,
Even if you don't chew on it, you know what I mean? Like,
the
that's
thief
thing.
on the cross was just like, help me, He's like, yep, I'll see you in a minute.
And he just said, he said, just let me be a thought, and then you have Jacob who wrestled with God. I pray that everybody around me is wrestling with God about something.
Yeah.
Because the reality is when you stop wrestling,
You start growing away.
you start growing away. You start looking towards other things.
Right.
And whenever you're actually able to wrestle with God and genuinely come to Him about your emotions, whenever you're upset about the situation, whenever you're mad at this person, that's whenever you're saying, all right, God, I don't like this situation that I'm in right now. but I need you to help me on this.
Yeah.
Because I know what your word says. Because I know who you are as a good father. I know who you are whenever you sent your son.
I do got to get out of here.
Yeah. We're almost done.
We're only 2 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, God,
Sorry.
I'm glad I don't have to edit this crap.
Yeah. Oh, he's not going to edit it.
I'm
He's
probably
he's
not
just
going to edit it too much. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to post it.
I think the video I
good
can
luck
throw into a
censoring.
thing and like auto censor bad words. So like we'll just see
There's
how
going
far
to be a
that
lot
gets.
of beepings in there.
Yeah.
You're going to have to censor half the content. I'm trying to be calm, but I have seen things that, like, half my stories are just stuff that's not appropriate.
Dude, I ain't
It's
worried
okay.
about it.
That's what makes them so funny.
This is okay. Like, look, the most important thing is that we capture an authentic story. So much like when you were talking about with the TV, pilots, we definitely don't want to sit somebody down and get Bible Sunday school answers from them. So I appreciate you being
listen,
honest.
I'm no saint. We all know that. Yeah. Like, I'm not perfect. I'm not. I'm pretty sure I'm not a good Christian at all. I mean, if you're going to be honest about it, because I don't spend my day walking around thinking, what would Jesus do?
Yeah.
Like, what should I be doing that he'd want me to do right now? I'm running around 90 miles an hour trying to take care of 2 different things for 4 different people, and like, and like I said in the beginning, like, my views with things are a lot different than a lot of other Christians. Like, I've heard some scientists say, well, maybe God was the singularity. Maybe. We don't know what form he takes. Like, maybe he was. I don't think so, because a singularity doesn't have consciousness to it. It's just a thing, and then it's a thing that happens.
It's an event.
Right.
I think it's...
Whereas I can't see how any of this happened without intelligent design.
Yeah. You don't look at a building and think that it just
there's
put itself together.
800 million reasons we should not exist.
Yeah.
If our planet was just a few thousand miles closer to the sun, we wouldn't be here. Like, there's every reason in the world why all of us should not exist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, explain to me this. How does a woman create life?
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
Answer: she doesn't.
I'm just saying, like, but I mean, so it's like there's weird miracles all around you all the time. That, yes, we know the medical explanation of this sperm hit this egg, they both got chromosomes, blah 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 blah. Well, who fucking thought of that?
Yeah.
Who originally thought of that?
Mm-hmm.
Something had to have.
Yeah.
If you've got everything that exists is governed by the laws of physics, you can't exceed those laws of physics.
Same with
They're
biology.
absolute.
Well, the problem with
Where did
physics
those laws
is
come
you
from?
get to a place eventually where the laws of physics don't add up anymore.
But see, that's
And
only because we were wrong.
Einstein had some things, and he just put a question mark and moved on.
Yeah.
And that's why it's a
But
theory.
that's also
you see?
a lot of that, though, is because we were either wrong, like our
Or
math was
uninformed.
wrong, or our math only got us so far,
Right,
and then
yeah.
circumstances change.
Right.
And it's not that the laws disappear; the laws change.
Mm-hmm.
They morph into something a little different. And there's just our brains cannot comprehend the things that exist in this universe.
Yeah.
Or think how big it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, think about back all the way up to when there was nothing but this big black void with a singularity sitting right there, okay? How far does that black go? Is it like this room? What
How far
happens
is
when
the
you hit a
wall?
wall? What's on the other side of that? We cannot, our brains cannot comprehend eternity.
Yeah.
We can't comprehend infinity.
Can't comprehend forever.
We can't, because everything we know is limited to what we can see.
Yeah.
So we can't comprehend half of what is actually going on out there.
Yeah.
So you can't tell me that just because we haven't found a neon sign that fucking said, hey, this letter was
God
handwritten by
lives
God.
here.
We can't comprehend him or even begin to understand him anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can't even understand the things that he's created. We see some of these things that we're seeing now on the James Webb Telescope, and it's changing everything we thought was real and that we thought was true and everything we thought could or could not happen. And we're seeing this stuff. We're seeing photos of things that even Einstein, there's like 2 or 3 things that prove his theory of relativity goes off the rails at a certain point.
Yeah.
It's correct really far, almost as far as we can take the
relatively,
math, and then it goes away.
Yeah.
And then it changes, and the physics change, and now all of a sudden this doesn't make sense. Like, think about this.
Like the double slit experiment, when it's observed.
How does a photon know it's being observed?
Right. How does it know it's being watched?
And is it this wall watching it that it knows?
Is it the
light? Is it the camera? How does it know? It has no consciousness.
Yeah.
But at the same time, here's another crazy thing. So a photon, the second it's created by the sun, it is also hitting Earth at that exact same moment. And we can't explain why. It's not moving. It's not traveling at the speed of light.
It's just in two spaces
at two places at the exact same time. And both of them are experiencing the exact same thing.
Well, like, you know about the Mount of Transfiguration? Have you heard about this? Yeah, you read about it? So
I think I saw it on like
like Jesus, channel. Moses, and Elijah were all in the same place at the same time.
Yeah.
Explain that.
And the thing is like Moses was on the mountain Sinai, and then Elijah was caught up in, I can't remember what that was, but anyways, there's this idea that Jesus stepped out of time, and Moses stepped out of time, and Elijah all stepped out at the same time in their own time frames, and they met each other, and then Jesus is like, I'm the one that y'all.
So there's a ton of supernatural stuff in the Bible, more than just the resurrection, more than just the miracles that Jesus did for 3 years. And it ties together the Torah, the Old Testament, and the New Testament. Mm-hmm. And it shows fulfillment of prophecy that people don't talk about this stuff, right? Yeah. Like when I was growing up, I don't know for sure that I heard a sermon about that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, so there's some stuff there that gets really into the supernatural, and like, I don't know how many people I know that like identify as Christians but don't believe in ghosts. I'm like, get out of here, dude.
Einstein actually had a theory about ghosts.
Really?
Which now with quantum computing, it seems like he might have been right. His theory was that ghosts are not spirits walking the planet. When you see a ghost, you are actually seeing a rub through of the space-time continuum, and you're seeing into another dimension. And you're just catching that faint little glimpse of whatever's going on in that dimension. And that's why it disappears so quick. And that's why there's no proof. That's why cameras can't see it and stuff. He said that a long time ago. Because someone asked him, they're like, do you believe in ghosts? He goes, it's not ghosts. He goes, it's a thinning of the interdimensional walls, and you're just catching a quick glimpse of what's in there.
Humor me on this. I was just thinking, we were talking about infinity. And
doesn't mean there's not other spirits.
Sure. But like we can't comprehend infinity. And I was thinking about the sign for infinity is like the sideways 8. Because it's a line on a plane that never ends. And then I thought about if I took a rope that was a circle that was attached, and I twisted it into a figure 8. To like understand infinity, I could untwist it.
Yeah, but also
they meet where it crosses. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, who decided to make the figure 8 sideways and to make that the symbol for infinity? Because you could have just used a circle. Because when we get married, we use a ring that signifies forever. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, like, I'm telling you that there's some stuff here. Like, I feel like we're scratching the surface of some of these things. And, I'm not upset with God. Like, I'm cool with the mystery of this spirit world.
Absolutely.
Like, I don't need any information. I don't need any more information to make my life complete, know. But I'm interested in it,
I'll tell you what I want to know. And I have yet to see anybody on any of these dang TV shows explain this. If you've got all these atheists that are out there saying God doesn't exist, that's not real. Y'all people are praying to some sky chicken or whatever it is they say.
Sky daddy.
Yeah, whatever they say.
Got too many friends that say that.
Explain to me this. South America, Egypt, and all these places that are nowhere near each other, that never had people communicating with each other, paint some of the same images. Mm-hmm. Like you got the paintings in some of those Egyptian things that show like a person floating in the air.
Yeah, dude,
And they're like, oh, it's some kind of angel
Yeah.
creature that came down from the heavens or whatever. Now, the way they understood the heavens was way different. You know, they thought they had all these weird gods. I'm thinking that they were seeing stuff for sure, but it wasn't what they thought it was. I think they were seeing like angels, and because God still was playing a pretty heavy hand.
I think the
where
aliens
humans were going.
I think the aliens are actually demons.
See,
or angels.
Or angels, yeah. I mean, one of the two.
Look, you should read the book
here's the
or
thing.
listen to it. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. One of the guys,
talking
one of the
about
guys on the Sean Ryan show was the author of that, I believe. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. It's a great book. It goes into the physics and metaphysics, and it's like super heavy science stuff. And like basically what they say was it takes more faith to believe that something came from nothing, that life came from nothing, that the complex world that we live in came from nothing, than it does to believe that God created everything.
Yeah.
You know, and then, but that's what I was talking about earlier on that Sean Ryan podcast, is these people from total opposite ends of the universe had near-death experiences, had conversations with angels, had conversations with God, met God, was light, energy. They all explain it the same way in their native tongue. Some of them have never heard the gospel, have never, like converted after this experience.
Yeah.
And they were like searching for what is it that I saw, like trying to find the meaning of it, and then stumbled upon Christianity and realized that that was it.
Yeah.
You see, so
here's where I land on the alien thing. People ask me this all the time. I don't think aliens have ever come here. I do believe the universe is so big that there's no reason to think there's not another planet somewhere that has some kind of life on it. It could just be a bacteria. It could be, I don't know, that's intelligent or whatever. But the universe is so freaking big. Why would there not be? And then I had this preacher guy that I was tattooing one time. He goes, well, you can't believe in God and believe in aliens. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he goes, well, because we're what God created.
We're in the image of God.
Yeah, so
we
were
literally.
told, I was like, we were told that, but do you think God told us everything? How do you know that God didn't create other things out there? Like, what makes you think that God couldn't be bored on a Tuesday and be like, I'm gonna start another little planet over here?
It's like that pillow talking song. It's
Yeah.
like,
But I mean,
you don't know about Pangea?
A lot of these people that I run across, they want to put these limitations on God.
Right.
What if God was bored last week and said, yeah, I'm going to start another little planet over here that's got some fuzzy little Wookiee-looking things? He can do whatever he wants.
We literally last year heard a sermon on aliens here at this church.
Yeah, our preacher did a sermon on aliens.
But I don't think
Which
we've
is why
been
I'm
visited.
telling you, you need to come here.
I don't think we've been visited by aliens, because I can tell you right now, I am on board with Stephen Hawking that if there's something smart enough to come here from
It
far
would run
enough
away.
away we don't know they exist, we don't want to be here when they get here.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to be a good thing.
See, I don't think they've ever left. I think they've always been here. I think that
There's a lot of weird stuff that I've looked at that I'm like, holy
Yeah, like
shit,
what's
they
going
could've
on in
been-
Antarctica,
Yeah.
They've been here before us. Nothing. You know, I've been down there. You know what's down there? A bunch of fucking ice.
Nah, dog.
That's
Well,
it.
every nation in the world.
So you
has
could go anywhere that you wanted to in Antarctica?
Yeah, we went up. There's a big science research station that's been there since like the 70s.
Right, but
Dude,
like,
you can take cruises down there now.
right, but like
Yeah, but
whenever
can't
you get to the science station and you say, "Hey, it's going to be a nice 40 below degree weather day. I'm going to jump on this snowmobile and I'm going to go that way."
I mean, you could. There's just nothing out
But
there.
will they let you?
Yeah.
Really?
There's no one there that'll stop you from
they
doing
won't
anything.
let you.
There's no one down there stopping anyone from anything.
Yeah, until you.
There
get
was
there.
people. There was like 3 or 4 research teams when I was down there, and they took off for a while at a time.
I know they had the plan, or they have the plan of having like 15,000 people in Antarctica. There's people that they
I
had.
don't know if there's that many people.
They-
But there was quite a bit of people down
They
there.
had like a big plan to bring industry down there, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I've
but
known
then
a
they
couple of
decided.
people-
Then they decided it's way too valuable strategically for any one place to control.
Yeah.
So all the government.
But then all the governments agree on that.
Yeah,
That's
what else?
what's weird.
What else
Well,
is every
You
government?
got to remember
agreed on?
this was in the early 1900s, and back then they didn't have the technology to develop a place.
I think they
Still-
did. I think they had the
Oh,
technology.
I'm not saying that that's not a great place for us to be hiding.
Well, also,
missile bases.
they say that we had the technology to go to the moon in the 60s and 70s, and we just can't do it now. So
Okay.
Okay.
So listen.
And then Katy Perry,
she's an
them
astronaut.
bitches went up there.
Katy
for
Perry's an
11
astronaut.
minutes.
But what people don't understand is they didn't go into space. They went into orbit. They went into the inner atmosphere. They didn't go. Remember the guy Felix Baumgartner that jumped from the edge of space in the balloon
Yeah.
skydiving?
Yeah.
The Red
He
Bull
went
guy.
higher than they did.
Yeah.
They didn't go to space.
Yeah, she come out
They
there
went
like, "You're
way
an-
the fuck up.
You're an astronaut now." She's like,
Yeah.
"Thank you."
Look, they went way the fuck up, and here's the reason that they were weightless while they were up there is not because they were in space and there's no gravity, because
Because Katy Perry was there.
no, think about this. Okay, so you can go up in those anti-gravity airplanes, right? It goes up and then it drops
The
down.
angle. Yeah.
So orbit is just an elliptical loop that you're hitting. What you are doing is you are actually falling towards the Earth, but you are falling fast enough
In a-
that you bypass
yeah.
being able to come down. And that's why you're always in an elliptical orbit when you're up there. All they did was go up and basically do that same thing. And the reason that you're weightless up there is because you're technically falling towards Earth the entire time, but you're falling at such a rate that you actually bypass the Earth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And now you're back out again, and then you start falling back in again. And then you're back out again, and then, you see what I'm saying?
Pat thinks the Earth's flat.
And we will see you guys
Oh.
next week.
So then, but here's the thing now. People talk about the moon all the time. When I was in school, we actually fired a laser at the moon and got the readings back. And the only thing that laser can bounce off is man-made objects. That's the only thing it can bounce off of. You can shoot that motherfucker in a mountainside all day long, you're not going to get a signal back.
Really?
Yeah, like I know 100%, unless this was the greatest faking of all fucking time, but there is, doesn't mean we didn't shoot some shit up there that just crashed and that's what we're hitting. I can't prove a person was ever up there.
Yeah.
But we have things on the moon.
I've heard there was a experiment. I want to say it was back in the 40s when they were nuking everything that they possibly could in
good old
the
days.
Pacific Ocean. I'm pretty sure that they had shot the moon with like a huge artillery or something. I don't know. I can't remember the
I
specifics
mean, it sounds
of
kind
it.
of like some shit we'd try
And
to
it
do.
rung. The moon rung for like
never heard
3
that.
days.
Really?
Afterwards, yeah,
Never heard that.
I'll have to.
I'll
I'll have to do my research a little bit.
We measure the distance between Earth and the moon every day, and we've only got about, I think it's like 160 million more years before we're not able to see the moon anymore.
Till it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I
then-
mean, it's steady going away
Yeah,
from
yeah,
it at a very slow rate. I think it's like 13 inches a year or something.
Yeah.
But what's crazy is some of the core samples that we had at A&M that had come back from the moon. Again, supposedly, I can't prove any of that. I wasn't the one who went up there and fucking took these samples, but some of the samples of the stuff that we would test, that 90% of everything that was on the moon is,
On Earth.
yeah.
Yeah, it comes from the Earth.
And so, like, I find it odd because you're seeing two spheres sitting next to each other, but they say, at one point the moon was part of the Earth. The Earth was struck cataclysmically and this busted off.
Yeah.
Okay, but how then did the Earth, like, form back into a perfect ball? Now, we've got a molten core. So, okay, maybe it did. Maybe it just kept building up layer after layer, just like your skin does when you get a scab, okay? But how did the moon become a perfect ball?
Right.
So if a chunk
And
of the
without-
Earth ripped off,
And without a core, does the moon have a core? Like, I mean,
no, it's just literally a big ball.
like
of
how
dirt.
does it even get put into the motion of, and also the fact that the Earth spins this way and the moon spins at the same rate. Like,
Well,
there's
that's
many
the other thing
variables.
that they're saying is because it's separated off, and that's why we're still, like, linked.
Yeah.
But it's just weird to me because I've never heard a satisfactory explanation of how the moon became round.
Yeah.
Like, if it ripped off of our planet, go bust two fucking rocks apart,
Yeah.
and then watch them for a few million years and tell me if they turn round.
Yeah.
They're not. Now, the Earth, I could see the Earth could do it, The Earth has a molten core. It's going to continue making...
it continues spinning
rock.
inside.
Right, and it's making rock and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
the Earth is kind of like
Which the
like
Earth...
a bicycle tire with that slime stuff in it, you know, and then
well,
when it punctures it like...
You know the Earth's not even round.
Yeah.
It's more like the theory is more like an egg shape.
Yeah, and it's rotating while it's
also,
corkscrewing.
I don't understand how.
Well, that's the whole solar system.
I don't understand.
And we do know now with these JWS images that we're seeing that's actually right on the money.
See, I don't understand how water stays on Earth either. You spin a tennis ball when it's wet, water goes flying off.
Because a tennis ball isn't a source of gravity.
I can see
the
that.
Earth's core is... Now, this is changing.
Exactly.
So,
that's the thing.
Listen.
They keep moving the goalposts.
Hold on. So, what I always understood is that we have never understood gravity. We don't understand it. We can't really explain it.
Isaac Newton observed it and then placed together his theory.
We theorized that the mass of Earth is creating gravity. Well, now there's a bunch of evidence coming out, especially with all this quantum computing going on, that gravity was always actually there. That gravity is in existence in the fabric of the universe. It is part of the universe. So in the gaps where we've always looked for dark matter and never been able to find it, there's gravity in those gaps. Not just gravity, like there could still be dark matter, but there's gravity in those gaps. And so when they do the whole, they put like a bowling ball in the middle of a stretched out thing, you know, and it shows the rock falling towards it or whatever. Yes, we are having an effect on space and time in the fabric because of our density. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the gravity itself isn't acting on its own accord, doing its own thing.
Yeah.
And so we've been able to see it now that we found that mirror galaxy, which is fucking wild. It's basically an invisible set of planets that we only know are there because they're bending the light around them, but not like a black hole. That's how we knew black holes existed when we first found one, is because there was an absence of light where there should have been light. Well, this mirror galaxy, we've watched it, and you can see, you know how it looks if you look through the bottom of a glass and someone walks by, right? And it gives you that weird looking little reflection. We've watched stars go behind these things as we're orbiting through. And you see that light fucking bend and get all wiggly and keep going. Yeah. And so it's like, okay, we are seeing invisible planets that we don't know what the fuck they are.
And just pop out
now,
from nowhere.
They're probably not actual matter. They're probably energy fields of some kind that are bending that light like that. They're not gravitational fields like a black hole would be, but there's some kind of an energy field out there that's creating that. There's not like a see-through fucking Earth. Yeah. I don't think. Some of the guys, they think it could be, but I don't understand how that happens, but you can't achieve invisibility anywhere else. Yeah. Except through glass. But the really, really strange thing with this whole change in gravity is now, if what they're saying is right, that gravity was just already out there, it's already there, it's actually its own thing, it's not tied to our planet, then why is it tying everything in our solar system together in a constant state?
Yeah, who put it there?
And they're so early in this whole theory, like right now it's just kind of one of those, it's kind of testing to be true. They're probably making more of it than what is ever going to come out of it, because I mean it's been 350 years and we still don't understand gravity. Right. We don't know what it is. We can say the Earth has mass.
We can observe it.
Right.
You know,
the Earth has mass. Everything falls to it, so it's got to be pulling from that point, and at the center point, right? Yeah. The other thing is with the flat Earth. I will say this: like, if we had a flat Earth, we still have so much mass that, going by the old way of thinking, which until they prove otherwise, I still believe is correct, that our core has so much density and heat, it is creating its own gravity. It's creating gravity. Now, it may be pulling that gravity from somewhere. I don't know. That could be. But that gravity is being tied to the center of our planet. That's why everything's crushing down on that core. That's why it's so hot. If you have that on a flat disk like this table, you still have that dead center point. We would all be pulled straight into that center.
Yeah.
Like, we wouldn't get slung out. We'd all be pulling back to that point of gravity. Now, with a tennis ball, you can't keep water on it because it's not the source of the gravity. Okay. So if you drop the tennis ball with the water on it, they're both going to hit the ground.
Both gonna hit the ground.
If you take this table and you spin it really fast and it's got water on it, it's going to sling it out.
Yeah.
Well, the Earth is spinning pretty fast. But if you somehow, say you put magnets right here, and you spin this table really fast, but then you've got a really strong magnet in the center, those magnets aren't going to leave.
Yeah.
They're going to stay pulling towards that center until something is acting on it where it can't continue on. Now, we know that each of the planets has different levels of gravity. Like, we know which ones would just basically crush us instantly.
Yeah.
We know, the moon's got 1/30th of our gravity or whatever it is. But all these big objects have their own gravity. And we've never been able to explain how. Like, okay, we know how big the Earth is. So if the Earth is this big and we've got this amount of gravity, how come the planets that are smaller than us have more gravity? And they're like, well, because they're denser. Well, how the fuck do you know? Have you ever been there?
Right.
We've taken pictures.
Right. Have you ever sent anything?
We've sent some probes to certain places.
That's usually where mathematics comes into it. And mathematics based on our own mass.
Well, and think about this. And that's earthbound mathematics.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
according to the way that we do things here.
Let me tell you, when I built that BB-8 droid, I engineered this thing on the computer, had it all CAD'd up. I tested it in CAD, and it worked flawlessly. Guess what happened when I made that thing in the real world and put it inside that ball? It didn't work at all. Everything went fucking haywire.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same thing. Like, we're doing mathematics based on what we know to be true on the Earth.
For what's out there.
And we think, okay, well, it's got to be the same here as it is over there. But why would it have to be the same? Yeah. If you've got a different set of circumstances over here, you could have a different set of physical principles acting on it a different way.
According to the theory of relativity.
Right.
I mean...
Well, okay, so Mars is fucking huge. Why doesn't it crush our little rover? It should have way more gravity than us.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. I mean, you got Saturn is fucking massive.
How do the rings stay? Which apparently they said that the rings on Saturn are starting to
they're separating, they're going out. But that shows that they're going away from the planet, so they are locked into its gravitational field. And for a long time, it's the same kind of thing. They're just in a big orbit around it, but they are steady moving farther away from it.
Yeah.
We're also steady moving farther away from the sun.
Yeah.
Like, not only is the universe constantly expanding, our solar systems are constantly expanding. Now, it's expanding at such a slow rate. Our sun will be gone long before we would ever be far enough outside of the life zone.
In theory.
Yeah.
Don't you think that when the sun hits red giant stage, it's just going to pull the planets into it, and then there's hell?
I mean, we won't be here to know.
Yeah.
We've got, I believe they say we've got like 8 billion years till the sun burns out. And our sun is massive, and it's actually one of the smaller stars, which is crazy to me. It is so massive, so fucking massive. But when it finally eats itself up, and all its helium and everything else is gone, that core is going to be so dense and so hot. I mean, we would have died long before that. Like, once it's gone, it would have, anything that exists in our solar system is going to fail to exist at any point, way before it gets to that point. But when it collapses and it does go supernova, it's going to eat everything. It's going to eat everything for a long way. But
that's why we need a new heaven and a new earth.
It's also big enough that it could go white dwarf. So, I mean, and we don't know. I mean, we think we know what's in the sun, but you can't exactly go up there and take a fucking sample. Yeah. So, like, that's where I've always been with it, is it's math on paper that people say, well, we know this is this.
Right.
We can see this with the telescope and stuff. Well, you see something really fucking hot. How do you know that's all that's in the sun?
Yeah.
How do you know that there's not a core in that sun of some kind?
That has its own flow,
Yeah. I mean, there could be elements in the sun that we don't know exist. We don't know. So we have a very small understanding of a very big universe. And so when people sit there and it's always like some Christian that tries to explain something to me. I'm like, you are using a fucking rat's brain to try to understand Einstein's logic.
Yeah.
Like, our understanding of the universe and all the things that God created is so small. We can't understand it. If we could understand it, we could replicate it. We can't.
Yeah.
Well, that's just it. Science is observable and repeatable.
Right.
So that's why things are theories instead of facts.
Right.
Laws.
But I
Can't repeat
mean,
it.
you know, if we could understand what God understands, or what He knows about the universe, or what He did
We
to
probably
create all
wouldn't need
this,
him.
yeah, we wouldn't need Him.
Yeah.
We could do it ourselves.
Yeah.
We could build a little cannon that fires out some.
Well, I
neutron
feel like that's
stars
been
and
that's
continue
been
on.
the purpose
The
and
goal.
the goal of science is to rule God out, to make him useless because we can do it and because
See, I've always felt like science and God go together.
Well, okay.
No, I
hang
agree.
on,
Like,
hang on.
this-
I
Sorry.
agree. I'm talking about the
The
modern
science
movement.
community. Like, you know,
A
the
lot of it.
atheists,
Like the funding behind the
Richard
science.
Dawkins
Oh,
and
yeah,
all
for
that.
sure.
There's
The
like
money.
Soros.
Definitely the money.
and all them.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
like, you know, and
Science
that's,
is
that's
something-
always been an age-old debate, is like, you know, you had the Roman Catholic Church that fucking flipped out and they were
Over
killing
Galileo and-
scientists and, you know, doing all kinds of stuff back in the day because they were threatened by it. They thought they're trying to disprove God. Well, nothing that's ever been found out in science disproves it to me.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, now we've gotten so far that we can literally see light from the Big Bang.
Yeah.
We are looking back 8 billion some odd years. We are literally traveling back in time to see that. That happened 8 billion years ago. We can see that now. And so, if God was going to be disproven by science, it would have happened.
Yeah.
It would have happened.
I mean, you look at even Isaac Newton, and again, I know we got to get you out of here. Isaac Newton
It's 1040.
talked about gravity and everything like that, the observable
Right.
portion, and he wrote his discord on it. He actually wrote more books about prophecy
Yeah.
from the Old Testament
Yeah.
than anything else in any of his other work, and that's what's something that
They're just trying not to get hung.
they're
Yeah.
right there hand in hand.
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
not that, like Isaac Newton was setting out to disprove God by any means. If anything,
just observing.
it was an observation that he had found that
I mean,
had
he
confirmed
was
through
studying what
stuff.
he sees to be true,
Yeah,
which is all science.
yeah,
And so, like, a lot of people are like, well, if you believe in science, you can't believe in this.
yeah.
You know, well, you can't believe in evolution and creation at the same time. I'm like,
do you know who John Lennox
I've seen
is?
animals evolve. We've
Yeah.
seen it in our lifetime since like the 60s. There have been
But
multiple
you've never
animals.
seen a chicken turn into a lizard.
Correct.
Yeah.
I've never
You
seen
know,
a
I've never seen a
species morph
monkey-
to another species.
Right.
There's not a single part of me. We have more DNA in common with a banana than we do a chimpanzee.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So I have never, at any point in time, thought that monkeys became humans because
Right.
we wouldn't have fucking monkeys anymore.
Right.
Yeah,
Like
Right.
we
But
have.
they just gloss over that in elementary school.
I mean, look,
you know, they
we
just-
have alligators that were way bigger than the alligators we have now back in the day. That, you know, back in the dinosaur times or whatever. They didn't change into a giraffe with
Right.
big teeth. You know what happened? They became what they are now, and those went away.
yeah.
Like, we wouldn't have fucking
Adaptation.
monkeys. Why would we have monkeys? If we came from monkeys and monkeys became us, why the fuck would there be more monkeys?
Yeah.
Why aren't there half-breed monkeys running around, half human, half monkey all over the fucking place? If that's the case, we would have still been interbreeding with them because, you know, a monkey born to a monkey parent and a human parent would think, oh, I can go either way, you know, and
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it.
listen. But what I'm saying is, I've never.
I didn't say
But
it.
I've seen things that evolve. Like, you look at a whale's flippers. Their hands. They're identical to our hand bones. Their structure. There's no reason for them to have that bone structure because there's no other flippered animal in the ocean that has a bone structure like that other than to say at one point whales had lived on land and then they adapted to live in the water. Now, I don't think they lived on dry land, I think a lot of what happens with a lot of these big dinosaurs we have is I don't think they're giant brontosauruses just free walking around. I think a lot of these were hybrid water. They were living most of their lives in water. They could come out of water, but like a hippo. A hippo lives most of its life in the water. Look how fucking big it is.
Yeah.
Look how heavy it is. Now it can come on land, and it'll go do its thing on land, but they don't stay on land. They go back to the water. And I think a lot of these dinosaurs that we've got these huge bones. They're so big. It would have been nonsense for them to live on the land full time.
Yeah.
They may come out to eat or whatever, but they're so big, they needed that water to support their weight. And I think it was kind of similar with whales. I think they were still very whaley looking, but I think they probably did live a lot of their life in marshy areas. And then, because why would they breathe air? I mean, you know, they adapted to live in water because then we know that at some point almost the whole earth was covered in water for a while.
Right. But then why would they have a blowhole? You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't it just stay in the nose?
Well, we don't know that that's how they breathed.
Right. See,
with.
My thing is, I think.
I mean, we got some lizards that breathe out of their eyes.
Right. Like, I think that, you know, when you look at the same structures that is in a human, and you see the same structures that are in a whale or whatever, you have joints and all that kind of stuff. I don't look at it as this is where this came from. I look at it as it's a common creator.
Yeah.
Because,
well, I mean, my whole point is what I'm saying, like what Trey had said. A whale was still a whale even when it lived on the fucking land. It wasn't a monkey and then became a whale.
Yeah.
So when people are like, well, you can't believe in evolution. No, I've seen things evolve. We know animals have evolved. We know that alligators used to live almost primarily in the oceans. They never came on land. Now we have alligators that live almost primarily on land a lot of time. They're the same animal. It didn't go from becoming an elephant or from an alligator to an elephant.
Yeah.
Like, yes, we don't change a whole species because we would still have a bunch in common. Now, we may have some genetic markers in common with them, but we also have genetic markers in common with a banana.
Right.
Well, I mean, I feel what Pat's saying. Like, yeah, dude. Like, you know, if I look through your portfolio of tattoos, I can see a common thread. Even if I see evolution in your ability or your style,
but it's still me.
It's still very, you know, Derek Kastning.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. So
I think Pat's right. Like, you know, if God created everything, then of course there's some similarities in some of his creations.
Yeah. He's going to reuse those structures. He's not going to reinvent the wheel every time he creates an animal.
And here's the thing too, like all these people, it always just seems to me like they're trying to put limitations on God. What makes you think God didn't create something and it was always his plan for that thing to adapt from one environment to a different environment at a different time? You think God didn't know at one point the whole earth was going to be covered in water? He created the fucking water.
Yeah.
He created the hydrogen. He created the oxygen. He created the fucking ice. He put the planet in the exact spot it needs to fucking be for life to even live on this fucking planet. So you're telling me this thing that created all of this could not say, yeah, for this time being, I'm going to have these big fucking animals, and then, you know, their time will pass, they'll go away, and then we're going to move on to this, and we're going to move on to this, or whatever. And like I said, we don't understand time the way he does. For him, there is no time. I mean, a day to him would be, what, 1 trillion years to us?
Well, I mean, he I don't know. He exists outside of space.
Exactly.
And time.
But also he stepped into time.
Yeah. But he's not constrained by it. He created it.
That's it.
Yeah.
He created time.
And he makes that choice to step into the time.
So he could, at the very same time, just like the slit experiment, he could be creating this and creating this at the same time in the same fucking place because those rules do not apply to him. They don't apply. So what you're saying, like, you think the Earth is younger than what they're saying. And you think the dinosaurs and people were here at the same exact time. They could be. I don't know. I don't know how to fucking carbon date stuff. I know it takes a long time for a
Glen
bone.
Rose.
I know it took, yeah.
Glen Rose.
I know it takes a really long time for a bone to turn into rock. I've never seen it with my own eyes, so I don't know how long it takes to do that.
I saw a thing.
But what's to say that, like what you're saying, that God was sitting here playing with dinosaurs and playing with people at the same fucking time, and then decide, I can separate them. I'm gonna separate them. He can push things in and out. He's not constrained by time. He created time. He created space. He created distance. He's not bound by any of those rules, by any of those laws. They don't apply to him. So when I see people try to put limitations on him and say, well, explain to me how he did this in 7 fucking days and blah, 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 but yet we have animals that were alive 40 billion years before that. Yeah, 40 billion years to us, that's nothing to him.
Yeah.
That may or may not be even 1 second to him. Like there is no time where he's at unless he wants there to be. So you can't limit something that is entirely all-powerful and can create all of this.
Yeah.
I can't create any of this shit. I can create some robots out of fucking plastic. I still have to buy the plastic.
Yeah.
I still have to buy the plastic. I have to buy the fucking machine. Somebody had to make that shit.
Yeah.
And they didn't make it from nothing. Somebody used petroleum to refine into the plastic, and then they turned that plastic into a different type of plastic through a chemical additive.
Yeah.
And then it went to someone else who put it on spools and sold it to me. Now I turn it into a robot.
We're very limited on our creating factors, and it's pretty amazing what we're able to
create something from nothing.
Right, exactly.
And that's the difference.
Yeah.
And scientists, a lot of scientists are like, well, see, that just proves that God doesn't exist. Well,
Yeah.
everything came from nothing or came from a singularity, but before that singularity, there was nothing.
Yeah.
So what created the singularity?
Yeah.
Is God the singularity? I don't know. Maybe he was the singularity. And
in the beginning, there was the Word, and the Word was with him, and the Word, you know, I mean,
Right.
Was God, yeah.
I mean, maybe literally everything we see in the solar system is pieces of him.
Yeah.
I mean, he could be the Big Bang and
Yeah.
like flung everything out there and designed it, created it, does his thing with it, moves things, changes things, turns people's fucking heads when a bullet comes ripping by their ear so that they can still get elected. I mean, listen, you got a guy as morally corrupt as Donald Trump, which I love the guy, but let's not kid ourselves. This guy was very, very morally corrupt. And then he instantly found God.
Yeah.
I mean, you send a fucking bullet that close to my head, I promise you my ass is going to be in church every day. Every day. Like,
I've got one in the car.
no.
I got one too, but no.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like,
Well, this has been a lot of fun. I think this is the longest episode that we've done
So
so
long.
far. So it's been a lot.
my wife even
of
told me,
fun.
I was like, I told him I got to leave at 8 or whatever, and she goes, I know you like to talk. She just texted me, and she's like, hey, I'm going to lay down to make sure you come through the garage. I locked the front door. She's like, I told you you'd be there a while.
well,
Thank her for us. And like, dude, when I scheduled this,
She kept me out of her hair.
when we scheduled this, I was like, hey, let me know when y'all are free. Y'all need to come over. We got to have dinner or something. And like, you never let me know when y'all were free.
I don't find out we're free until like 10 minutes before
I'm
we're
the
free.
same way, dude.
She's the one who knows everything that's going on.
Well, I hate to get your wife's number from you, but like maybe she could just text my wife. And
I
then
think your wife
they
has
can
her
figure it
number.
out. Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Meh.
I don't know. Maybe not.
Well,
But
where's your shop? If you want to
in
do any
Tyler.
promotion,
Yeah, if
there you
it's
go.
a secret,
That's
it's a
good
secret.
It's
Yeah,
in Tyler,
if you want to get a hold of
Gotta
Derek,
have an appointment to know.
yeah, if you want to get a hold of Derek, you want to throw your number
It's
or
like
your
a
Instagram or
speakeasy.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, if they do want an appointment with... so my Instagram is the Irish Jedi 1979. And there's like underscores in between all the words or something. I don't know.
You can figure it out.
Maybe you can link it on here or something.
Yeah, we can
yeah, I'll
definitely.
link
I'll
Anyways,
link something.
it's the Irish Jedi, or you can just type in my name, Derek Kastning, Derek Kastning. That will pull it up. You can see all my work on Instagram. If you're dumb enough to want to get tattooed by me, let it be something cool, not some stupid Pinterest shit. I'd really appreciate that. But
No Pinterest.
right, oh god, just don't bring me some dumb stuff. But yeah, we can. If you text my assistant, that's the best way to get booked. Because I'm just going to tell you to text her anyways. It's and her number is 903-944-8418. So they can text that number anytime.
Awesome.
There you go.
Well, cool, man.
All right. Well, hey, y'all, thanks for struggling through this one. I'm not excited about the edit job that
Yeah,
I'm going to
I was
have to
gonna say,
do.
you have to edit this
and
shit.
Don't edit it. Don't do
5 years.
anything.
Yeah.
Oh god, no! Don't make me sound this horrible as I do.
Oh, dude.
Let's clean my mouth up some. Maybe just throw some beeps in there, man. Just go old school with it.
Yeah. If this episode's almost 4 hours. It's going to take me like 2 solid days to go through and fix every one. Yeah. So I think I'm just going to throw
Can
it
AI
in
not detect the words and beep them?
Yeah, I haven't figured that out good yet.
That shit ain't cheap either.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You know, I have the
$50.
algorithm for that DeepSeek. All I need is servers.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
I need about 15 grand worth of servers, and I can run mine.
Well, thank you for listening. This has been an episode of Two Dudes One God Pod. Find Derek Kastning. Go get tattooed.
We also have Katie. She's great. She does
Katie.
all that Pinteresty stuff. She's awesome.
Yeah, he had to bring one in and teach her up so that he didn't have to do them anymore. But yeah, we'll. This episode's 3 or 4 weeks I don't even know who's next.
It's gonna be balls hot by the time this
sign
is
off. See you guys.